All right, guys. Shit, better fix my mic. I'm already half pissed. How yous doing, my fellow Brits, my fellow non-Europeans? I didn't think the day would come. So, welcome to the toilet, where we dump our loads, take the piss. Chris Hayes talking shit as usual. These in the house and Cakes joined at the hip. The old 1 versus 1 me cronies. And Vlad just can't wait to get in with his bottle of fucking moonshine or fucking fuck knows what it is, Phoenix moonshine. Anyway, guys, I'm feeling, I don't know, I'm feeling a bit weird tonight. I'm feeling a bit weird tonight, so just bear with me. Bear with me. I feel in the mood, but I'm kind of tired as well. But hopefully the dragon soup will keep me going through the night. Anyway, good to see everybody that's here so far. And I've got to say, the Brexit thing, like, we'll start with the Brexit, because I want to talk a wee bit about Brexit. For the American people, I'll just inform you that Britain is now not part of the EU. Although Scotland want to stay in. They want to stay in the EU. I don't get it. I don't get why people want to be independent for England, but they want to be dependent on Europe and Scotland. It's such a sad affair we have in Scotland. And recently, an SNP guy has just been caught texting a wee schoolboy. SNP, for your information, is the Scottish Nationalist Party. That's the majority party in Scotland. That's who runs the country. The whole government is the most gay government in Europe. It's just fully lesbians, gay guys, trans, fucking everything you can think of. It's like it's like a invented Sesame Street. When you look in the Houses of Parliament, when you see all the politicians sitting there, they're all sitting there suited and booted with their best fucking suits on and their ties on. You see them all sitting. They all kind of look similar, sitting there with their suits on. And you look over at the Scottish National Party in the Westminster, and it's like a bunch of fucking characters for Sesame Street all sitting there with their flamboyant yellow fucking jumpers on and their fucking rainbow fucking scarves. And oh my fucking, they are such an embarrassment to the Scottish people. They think they're speaking on behalf of Scotland. They're no fucking speaking on behalf of me, these fuckers. Scottish National Party. I'm a nationalist. They ain't fucking National Party. They're a bunch of flamboyant fucking weirdos, and it's just been proven by this new SNP guy getting fucking caught texting wee fucking laddies, eh? Funny, I was saying that to my missus. I was saying to my missus, see if Boris Johnson really wanted to. And this was before this scandal happened, a couple of days ago with this SNP guy. I says to my missus, if Boris Johnson really wanted to, he could set this SNP party up, just hit their biggest guys like they were in some kind of gay brothel or something like that. And what do you know? A couple of days later, Sharon texts wee boys. Good morning, Star. Good to see you. Good to see you. Who else is there? There's 12 people there, so speak up. Everyone's welcome. There's a first come, first serve. First come, first serve basis on the panel. So these people already making themselves known. They're prioritised already. At least it'd be good to hear Dagon Morningstar. Anyway, SNP are a fucking embarrassment to the fucking Scottish people, and they ain't getting my vote. I'll never vote for independence as long as these fuckers are in power. Fair enough if we had a different kind of government, had different kind of policies, but this fucking government that we've got is the weirdest in Europe. I'm telling you, they're the fucking weirdest in Europe. And there's going to be a lot more scandalous stuff coming out about the SNP, I tell you. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my bones. That's why they were put there. I think that's why they were put there. I think it's almost like the Westminster and the English get these people picked in Scotland to represent, because they know they've got something on them if they get too big for their boots. Anyway, Britain has left the European Union. And to me, that can be only a good thing. That can only be a good thing. And when you think about it, people, see when Britain never gave up their pound, and the rest of Europe gave up, the French gave up their francs, so did the Belgium, guilders disappeared from the Netherlands, Deutschmarks from Germany, all these currencies from across Europe had to reset to the same. And Britain never budged. Britain never fucking budged. They're like, no, we're keeping the pound. We like the fucking currency. We like the Queen's head, blah, 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 all this fucking shit. And to me, that was probably a warning sign for the rest of Europe that Britain wasn't going to stay in Europe, whether you like it or no. And I think the biggest fear right now for the Europeans is that Britain will succeed in being independent from Europe. And this is their greatest fear, because if the economy starts booming and we start actually getting fucking a better economy for leaving the EU, fucking, there'll be Italy, there'll be France, there'll be so many countries follow suit that want out of the fucking EU. I listened to Boris Johnson's speech, and I've got to say, it was a fucking good speech. It was a good speech. He said what people wanted to hear. I don't know whether it was genuine or not, but he delivered it in a way. And he kind of knocked the Europeans back into fucking earth, because the European Union try and impose certain laws on British people, on the British country, when we had these fucking laws well before the fucking Europe. And that's the problem with Europe. That's the biggest fucking problem with Europe. During the wars, the Europeans, like the French, the fucking Dutch, all these countries, they got invaded. They got fucking taken over by the Nazis, and we had to save them. We had to save them. So did the Russians, mind you, and so did the Americans. But these fuckers, we had to dig the fucking European countries out of their shit. And now they're trying to impose laws on us. We never had to go through all that shit with Nazi Germany. We didn't have any invasions. So we feel a certain pride that we've defended this country. And now we've got the European fucking Union trying to tell us fucking what laws we can have or what we can't have, and what's the minimum wage and what's this and what's that. When we were ahead of the game, we were ahead of all these fucking countries. So it's crazy. Release the Kraken. Right, I'm going to let Vlad on soon. Oh, by the way, guys, Peter Schofield is straight. Or is he gay? Oh, he's gay. He's gay. Peter Schofield's gay. If you don't know who Peter Schofield, most of you do in the chat, because I can see you're British and about my generation. When I was a kid, I grew up with Peter Schofield. He was a TV children presenter, and he used to have this little puppet, and you'll see it in the thumbnail, Gordon the Gopher. And he used to have this little puppet, and then this wee fucking squeaky puppet. Apparently he's gay. Well, I always thought he was fucking. I would be more surprised if he came out and said he was straight. I thought he was kind of gay anyway. I thought he's one of these sort of, because I didn't know if he was married or not. To be honest, I was totally ignorant of his personal life. I just seen what I seen on the TV, and I just thought he was a bit of a fucking wrist flapper, kind of like just one of these guys that doesn't want to tell people he's gay. He just appears gay. So I always thought Philip Schofield was gay, so it was no big fucking surprise. What is surprising is I didn't know he was married for 27 years. 20 fucking 7 years, that cunt's been lying to his wife. That lying, sneaky bastard. And I heard that Philip Schofield, he was a bit of a prima donna. There were certain people couldn't get jobs at the morning programme he was on because Philip Schofield was such a fucking prima donna. He was meant to be like a prick to work beside, to be honest, Philip Schofield. And people are starting to hate the guy. You know what I mean? People are starting to dislike him. So I think he's pulled this fucking I'm gay, you know what I mean? It's like, fucking, we all knew you were a gay, man. Fucking, you're wrist flapping all morning. And he never checks out fucking that Holly's tits. Again, if you were a straight guy, you'd be checking the tits all the time. You'd be like, you'd be getting caught all the time by the camera. You'd be like, you just tell there was no chemistry, there was no fucking big deal. Philip Schofield's gay. And I'd be more a fucking surprised if he was straight, to be honest. Right, we've got Paul Cullen. Paul Curran in the house. I'll show his comment since he's the last to arrive. There you go, Paul. What do you think of old Philip Schofield, people? What's your opinion in chat? I always thought he was gay anyway. He always came across, like, when I was a kid, he was just one of these cheesy TV presenters. I didn't think about if he was gay or not. But as I got older and he was still on TV, I just mind thinking to myself, he looked like an old woman. I never really knew his personal life, if he had kids or if he was married. I just thought he was one of these sort of Cliff Richardy type fuckers, man. Kind of, you just know it. You just know it. They've probably got little fucking boys around at the house or some shit, man. They just didn't tell anybody about it. He's just one of these fucking sneaky gays. Sneaky gays. A fucking sneaky gay. He always looked like a fucking sneaky gay. But aye, that's just what he is. Who cares? It's not news. Exactly. But there are people talking about it. You say who cares, but people are talking. People are flabbergasted. People are flabbergasted. And my God, man, see the virtual signaling this week. My fucking God, the virtual signaling from fucking these celebrities at their award shows. Why isn't there more? Why isn't it more diverse at the awards? Why isn't there more black people getting nominated? Why isn't there more? Fuck off, you fucking virtue signaling fucking pieces of shit. Listen to these, man. I'm sure Denzel Washington, Will Smith, any of these black actors, if they make a fucking decent film, are just like that big black dude. I think he's dead now. That was in The Green Mile. The big giant. Ooh, I think he got an Oscar for playing that part. I'm sure if black people make good movies and play good parts, I'm sure they'll get an Oscar. I think it's more insulting just to give them it just because of the fact of their skin color. I think that's more racist, in fact. Just the token black guy. Hey, we're gonna roll up the token black guy. At least the fucking awards are being fucking honest about fucking what's successful and what's not. Do you know what I mean? Well, these fucking celebrities. This Joaquin Phoenix. Fuck, I don't even want to see the Joker anymore just because of that shite he was talking. Whacking Phoenix, hair-lipped fucking idiot. How you doing, Mick? I like Whacking Phoenix, a fucking hair-lipped moron. Fucking yes, I'm a vegan, I'm this and that. I'm a big social justice warrior. Well, fuck your phone. Do you know what? We should just fucking dodge. Just stop. Just like the way Gillette try to the best a man can be. Fucking bullshit. This bullshit, the best a man can be. Well, same with Gillette. We'll just fucking stop buying their products. We just stop watching their films. All these virtue signaling fucking arseholes. It's P Mars, man. If you're out there and listening, you're a fucking virtual signaling little prick as well. Trapped in a room 101. P Mars, one of his, I think it's his third last video. He had done one about somebody trolling Twitwit. And he's such a virtue signal little arsehole. He's sitting there like, please, life's too short. He's such, and all he's doing is trying to show this free spirit lassie that he's changed and you should give him a chance. And he's got that little hidden message in his little fucking virtual signal. You're so pathetic, P Mars, man. It's fucking cringy. It's pathetic, mate. It's totally fucking pathetic. Trapped in a room. Just another conveniently timed coming out announcement and covered all the papers nicely. They all take a turn to distract people. Yep, that's all it fucking is. A lot of shite. And I see Jamie Brown, he posted a fucking video talking about Philip Schofield sucking dicks or something. Fuck no, taking it a wee bit far. You know what I mean? Taking it a wee bit far. Yeah, I heard Philip Schofield sucks. I heard Philip Schofield sucking dick. Fucking hell, mate. Talking about making a statement. Diversity, divide. Exactly. Because that's all they're doing. They're just making the races resent each other. They're not letting it happen in an organic sort of way. Let things happen organically. Let people win awards organically. Fuck. Just fucking burnt my wall. I let people win fucking awards organically for talent, for fucking the time and effort put in and shit like that, and performance and whatever. Let people win. No, didn't he let people win just because of their fucking skin color? I mean, this fucking Prince William and it needs to be more diverse. Needs to be more diverse. Well, fucking, why don't we just have our own fucking awards? White people awards, fucking black people awards, Asian awards. Fucking, why don't we just have our own fucking awards? Eh? And let's see who makes the most money. There we go. His video pissed me off so much, says Cakes. They must be referring to the Jamie Brown video. I bet P Mars walks pelvis first, says Paul Curran. Biddy Mick, spitting image, outed him, and Jason Donovan worth a watch. They had singing Glad Not to Be Gay. I've got to say, see if fucking Spitting Image was around today. Oh my God, what a field day they would have. The Spitting Image crew. Fucking hell, man. What a field day they would have with the fucking puppets. They wouldn't even need to make a puppet. They would actually they'd use realistic fucking versions of them, and they just look like puppets anyway. They actually look like caricatures nowadays, the fucking politicians. I swear to God. Vic Noid is in the house. Diversity, like the government's prisons. What would anyone do? Go to your own colour. They make the divisions. Yep. I was going to have a trim tonight. I'm getting a bit wild, but I thought, come what? Fuck it. I'll go for the rough. Spitting image called out Prince Andrew, made a song. Aye, I seen D posted that up. Right, guys. Johnny Depp. So, who heard Johnny Depp was getting his ass kicked off his missus, Amber? Fucking, that just shows you this whole female privilege. And this is where I said, fucking Validation Boy had a point. He did have a certain point with certain things. This female toxic fucking toxicity. This female toxicity. It's fucking rife, man. It's rife. But you didn't want to end up turning into a fucking snowflake yourself, moaning about all these fucking things. Because that kind of is the definition of a fucking snowflake. Someone who sits there complaining about all these fucking... It's like you find yourself becoming a fucking snowflake because you see all these agendas coming at you at fucking breakneck speed, and it's hard to process it, and you just find yourself fucking constantly pointing it out and fucking moaning about it. And then you realise that, fucking hell, Jet, you've turned into a bit of a fucking snowflake. Why not just ignore it? Why not just ignore it? I don't know. Why do I not just ignore it? Right. My wife was violent often, says D. Right, guys, I'm going to put the link in the chat. Oh, this coronavirus. What the fuck is with this coronavirus, people? This is a big fucking fraud. I mean, guys, if you listen, I'm going to get a clip of Boris Johnson's speech, because even if you listen, Boris Johnson was kind of implying not to panic, not to make this coronavirus that much of a panic. It fucks trade. It fucks trade. He said it in his speech. Don't make this coronavirus such a panic that it disturbs trade. There you go again. This speech he only done a couple of days ago. So even Boris is linking this fucking disease with trade as well, which is fucking anyway. And why would you want to bring fuckers back from fucking China? Oh, we got British people in fucking China. Bring them back. Bring them back. What the fuck? If a China is in fucking, if a country is got some kind of fucking killer disease, you lock it down. You don't let anyone in. And you don't let anyone fucking out. You know what I mean? You don't fucking start dragging people out and suddenly, oh, Britain have now got 3 cases of the coronavirus. I wonder how that happened. And then it's like, fucking morons. Do they think we're fucking morons, in fact? Fucking hell. So this coronavirus, it's fear-mongering bullshit, just like Ebola, just like fucking all these fucking things. And the way I see it, it's almost like we're at war with these countries like China and shit, because this is what happens when we've got a country, just say we've got an embassy in the Middle East. We've got an embassy in the Middle East, a British embassy, and it gets attacked. And suddenly there's shit happening around that embassy. There's fucking civil unrest. Well, do you know what happens? You start taking all the nationals out of the country. You start taking all the fucking professionals. And it's not a bunch of fucking working class Neds in China. They'll all be top businessmen, all be top fucking guys in certain fields over in China. When they're saying bring back these people, and they'll be just fucking working class Neds. These will be top professionals probably running big facilities and shit. And they're probably British. So to me, this whole China thing, bring back all the Brits, it's almost like when you see an act of war happening, they say, bring the people out the embassies, get them out the country, we're going to go to war with them. It's almost like that. There's something very, very off about this whole fucking thing. It is linked with trade as well. There's no fucking doubt. Rock Lover, mindfulness video about coronavirus is brilliant. Billy the bus driver without his antivirus protection. So I think I've gave a shout out to everybody who's in the chat. Biddy Mick, Paul Curran, Chris Hayes, Cakes Tries, Eternal Padawan, Other Side of Forever, Trapped in a Room, Dagan Morningstar, Mick, Still Water, As Above, So Below, Hail and Place. Zero Infinity is it? Hey, do you got a wee sneaky message? I never seen that. Lauren, nice to see you, mate. You got a little wee sneaky message in. Good to see you, man. Anyway, enough of my rambling. I just do this half an hour ramble to get your juices flowing. I might give you some fucking idea, and you might have that in your head right now. I need to get off my chest. So I'll put the link in the chat, and anybody who would like to join, I would help if I fucking copied the link. Right. I know Vlad is going to be one of the first. I'm going to hit this button, and Vlad's going to be one of the first cunts on. Guaranteed. There's Madame Medusa. Nice to see you. Madame Medusa. Hope you haven't got your bevy tonight, guys. This time I'm trying to get a trend going here. Every fortnight, a couple of drinks. Couple of drinky poos. Oh, I've seen fucking Patricia Stearman. She's on a little roll now with her narcissism videos, and fucking hell. She begins every fucking hangout like, is it working? Is it working? Can people in chat please tell me if the camera is on? Please, can people in chat tell me? Wait, everyone, wait. Give me 10 seconds. I need to see if people in chat can see me. Hey everyone. Hey Chris. Hey Dee.
Hello.
Yeah, you've been talking to yourself for the past half hour. Nobody can hear you in chat, mate.
Oh, I like talking to myself. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
How you doing anyway, mate?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Very good.
How's Chris?
Yeah, good.
Is he on the bourbon tonight? You on the
No,
bourbon?
I'm not on any of that shit tonight. I was fucked last time.
Right, I'm going to put my headphone in, guys, because I had complaints last time. There was fucking echoes and shit. So I'm not getting the blame this time, right? Fuck you. There's Vlad.
Oh, there we go. Crack it open.
Oh,
I'm ready, people.
Cracking. Yeah, cracking.
Oh. It's frozen, so I can't wait to get. See, the freeze is off now. It was frosted. Jed took too long.
Yeah.
Here. Wait, I'll do it right here.
What is it? What is it?
I can't hear you, Jed.
Yeah, Jed, your volume's almost non-existent.
Yeah, can't hear you.
Whoa.
And apparently Cakes is backstage.
And I've never had this before, so this is new to me. Mmm. That smells good, though.
Got makeup on and everything. Looking lovely. Right, wait, I'm going to try and fix the mic. Sorry, you probably can't hear me. Right.
Not really, no.
Sort the mic out, Jed. Fuck's sake.
That's really good.
I love the bottle for Kraken. Oh, I'm stuck.
I have to get a look at Cakes here.
That's the first time I've ever had it. That's smooth.
Cakes, you have
That
done
is
yourself, haven't you?
smooth.
How long did you take to get ready for the show tonight, Cakes?
Since he went about 5 minutes after Jed went live. And then I was done 5 minutes ago. 20 minutes.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cracking is rum.
Good.
It's
I'm
a
clear.
radical spicy rum.
Can everyone in chat hear me? Everyone in chat hear me? Can everyone see me?
I see you.
Yeah. Can't hear you, Jed.
Wait there, guys. Let everyone in chat tell me. Can you see me? I'm taking the piss out of Patricia Steer. She starts every hangout. Fucking...
Shout out to VB. How's it going,
VB? How you doing, VB?
Jump on, VB. Jump on.
Hi, VB.
You must have heard about my toxic femininity rant.
Yeah.
Did you hear about Johnny Depp getting battered for his missus?
Well,
this is what makes me angry. Men should be able to hit women back. If a woman starts hitting a man, but I didn't say they could. I said they should.
No, like a backhand. Just a very strong backhand.
I think that if any person hits you, you are well within your right to hit them back, no matter what their gender is.
No, see, my wife was like 5 foot, almost nothing. Like, me hitting her would have been, I'd have sent her across the fucking room. Like, I just had to let her get on with it.
That's why you say to stop him from hitting you.
That's not okay. It's not okay to allow yourself to come to harm because of somebody else. Like, if I hit down, I was
you end it with the first time it happens, you just end it with them immediately and say, fuck off.
Well, I heard the recordings. It was like a recording, a session they were having. I think they were having some kind of fucking session. And it was like a back and forth between Johnny Depp and his missus, and she's like, she can't help herself but attack him and shit like that. And he's like, hey, but I just need some room sometimes. She's like, no. But the way it's been portrayed in the news, he was beating her up. He lost his contract with the Pirates of the Caribbean, which good thing anyway, I suppose. But it kind of wrecked his career. And it was everyone took the side of the female in the media and all that shit. I mean, everyone took her side just because it's a woman.
That's another reason you don't hit back, because you're always going to come across as a bad guy no matter what was happening beforehand.
That's true.
Because even when you didn't hit them, you're the bad guy. So imagine if you do fucking hit them, you're fucking 10 times the bad guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you drinking tonight, Cakes? You got any poison?
Yeah, I just had to turn the light off in the other room because it looked like I had a halo above my head, and I didn't want to give that whole
Jesus
thing
complex.
that I'm trying to be blood. Yeah, I have.
That's
a
only the
pint of
Catholic.
espresso.
That's just the Catholic Jesus that has the halo.
Well, yeah, but yeah, no, I have a pint of espresso martini, and I've already had 2 pints. So
Espresso martini.
Yep.
What Dee's holding something up? What's this? A glow stick for your rave days or something? What's that?
No, that's just a hint of what I'm on tonight.
What the fuck is it?
LSD.
It's a straw.
A
The end of a
straw.
straw.
All right.
What, you fucking sniffing cocaine or what?
Oh,
I wouldn't possibly say on Jed's hangout. I wouldn't want to get in
Jesus
trouble.
Christ, man. You could have used a £20 note rolled up or something.
Yeah, fucking hell.
I'm a cheapskate.
So Rock Lover is saying, as for Philip Schofield coming out as gay, my dad said they invented wheelbarrows to move shit uphill.
Yeah.
The fuck does that mean?
It's obvious. It was obvious. Like, I mean, it's like you said earlier. It's like it was saying. It's like I thought. I didn't realize he was married with kids. It was when I found out he was married and he'd been pretending to be fucking straight for years. I was like, you cunt! How can you do that to your fucking family? What a fucking piece of shit!
Well, no, mate. So he's been like pumping his wife, hinking about fucking Bruce Forsyth and that.
Yeah, well, we must have been. Like. Well, this is the thing. You're either born gay or it's a choice. What is it? What is it? Come on, God, come on, gay community, make up your fucking minds.
I know that's and it seems to come out at the time where everybody wants to be gay, and it seems to be the thing now. So why wouldn't he want to come out and be gay? Anyway, I want your opinions on the whole Brexit thing. I'll just start with the top with D. Right, D. What do you think of the Brexit?
I've got to say, personally, when the whole vote went on, I was still brainwashed. It was before I'd woken up. Yeah, I did get off my arse and vote. It was the only time I'd voted since I was 18, and I voted to remain in Europe. I was that brainwashed. Now I'm like, fucking yes, fucking we're out, fucking about fucking time. So yeah, next.
That's crazy how you can flip though, from one side to the other. I was the same. I voted independence in 2000. I think it was 15 for Scotland, and see nowadays, would a fuck vote independence? So it's just amazing how quick the political scene can change, like fucking dramatically.
Yeah, it was my access to information beforehand. I'd never looked into anything. It was I just went with the flow. Like I was thinking, why the hell do we want to make the world a smaller place? Like by breaking off from this, I was all like Star Trek kind of thing. I was like I said, I was pushing the New World Government, even though I didn't know it even existed. Like I'd not got into that conspiracy yet. So yeah.
Like, if we believe in the New World Government, do you right? Is this happening? Like, is it like we think the New World Order control all this shit? So, is this going against what they want? Like, if they wanted it to happen, would they want it to happen? Sort of thing. This is
my theory. Yeah, my theory is we're going to be the people that are taught a lesson to. This is where we're going to see England crumble, Britain destroyed, and everything just crumble between us, because it's going to show that people who break off from the norm don't work out. And I think that's the way it might head.
Well,
I
think
disagree.
It's a false sense of sovereignty they're just giving us. It's like with all the deals and stuff like that, really, we're just leaving without leaving. And nothing's going to change. It's just a smoke screen of, here you go, fucking have your sovereignty. You haven't really. It's just fucking bullshit, you know? That's what I reckon.
See, I think that now that we've left, that we're going to be able to, our government are going to lower our human rights laws and lower our laws for the people, and that will work in more with New World Order, giving people even less power than they have right now. So I think we are the quintessential country of where this is going to start going. Other people are going to think our independence is great. I think we'll blossom, but I think it will be a fake blossom. And I think people are going to be like, we want what England has, and I think that's what it will be. And I voted Remain, by the way.
Do you watch the Houses of Parliament or anything like that? Do you listen to any of the discussion, debate?
Sometimes.
Right, well, this is what I get when I watch it. And this happens. See, Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn is such a fucking pathetic piece of shit, that guy is. Every time he stands up to speak, it's like he always begins every fucking speech with, let's spare a moment for the 10 South Americans who died in the jungle at the weekend. Or let's spare a moment for the guy that tripped over his fucking packet of crisps as he was trying to fucking catch the bus this morning. Let's spare a moment. So he always sets the tone every fucking speech with, let's spare a thought for this fucker. Let's spare a thought. Why is he still even in the Houses of Parliament? He got fucking shafted so hard. He should be crawling away somewhere under a rock. You know what I mean? Really? So why is Corbyn still even there? This is the reason why Boris became so popular, because he tools like Corbyn. Like, if there was better opposition, the people would have a harder choice. I mean, but when you've got Wells like that, Corbyn standing there, oh, let's spare a thought for the terrorist who was killed on the bridge. He only stabbed 2 people. It's like, what the fuck? Get this guy to fuck. And then people are voting for him like cakes. Like, I didn't understand that.
I voted for him because of the alternatives. I really like Labour's policy, and I don't think it's about the person who leads the party. I think it's about the policies. Me personally,
you like the policies because they're hard left, and that's a problem with Labour nowadays. It's too hard left. It's too hard on the left. Even people that voted Labour their whole lives are saying it's too fucking left wing. People prefer Labour when they're more central left. Like right now, Labour's are way over to the left. Like, bring in all the immigrants, fucking raise up the minimum wage to 50 quid an hour. Fucking kind of, it's like they're just trying to push so many socialist agendas. It's even Labour voters are voting Tory, which is fucking weird.
Hang on, because what you've just said is exactly what people who have voted Tories have said. Yet Tories have also said that they want the minimum wage at £10 an hour as well. Both parties want the minimum wage at £10 an hour. And if you look at past immigration, more immigrants have legally came into the country whilst Tories have been in power. And the other thing you said was that people prefer them when they're centre-left. I think people prefer all parties when they're centre-left or centre-right. I don't think normal, everyday people like parties when they're too much something and too much something else. That there's no common ground with any of the parties anymore. Do you know what I mean? There's no... Because neither party is good. You know, you're voting for the lesser of evil.
It's like the lesser of the two evils. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, people are voting Boris because Corbyn's so shite.
All of this lesser of two evils bollocks. That is all bollocks. Buying into left-right paradigm, that is bollocks.
No, when people vote, I never voted at all, so I never bought any left or right paradox. I'm just saying that the people, like, why did this vote happen? Well, people started voting Boris for some fucking reason. Why did they vote Boris? Because they had such a fucking weak opposition. It's just like how Trump's in power right now. It's exactly the fucking same with the Democrats. The Democrats are just like the Labour Party right now. They're scurrying around. They're fucking stabbing each other in the back. They don't know fucking... They're heed for their arsehole. They didn't get where to fucking... The Democrats are exactly like the Labour Party right now. They're too far left. They're too pro-immigration. And the people have spoken. They're sick of fucking immigration. I think this is one of the biggest fucking reasons why Trump and Boris are in power. Fucking immigration. That's all you need to fucking... It's immigration. Because everyone voted Trump for this fucking wall and the Mexicans and fucking all this shit. And everyone voted Boris for the Europeans and the Middle Eastern fucking immigrants that are coming. Even Pakistanis, third generation, were voting Boris. You know what I mean? Like the Pakistanis whose granddads came here, fucking, they're sick of all the immigrants. You know what I mean? It's like it's driven. This whole fucking political scene is driven mostly by this immigrant issue.
I agree completely. It is all immigration, and there are there's a lot.
Again, that's another fallacy. I'll tell you, with the Brexit vote, I got caught up myself. I voted leave because I got caught up with the fact that if we try and get some sovereignty back, we can get power back to the people instead of it being Brussels, that we have more of our own power and we can overthrow our own government the way that politics and government is supposed to work when they're supposed to be scared of us because they work for us, and we can remove them like France are trying to do. Like if French people, if they have a problem, they go fucking mad and they get it sorted out. We have a problem, we just go, oh, that's another thing we got to do. And fucking,
I don't think France gets it sorted out. They don't get it sorted out. France have got immigrants lining the streets, kids. France have actually got children, immigrants living in the streets. So I don't see how fucking Paris or France have got sorted out. Britain and Scotland, you wouldn't see immigrant kids on the fucking street. The social services would be around picking them up and fucking putting them somewhere. So I wouldn't say France have got it fucking made. Like,
well, Merkel Merkel let all the fucking immigrants in spread all across Europe, didn't she? I mean, she fucked that.
France is just a melting pot of these left-wing fucking Antifa fucking groups running around causing fucking shit every chance they get. Paris is just on riots all the fucking time lately.
Yeah, the whole immigrant thing, I'd agree that is a part of the dismantling of society or whatever all over Europe. I do get that, the white genocide type argument.
No, I don't think there's white genocide, because see, if I was the immigrant, I'd be wanting to come here as well. I'd be wanting to fucking come here too.
Of course you would. You can't blame them.
But I would think as a human, like, it wouldn't be realistic because I'm a totally different culture. They've blown up my fucking country for starters. If some other country blown up my fucking country, and the reason why I was going to these countries because they fucking blew them up, I would have a deep disdain in the back of my fucking head for these people that I'm going to. And this is where the problem lies.
If I was one of these people, I wouldn't be a refugee. I'd be one of these people picking up a weapon and fighting for my fucking country, like they all should be doing. Like, I mean, yeah, you're gonna get killed, but that's the price of fucking freedom. Sometimes it's the price of getting what you fucking want.
So we're just getting the coward immigrants. The proper immigrants are staying and trying to fight for the fucking country and get it back.
Yeah, they don't say that.
We're getting the degenerates.
Yeah. The coward.
Is that not what happened during World War though? The people who couldn't fight during the World War I and World War II were evacuated to other countries and areas.
Well, it's not just women and children coming in cakes. It's not just women and children coming into our country. And that would look genuine. Like, we got streams of women and children coming in. We'd be like, fucking hell, and it's easier to feel sorry for women and children, but just let them in. But most of these immigrants are young fucking fighting guys, like guys in their fucking 20s and 30s. I mean, like, fucking. I don't know.
Same as coming over across the border here in the United States from Mexico. And the thing is, a lot of them are not even from Mexico. They're from Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador. And they're I guess animals. They're like animalistic down there. I mean, the ones from Mexico, at least they have some kind of civilized manner about them, even though they're coming illegally. But they're civilized. They don't cause a lot of problems. But the ones further south, they're like
cakes. Could you mute or turn your thing off? Cheers.
They're like absolute animals that come. They're ones that's killing people, robbing, and all that stuff like that. Those are the ones you see. So they're not really the Mexicans. They're doing that.
Well, from our point of view, they're animals, right? But in their world, they're just surviving. And this is what we need to remember as well. Like, we've got too fucking comfy. We sit here with our fucking our cell phones and our fucking takeaways and our fucking things like that. These people are coming from countries, their brains in fight or flight mode. And fight or float, fight or flight. We're not in fight or flight. We're just sitting a bit comfy. These people are coming over here with this fight or flight mode, can anything to survive. So it's totally different. We see it as animals, uncivilized, but they see it as they're just trying to survive.
The thing is, they're coming up here, even there, they're going somewhere else to escape that. And they're still perpetuating that. That's where the issue is. And if they come up here away from that and then they lived, like normal everybody else, it wouldn't be bad. I mean, all the stuff I'm making, all this, you guys are talking about the rape gangs and stuff. I mean, looking into that, it's insane what's going over there with all the rape gangs and stuff. I mean, that's not okay. Doesn't matter where they come from. They're supposed to be stopping all that shit because it is happening where they're coming from.
I don't know what annoys me more, Vlad, the rape gangs or the police that just ignore it.
Oh, yeah, well, the police ignore it.
That's even, to me, that's even more fucking...
That's where you stop it with the police, but they're not doing anything. It's worse, I feel. It's not good that they're doing it, but there's a way of stopping it and they're not doing it. That's even worse to me.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you start stopping it, it will stop. Especially if you have some harsh consequences to it, not just... nothing, or go to jail for a year or so. I mean, you gotta really put the hurt on people.
Do you think religion has anything to do with this mindset in like these South American countries? Because I know these Latin countries are more Catholic, and even even these South American gangs are religious as fuck. They go to church every day. Kind of, they go M42 tattoos on their face, and they're going to the church.
Yeah, they think they have a right to take certain people out. If they don't agree with them, then they feel they have a right to take them out. I mean, that's what the Muslim stuff is about too. I mean, if you're not on their side, if they think you're different from them, that's when they start killing you. I mean, just from the stuff I've been seeing.
But we're always going to be different for them, like culturally, I think. Unless they want to integrate, and this is where the fucking problem lies as well. They come over here and they create their own wee communities, their own shops, their own this, and there's no integration. If they came over and integrated with the people and fucking tried to learn, see, but if I was over in Kenya, I'd wear the fucking local dress. If it offended people that I was wearing fucking Adidas and all that shit, I'd wear a big fucking white gown or whatever the fuck.
The problem I have with it is in the Quran it says, whoever does if you leave your land to go to another, you must follow the laws of that land. That is. I mean, it may not be exactly how it's worded, but I'm pretty sure it's very close. That's how it's worded in the Quran. So why don't people follow the laws of our land? But then there's another passage in the Quran that says, "Those who do not follow Allah shall be beheaded," or something close to that. Which is another. I mean, all of these religious books contradict themselves, which is a shame. Well, I say it's a shame. It's not really a shame.
Dagan Morningstar says, where I live is 99% white, not much diversity in Norfolk. I think we all need to start moving there.
Well, I went into town on Thursday and I counted how many different coloured people there were. I'm using that because I'm not just talking about black people. I counted 5 walking through the city centre. 5. The rest were white.
I noticed that about Cornwall as well when I was down there last summer, that it was quite a white place, Cornwall.
Yeah. Next time I'm in town, I'm taking my mobile phone and I'm going to walk through my city centre and then I'm going to post a video and say, call it I don't know, no blacks allowed, or can you find a whiter city than this, or something like that. It's a bit of a challenge, right? Yeah.
I'll do this. I'll do the same, D, and then you can put our cities side by side. Because honestly, you'll see 5 white people, and that's it.
What I think's crazy is why, and it's against white people because why aren't they talking about the Irish? I remember seeing, I'm not saying I remember as a memory, but I've seen programs where they used to have signs on pub doors: no Irish, blacks, or dogs.
And dogs.
Yeah, it's like fucking. And Irish were persecuted for so long. And do you hear anything for the Irish? Didn't you hear anything?
Well, Dan calls me racist all the time.
I just had my first experience with the reverse racism. Me and my girlfriend went to the Mardi Gras parade that they have down here in downtown Mobile, and I didn't know that it was segregated. And I guess we're a spot where there's black people at. And this old black lady came up to my girlfriend and told her that we didn't belong there, that we needed to go to the spot where all the white people are at. I was like, what the fuck? Seriously, she told me that.
You need to know your place, Vlad. You need to know
I
your
guess
place.
not. There was a lot of black people. I'd probably say it's probably about 85% black people, 15% white people.
But
yeah,
And you
old black
missed your
people
chance to be the modern day Rosa Parks or whatever her name is. You could have stood your ground, Vlad.
I did. I was recording it. I had like on a stick, I had like 4 feet in the air, so I'm like 10 feet in the air, so it's above everybody, recording the parade and stuff. And yeah, I just stood there. I really didn't know what she said, and she told me later on. That's what she told that's what she was told. She told her twice, and I was like, "What the fuck?" My girlfriend just kind of walked away from her and just was enjoying it from closer. So I was kind of far back away from it, so I can get a good view. But yeah, it was crazy. That's the first experience with that.
So Validation Boy says, when will the White West finally come to terms with reality and round up all the brown people to ship them out?
Hey, Lincoln tried to do that. They assassinated his ass.
No. Do you know what happened? Fucking the Americans gave black people a chance to start their own country. It was called Sierra Leone. Was it? No, Sierra. That was a British one. There's another one right next door to it. Even its flag looks like the American flag. It's got the blue and white stars. It's not Angola. It's one of these fucking countries. But they sent over black Americans to start their own country. And do you know what happened? They started being racist to the fucking the original Africans. A class system happened where the Americans went over and they looked down on the Africans that were already there. So it became a failed state. There are fucking wars and fucking all sorts, and now it's just a failed fucking state. I can't remember what it was called. I'll come back to me later. But it's like they've been given the chance. It's almost like they don't really know how governments run, because African countries were never run with white European forms of government. They were run by tribalistic terms. So that's why I think Africans can't really fucking keep a government going without some uprising or something.
Yeah, I'm thinking that segregation is actually
Liberia. That's it. Sorry, Vlad. It was Liberia.
Yeah, that's it. Not Libya, it's Liberia. Yeah. Which is supposed to be, being liberal. That is reference to being liberal. Was that's why it's called Liberia.
Oh, like freedom, like
yeah.
Because they're like freed slaves. They were freed slaves. They got to start their own country, and they
I couldn't remember what it was exactly what it's called.
And they fucked it.
Yeah.
And
Liberation.
The British done the same. It was with Sierra Leone. They gave them a chance to start their own country, and they started being racist to because they were educated. They sent them back over educated and they looked down on the Africans that were there in fucking Sierra Leone. So I think racist, and even here, like you hear Validation Boy in the chat saying, ship all the brown people away. But fucking, we want to ship all the Polish away from Britain. You know what I mean? They're white.
Well, you got to do the Native Americans too, because they're from Asia. They're from Asia. Originally.
I suppose they're for the Mongoloid race. I think. All right.
So, and nobody is native. There's people who got here first. And there's actually now they're saying that there's evidence of French being here thousands of years ago. There's evidence of French people. The French. That's in the Dakotas, which is in the middle of the United States. The northern part, but up high and in the middle, there's evidence of our French artifacts are 1,000 years old.
Well, I'm sure in France, the oldest cave paintings in the world, by man, have been found in France. I'm sure handprints have been spat with dye and animal fucking. Well, I'm sure it's the oldest known art of man has been found in France. So there might be something to that, Vlad. There might be something to it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, Chris, what you reading?
I was fucking looking at chat. Chat's a rock in the chat.
Is he saying anything decent? There's Jez. Jez has been fucking banging at the videos. Do you like my
Yeah.
coin videos? Do you like my coin videos?
I'm fed up of
no.
having to wait, Jed.
Yeah, Jed, on your third coin video, the one after the American dollar, that's the coin I've got. Like, that's the same as you.
Oh, is it?
So,
Is the guy on the horse?
yeah, guy. Oh, actually, let me put it on the guy on the horse side.
Aye.
Yeah, that one there.
What? I'm not sure what that is. Is that 25 pence or something like that? Or fucking.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm not sure exactly. I need to check it out because that's the one my dad bought me for the year I was born. Because that's from 1977.
Cool.
But I've also got this Diane Charles one as well. That's another commemorative one. That's from 81. And it is Lady Diana Spencer. So it was before they were married, I think.
Well, I had the wee man at the coin shop today because he had 20 quid, his pocket money, and he wanted to spend it on fucking coins, right?
And nice. Oh, I'm so glad he's got the bug, man.
And do you know what? He's got the bug. And he bought like the Diana, commemorative Diana one. It's got a sapphire in it. Getting all this shit for like £1, mate. You go on the internet, they're selling them for, the Royal Mint sell them for like 80 quid, these Diana fucking things. But they're 22 karat gold plated. So someone buys these things for the Royal Mint or whatever, a Queen Mother or a Diana, they take it to the fucking coin guy. The coin guy gives them 2 quid for it because that's what it's worth in its metal value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it was worth fucking £80 on the internet when you first bought it, but it's my son bought 3 of them for £1 each today, and I looked on the internet, they're like £60, £50, £80. But when you try and sell them on, they're not worth fuck all, mate.
No, the commemorative market is a finicky market, apparently. Yes, that's why I stick to the actual silver, and I'm going to be getting gold when I get gold because then you're buying the metal, not just the what's the word, the aesthetic value or the collectible value or anything like that. So
yeah, well, I've noticed pre-1930 something. British coins, a lot of the shillings and stuff were silver, so keep an eye out for them, mate. Like a lot of the pre-war coins, British coins were silver. So same with American ones. The American ones have got silver in them as well.
Well, see, for me, I'm going to be sticking to the new ones that come out, like the Britannias and this kind of stuff. It's I want to get there's a Brexit 50p. It's not worth. It's 60 quid for a solid silver 50p for the Brexit edition. And if they still got stock on Tuesday, I'm going to buy one from the Royal Mint, even though it's probably worth 15, 20 quid at most, like if I took it to a shop. But I'd want that one as a keep.
Is that a silver? Is that a solid silver?
Yeah, solid silver, 60 quid in a box and everything. So
that'd be cool, man. But see, that would only be worth about 15 quid in weight, silver weight, probably.
Yeah, if that. Yeah.
Aye. But still a cool thing to have.
Yeah.
So
I picked up a Peter Rabbit 50p. Have you seen those, Steve?
Oh yeah, you can get in your change. Always check your change. It's like I found one the other day in my change, a 50p. That one's worth more than 50p. Is it going to focus?
The Peter Rabbit one's going for a few quid.
It's the Olympics. It's an Olympic one anyway. But
that's what I was going to say. If you build a rapport with a local news agent and just say that you're a coin collector or your kid's a coin collector, a lot of the time your local news agents will check their 50p's because we do it at work. Often people come in asking if we've got a specific coin, and because I don't really have much of an interest in collecting them, I'll check through the till and give them the coin. So always try and check your local peoples.
Yeah.
Because that will help.
Aye, well, the coin guys are really cool in Edinburgh. Like every time I take my son, he goes in with his wee fucking Peaky Blinders hat and his ginger hair, and they just fall in love. He's like an old man. My son's like a wee eccentric. He's like he's a strange wee guy. He's cool. But he's not like normal boys. You know what I mean? He loves his history and he's learning Russian upstairs. He's just sitting learning Russian just off his own back. I'm like, why are you learning Russian? Because I want to. It's like you're just such a little eccentric man. But anyway, we've got right into the coin collecting, so I'm going to have to add a few more to that video, Cakes, that you're waiting for. Like, I've got a few more that we've just bought.
Yeah, the 10-minute long videos doing my head in because I'm like, you've got all of them in front of you, Jed. Just tell me all of them. Stop this.
I just thought it'd be boring. I thought it'd be boring.
No,
like
you're such a tease.
I thought it'd be boring, like a whole hour of me talking about the coins.
I don't care. I want to see them all.
There's this guy. There's a couple guys here that they buy. They go to the banks and they get bulk or the coins, like dollars and quarters, and they're looking for all the silver. And they'll buy a box. They sit there and go through each one of them. You know, but they kind of jump around. But that's an hour and a half long. I've sat there and watched them all. Now,
I've watched it. They're addictive.
It's cool to hear them get excited though. It's because they're like, yes, I've been looking for this for 20 years. They're like,
it
I can't believe I got this. They're like, holy shit. So they have all their stuff that they saved. It's really good. And you'll have a couple $100 or a couple $1,000. One guy had like $3,000 worth of coins. He paid like $200 for 2 blocks of coins. Like, but you just turn the other ones in, so he didn't lose any money. But he got a lot. It's just all these old silver coins that he's been getting that they get. So yeah, I've watched them. It's an hour and a half long.
Well, they
I
don't
watch
really
a
lose
lot of
money.
that one where they're cracking the coins open and stuff because you can find 2 or 3 coins in the whole pack, and that'll pay for what you just bought. Basically, there's 2 or 3 coins kind of.
Well, there's not really any money lost because they go through all the coins and whatever they don't find, they just take it back to the bank and get their money back. So
they don't really. They turn it in for more. They turn it in for more.
Exactly. Well, if you find $1, if they're going through a row of dollars and they find a solid silver dollar that's worth $10 or $15. I mean, there's your money already. You're already, you can't really lose doing that.
Yeah, well, you can't.
You can't really lose. So it's cool to watch. I watch them all the time. They're addictive, but the guys speed. They speed through the coins, like flicking through them, because it is boring to watch them just going through one by one. Like they speed through them, and then the camera, then it's slow.
When you get a good one, they'll do the little vignette on it.
Yeah. And I watched a metal detecting once today. Someone mentioned in the chat that I need to get the wee man a metal detector, but he's already got one. He's just a lazy little shit.
You gotta take them out.
Exactly.
You gotta make it exciting.
Exactly. No, I do. I took him to the beach and everything, but he's just. You get what kids are like nowadays. They like the PlayStation and all that shit as well.
See, I'd rather go. I still to this day. I was gonna. We had gotten a metal detector, and there's a old Civil War thing. It's a fort, and but you're not allowed to go metal detecting around there because there's stuff that's artifacts. Like the pieces of cannon and stuff like that, and old lead. The big round bullet.
Slug shots.
So they have a lot of that in the museum there at the fort. But you're not allowed to go metal detecting. It's right there on the beach. I was going to do a Google Maps and put the link.
The good thing about the beach is it's always turning. It's always changing. So if people have already been down there with a metal detector, the tide will come in and wash another layer of sand off. Well,
this is closer to the fort. Which I'll go and see if I can get it, and I'll put it in the thing. You can show it.
Cool.
I'll get right to it so I can. You don't have to do anything with this. Go to the thing.
The great thing with the UK as well is there's loads of maps available of old Roman roads. If you check those places out and stuff, like they're everywhere. They're everywhere. I mean, and you can find all sorts. I've got a mate across the road who goes out, and he's always coming back with things. I'll have to actually get him maybe to do a video one day, but he's a bit of a druggy, so I don't know whether I'd actually want to get him on camera.
He's a druggy.
I mean, well, he's a proper one, like ex-smackhead and all that kind of thing. Like, so he's on the
He's on the methadone.
Yeah,
he's on the methadone. I'm not a junkie. I'm on the methadone.
You know
Valium.
You know.
I knew the other members of I used to know it was on. They were ex-junkie. It was on methadone.
Aye. It's like I bumped into one of my old schoolmates, and he's been a junkie for years, and I bumped into him, and he was like, "Oh, all right, Jen. I'm off the drugs now." I'm like, thinking to myself, "Are you fuck? You're fucked right now." I'm on the methadone program. It's like, fucking hell, you're still a junkie then.
Yeah.
If anything, you're worse.
This is liquefied heroin.
In fact, it's probably purer than the shit they buy on the street because they mix
Well, it's more
heroin
addictive.
on the
It's, yeah,
street.
apparently it's harder to get off methadone. That's why he's still on it. He's been on it for years, and he's been on methadone longer than he was on heroin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
You
tell you
got
what,
the links in
my,
the back chat, on a private chat.
What was that? Are you putting a link in? Right.
Yeah, it's in the private chat part.
So Rock Lover say Muslims are too much stress and they get aggressive. And it's funny because, as he says here, he had to threaten them with a crowbar to dent their cars again to get them to pay. Well, the other day there, Friday there, in fact, there was a bunch. We share our yard with a garage, and there was a bunch of Pakistani guys waiting for their car, and they were obviously having a dispute with the garage guy about money. And I don't know if they were trying to haggle him or whatever, but next minute there was about 5 mechanics just rolling the Pakistani's car out the yard, like just rolling it out. They didn't even it was obviously broken, so they just rolled it out and left it outside. You know what I mean? It's like, but this is how far they go. I think this is how far they push people into the point where people are like, "Fuck this! I'm not dealing with you anymore." They just rolled their car out the fucking yard. So I get that with this whole, because the Pakistanis like their cars. I don't know if that culture is down your way, but up our way, all the Pakis drive nice cars and tinted windows, and even when they're no nice cars, they're usually done up nice. You know what I mean? With the lights and fucking all this shit. There's usually a convoy of them driving past you, 4 or 5 of them, with all the fucking, because they don't really drink, so they spend their money on their cars and shit.
Yeah, we have them in work a lot, and they are forever trying to barter with you. They're like, "How much is the soap?" And I'm like, £7. They're like, "No, £1. No, £7." Like, the price is the price. You can't change the price. They don't live in a barter system, and I find them to be very rude as well. It's no please and no thank you. It's get this, get that, get this, and then at the till as well. I've had people literally look at me and point and go, "Bag." I'm like, sorry, did you want a bag?
I find that with most foreigners, though, because I think in Britain we've got this culture of manners and fucking P's and Q's, and I just think a lot of foreigners, we don't understand why they don't say thanks or please or stuff like that, but it's just not in their culture. So it's not really their fault, I think, for the rudeness.
There's such snowflakes, aren't we, over in expecting pleases and thank yous. Sorry, Chris.
I was going to say, I have lots of foreign people, a lot of Asians, a lot of Polish, a lot of Europe come through where I work. I have to deal with quite personally with them, and a lot of them are pretty sound, to be fair, still polite and everything like that. Every now and again, you get some absolute weapons. Like I had someone come in for an appointment. He came in half an hour late, and it's like, "I'm here to get my gym program." I was like, "Yeah, your appointment was half an hour ago. I'm waiting for someone else now. You've missed your appointment." He's like, "I'm here for my program." I was like, "No, you missed it. It was at 7. It's now 7:30." And he's like, 7:30, same thing. And it just fucking cracked me up. It's just like, "No, you've missed it, mate." And he's like, "No, same thing." It's like, "No, it's not. It really isn't."
So what do you do? What do you work as? Do you work in a gym or something, or what is it?
I work in a gym. I work in a gym in a leisure centre.
In a leisure
He's
centre.
still not as ripped. He's still not as ripped as you, Jed.
Rich.
Ripped.
Oh, ripped. I know. That's the roll-ups. He needs to go off the roll-ups.
But feel free to take his clothes off so we can test to see which one is more ripped.
Yeah, Cake's demands muffled test.
I won't want to embarrass Jed. All right. It's Jed's show. I won't want to embarrass him. All right.
Well, don't mind then. It's fine.
Jed always thinks he's the prettiest guy on the stream, and I think
I'm always the prettiest guy in the stream.
Have you seen this?
I can't help it.
No, I'm joking. You are a beautiful man, Jed. I gotta say.
Calm down, Philip.
I know. Aye. Have we spoken about Philip Schofield? We have, eh?
No,
we did but not really.
He's probably been
into it a lot.
What's your memories of Philip Schofield, people? Like, start with D. What's your best memory of Philip Schofield?
It was when he sung Ulysses 31. Do you remember Ulysses 31? Google it. It's on YouTube. There's a clip of him singing Ulysses 31. Honestly, you've got to go and watch it. This was back in the day, like.
And why was that so memorable?
Because Ulysses 31 was one of my favourite cartoons. It was based on the Odyssey, wasn't it? So it was all good.
I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Ulysses. So was this a cartoon?
Ulysses 31. Yeah. Go. Oh, it's epic. Epic.
Right. What about you, Chris? Philip Schofield. You fancied it when you were a bear, now?
No, the fucking broom cupboard, wasn't it? What was it? The program in the morning.
Aye. It was. I don't know what it was called. I can't remember. Cakes only remember. Cakes is too young for that shit. Live. That was it. So I'm going live or live in the morning or some shit like that.
And then it was fucking Andy Peters after that, wasn't it?
Aye.
He's the next one that's going to be coming out as gay. I put that in the chat earlier.
That is probably bang on. That is probably fucking bang on. I've not said it yet. I don't know what to steal your thunder, but I was just as Chris was saying that about Andy Peters, the thought was coming in my mind. I was thinking he's next, and you said it. It was like fucking hell. Aye, he's definitely the next one.
Earlier, so,
because he's another one that's never came out as like openly gay or anything, has he?
No, and he's massive. He's behind the scenes in everything. He's a massive producer. He's rich as fuck. Like he's big time, big time.
And can you remember him being as ripped? Like when I was younger, he wasn't ripped like he is now. It's like he's almost went backwards in age. He's got younger.
That adrenochrome. It's that adrenochrome. He's reached that level.
His fucking arms are like that. He's fucking huge.
Yeah, the guy's a beast now.
He's a fucking beast.
I haven't seen him on TV for about 15 odd years. He come on, I was like, fuck me. Dude's a fucking beast. Like Craig David. You seen Craig David when he come back? It's like, fucking hell, mate.
Nah.
Craig David made a comeback, didn't he? And he's like fucking hench.
But he's gay, yeah. Craig David.
Oh, they're all fucking gay. The music fucking artists, they're all getting fucked left, right, and centre.
I was having this discussion with my missus earlier, and this is a stupid discussion of your missus. You're probably thinking, what a shame on your missus, Jed. But anyway, I was telling her about this fucking chair ritual. Have you seen this chair ritual that the singers do?
Oh, yeah.
It's like a dance they do with this fucking chair. They sit with their legs open, the chair backwards, they go forwards, they dance around a chair.
No.
Honestly, it's a Masonic ritual. It's fucking ancient. They used to do it with the concubines and the fucking prostitutes, and it's
is that why we play musical chairs at kids' parties? Like?
maybe, man.
The one that doesn't get a chair gets fucked.
Yeah.
But my point was that it's like
which isn't good.
They all have to show their alliance to like the whole industry by doing these ritualistic videos with like dance around chairs and shit, because that's probably what they're probably within like the sex industry before they got any music. Again, these like Shakira and fucking all these I wouldn't be even surprised if Beyonce done a fucking chair dance before Jay-Z made the highest bid on her. You know what I mean? And fucking got her as a fucking wife. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I mean, you see it all with the fucking covering their eyes, and I mean they're all in on it. The Masonic signs and everything. I mean, you see it. The videos everywhere. That all of them are in on it. I mean, it's crazy.
But I was
almost as if it's a conspiracy.
I know. Like I'm telling my missus looking at me like that, and I'm like, this is like an ancient ritual, and they're just showing their alliance when they do these fucking videos who their masters are. And she's like looking at me like that, and it's like, so you didn't believe there's any human sex trafficking? You don't believe there's any secret societies? Again, if you believe that these things exist, well, it's very plausible that this could happen. You know what I mean? That this could be, again, like these girls, they don't need talent. We know they can't sing. Katy Perry, have you heard of Katy Perry live? I kissed a girl and all that. You know, like fucking, she was at Tea in the Park. And she sang live, and I swear to God, I've heard better fucking 40-stone women in the pub singing better than her. You know what I mean? Like, you just need to look the part. You just need to look the part. And I think once they suck so many dicks in the fucking industry, they're like, right, you've now got to level 2.
Don't
You can
go
now
Jamie Brown on us now.
Jamie Brown.
Didn't see Jamie's Brown. I actually Kate talked me into
Oh
going
my
and
God.
watching his
Aye.
video. Just go and watch it. It's only
Made
like
me
1 minute
angry.
I've seen it.
15
I've
seconds
seen
long.
it. I've seen
Made
it.
me angry.
And I've seen how many thumbs do it go. You fucker! Like
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
I went viral for all the fucking wrong reasons. Like you're like
Literally.
for him it went viral. Like 1,000
Oh,
views
he'll
in a
be
couple of
loving it.
days.
He'll
Oh, he's
be
loving it.
it.
He's loving it.
Yeah. But I like Kate's got me to watch it, so she watched me watch it, and I was just like, what I didn't get it. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing.
I was the same with my missus. Like I was listening in the kitchen on my phone, and my missus was sort of standing across the kitchen. She sort of looked at me. I looked up at her, and we were like, "The fuck is this?"
He said all of about 10 words. He said about 10 words, and that is it.
It came out that Philip sucks men's willies, or he likes socks.
He was 6 or 7, and he just found out gay people exist. And, I don't know. It was crazy.
It's exactly what we said. Yeah.
It was fucking weird. Like,
I was gonna say, you just mentioned Katy Perry, and I know I'm taking it back, but have you noticed that there's a lot of female vocalists who will go away for a little bit, for about a year and a half, and come back with really, really short hair?
Like Britney.
Has anybody noticed that?
It's like Britney and Katy Perry went through that phase.
Katy Perry is one of them, and she had a mental breakdown, and all of a sudden she's got really short hair, and she's taking her music on a different vision and a different path now.
Do you know
my
what?
journey has led me here. And Miley Cyrus as well.
Do you know what it looks like? It seems like, do you know when you get rape victims and they want to shave their hair and make them less attractive to the opposite sex because they've been traumatized somehow by the opposite sex? Well, that's what almost comes across as these artists that go away and shave their hair and come back pansexual and fucking. They almost try to be unattractive to the opposite sex because they're probably sick of the abuse. They're probably sick of sucking dicks. So they're just trying to become really, really unappealing. And they're probably done that.
You're kicking the ass.
Am I sounding like Jamie Brown again? They're probably sick of sucking dicks. So I'm not as bad as Cakes. Cakes was talking about dicks in our mouth last week. Well, 2 weeks ago.
I don't remember. You can't prove that.
You said that because my missus went, I can't believe Cake said that.
I know.
I've probably mentioned dicks like 70 times today already. Like I was playing Xbox earlier.
She's like, "What the fuck are they talking about?"
I don't even remember saying that, honestly.
You said something.
Do you remember the context?
Something along the lines like, I know Dan loves me because he's happy when he's got his dick in my mouth or something like that.
Yeah.
And do you know what? I typed in your chat, I went, Cake, stop talking like a slut. And it never came up because YouTube blocked it.
I don't even remember. I don't like honestly, I try and keep a filter on when I'm on YouTube. I mean, D, how bad am I when we're on Xbox?
It's terrible. It really is.
Every other word is sexually charged.
You're playing first-person shooters as well, so you're always fucking somebody over or this and that. So it's very easy to lead into sexual talk when you're gaming. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've heard enough to know already. That
almost as if it's designed that way.
You what, Chris?
You are complete filth. I've heard enough to know that you are complete and utter filth.
Did you hear that last week, Chris?
Oh yeah, she's on about her stream as well. She's talking about getting fucked and going upstairs and getting fucked.
Aye, that's the only time she's happy. Aye.
Yeah. Oh damn.
I mean, I was going to say, but now that you mention it,
I'm gonna get our drink.
Okay, have fun. It's not my fault.
But they were talking about methadone earlier and how bad it is.
Yeah.
My girlfriend has had a lot of operations on her hip. She had a fucked up hip from birth. She had a lot of operations on it and surgeries to try and fix it, and they couldn't. But anyway, she had the fucking heroin button when you're in bed, and she had fuckloads of it. So when she come home, she had huge train spotting style cold turkey, like really bad. She was only, I think, 14 at the time, and it was like train spotting levels of cold turkey. Like she went through it for about 2 days, fucking shivering and puking and boiling and everything. Fucking crazy. It's crazy how strong that stuff is.
And she's lucky she got through it, because a lot of people don't. Like, that's how a lot of people get into it. It's not because they were drug addicts. It's because they were on some pharmaceuticals because of something they had to go in hospital for. So, yeah.
But at the time, it's like one of those things where at the time she probably didn't understand what was going on. It's only until on reflection you think, hang on, I just went through a fucking heroin withdrawal. You know, it's just sort of like at the time you're just going through it. You're just kind of like, you're just getting past the sickness. You didn't really realise that that's what it was. But yeah,
everything the doctors give us is safe, isn't it?
Wow.
Guys, like if you come through like the working class schemes like I do, I don't know if Cakes does. I think she comes from the posh part of Birmingham by the sounds of it, but I come from like a proper working class area, and everybody's affected by heroin. Like everybody, like at least someone's got one person in their family that's probably on methadone or something. And I've got the cousin. And they post on Facebook. Oh my fucking God. Like, see when junkies post on Facebook, oh my God. Because in their minds, they think they're all right. I mean, they think they're cool. But oh my God, my cousin, she's only a few years younger than me. And have you seen these? Is it Musical.ly or Musical.ly or fucking? It's an app. You sing.
It's TikTok now.
Is it TikTok?
Now, yeah.
It's like,
yeah, TikTok.
These fucking songs with these stupid fucking hand movements and when you see a junkie doing this, it's fucking really disturbing. Especially when it's a junkie for your family. It's the most embarrassing fucking thing. So at the same time, I've got this disdain for junkies, but I've got family that's been affected by it, and I wouldn't want to ship them onto a fucking boat and like blow it up. You know what I mean? But you kind of lose your family with heroin. Like that person they were isn't that person anymore. All they're thinking about is their next, like, how can I get a cigarette off them? Okay, like that's the worst thing. Like every time you bump into someone you know that's got a drug addiction, in the back of your mind you're thinking, what are they going to ask for at the end of this conversation? Because it's a pound. You got a spare pound, or you got a spare couple of pound. Again, some of them got the brass neck to ask you for a couple of pound. When I was a kid, it was like 10p, 20p. Now they're asking for fucking pounds. Get what I mean? It's like fuck. Again, I don't know, man. It's a terrible thing. The heroin. It's a terrible thing. But I took it for 30 years. Dell says I'm a heroin addict, so I took it for 30 years, Dell. I'm 37.
You're right though. I've never met anybody. I've never met a junkie.
You never met a junkie? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, I've met a few.
And I was like,
a lot of different kind of drug addicts.
No, I've seen
lucky
people
I've
on
only ever
coke.
got addicted to weed. Yeah, as long that's the only drug I got addicted to was weed, and I'm glad. I never touched heroin, never even tried it, because I knew, like, my personality, I probably would have ended up as a junkie. So yeah.
Yeah, well, same here. I've probably done most things except for things like DMT or heroin and crack. I've done a lot of different things. I used to do a lot of different prescription drugs as well, because funny thing is, when I was younger, we knew a lot of weird people, and people that were on all sorts of drugs used to get prescription drugs and stuff, and we used to trade with them. I used to go and give them some smoke, and they'd give us some stuff, like Valiums or like Active,
amitriptylines and shit like
all sorts of stuff like that. And we trade. I'll trade a bit of smoke for a bit of whatever the fuck they were getting on repeat prescription.
Yep. It was the same. However, but we used to get blues valleys that were a pound each for a blue, 50p for yellow ones. You got diffs. They were called diffs. Have you heard the diffs?
Nah, they might have been something else here.
They were 50p each. The diffs. They're fucking. They make your face itch. Yeah, they're fucking horrible. Prescription drug. It's a totally prescribed. It was jellies. Heard the jellies? Used to be like jelly form. Yeah, people used to inject them.
The thing I was
people were injecting them.
if I could do acid I would. I haven't done it since like 1996, so that's about 26 years
We're
ago.
talking about prescription. Shut up. Oh, you want to go down that road? Oh, we want to talk about the drugs.
Yeah,
No,
so
I've done quite a bit of acid, man. I've done quite. My favourite social drug was ecstasy, man. A fucking speed. I hated speed.
Ecstasy is amazing.
I hated the come down with speed. The fucking come down with speed was disgusting. It was depressive, suicidal thoughts I was getting with speed. Like that's how bad.
It was
Ecstasy.
bad come downs, but never had that.
Fair
I
enough.
mean, I'll be suffering for probably a week because what I've done tonight. My nose, at least. Yeah.
But that was about it. I never really agreed with cocaine. Like I remember getting a free line in the toilet for my mates. I'll come in the toilets. I'll give you a line in the. You're in a nightclub. Can get a free line in a fucking in a toilet somewhere, and it never really agreed with me. I got a wee high for 10 minutes. But I felt like I was over anxious. It's like I was trying. I don't know. Like see with ecstasy, I lost all my. I just felt like I just could relax, and I just lost myself within the people. But with cocaine, I was serious. I was like analysing everything and fucking.
Well, no, it's I don't find that. I find it get a bit more blah 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 blah. But with ecstasy, that drops the masks as far as I'm concerned. Ecstasy, when I'm on ecstasy, that's the true me.
Yeah.
That's the real true me. That's all the shit gone, all the masks gone away. That's what you see is what the true like. Yeah.
See, I look at acid. I can see everybody's mask goes off. I can see them for what they really were. And they should trip me out, which I thought was cool because I'm like, okay, now I know who this motherfucker is.
I liked acid for the fact that it played sort of games with your mind, but the ecstasy was a different fucking ball game because socially ecstasy was amazing. You go to a club, you'd feel uptight, you'd feel maybe drunk, you take a couple of ecstasy, and suddenly people were coming to you. Kind of like you weren't just going to people drunk, people coming to you because you give off this aura when you're fucking.
Oh,
I don't know.
Start fucking hugging everyone. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Everyone's your best mate. I love you, man, and fucking you're buying them drinks. You're fucking like that's the way people should be, really. Without drugs, when they go on a night out. Without drugs.
When I was younger, I used to look at the
town. Sorry, quick.
Sorry, I used to look at the value for money. So, I like ecstasy pills, good value for money. Get a couple of them, you're on a good buzz for a night. Coke, terrible value for money. Spend 50 quid on a fucking gram or whatever it was, and it doesn't last very long, and it's not that great. But another one we used to do was base.
Paste. We had stuff called paste. It was paste, but it was like paste. It was soft, squidgy.
Peel it off, put it in a Rizzler and bomb it.
That was probably my worst. I was up for like 2 nights on paste.
Yeah.
I was like
that. Was the thing. That's why we like it.
It doesn't matter how many joints you smoke a cigarette with one draw.
But that's why we used to love it, because it was such good value for money. That was like 2 days you weren't going to sleep.
You want to go to sleep at some point, though.
The thing is, as well, you could get it everywhere in the 90s because it was in all the diet pills and everything, and that's what they were giving to all the females who wanted to lose weight was speed. So you could just get shit fucking everywhere, like.
But it was a horrible come down with the speed. Horrible come down. Like
I thought speed was horrible because there was one day where we thought we was getting some base, and I think it was just speed, and it was rank. It was like sweaty, horrible, hot, and I thought I never want to do that again. That was rank. I thought that was horrible.
Yeah.
But base pills, they were the best. Base and pills. If I could get any of those, it was fucking right on.
See, DMT is now top of my list. I've got to say that really is, and I've only done that within the past year, but I've done a lot now, and for me that's the tippy top.
Well, now I've grown up and I'm a dad and I'm meant to be responsible. It's not really my scene anymore. The whole ecstasy, speed. Didn't get me wrong. If I get the opportunity, maybe have a DMT with the lads round one night and fucking let's have a wee shot at the DMT. I wouldn't
It's a
say
20
nut. I
minute-
wouldn't say nut. Put it that way.
It's a 20-minute hit, and within an hour you're back to you can go to work if you wanted. There's no calm down. It's
And
zero.
if any kids are watching this, which I hope not, we're not promoting this. We're just sharing our experiences of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
That's
a
the
lot
thing,
of them
I
were
wouldn't-
negative. So remember that. We're like a lot of shit we're
Oh, yeah.
talking about. We had negative experiences as well.
With DMT as well, that very negative. I mean, proper. You will have some scary times. It's very unpredictable. But as long as you got the right mindset,
It
Yeah.
might change your life.
With the drugs, like, I'd never tell anyone they should do it or promote it necessarily, but the experiences I had, I'm so glad I had them because they were fantastic. Some of them were amazing, great memories, and just, like the experiences you have, like the first time you take ecstasy or something like that, it's like fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Like before doing it, I always thought, nah, drugs ain't gonna affect me that much. It's gonna be fuck all, it's gonna be shit. You do it, and it's like, wow.
I
But, like,
I even remember the first ecstasy I ever took was called Stardust. And
no, the ones I had were Smurfs. I think the first ones I had.
Mine was
Yeah.
a Mitsubishi, and it was about that thick.
Mitsubishi's.
Ah,
yeah.
it was
With
that thick.
turbo.
At the time, I think they were £15 to buy. So you took like half. You broke it in half, and half would knock you fucking flying. But as the years went by, ecstasy became like £2 a tablet. £2, and you found yourself taking like 15 when you're out.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was you're taking far too many for the hit you wanted.
Yeah, I moved on to MDMA, which is like the pure stuff afterwards, because pills just shit.
But even the MDMA couldn't match the fucking nights I had on the ecstasy. Like, even though it's meant to be pure, maybe whatever they mixed, the rat poison they mixed in with the ecstasy, maybe made it. Maybe that's what fucking. Maybe the fact that you were on the brink of death made it fucking made it more of a fucking poignant experience. Because I even ended up in the hospital on ecstasy. I don't know if
you're one of the unlucky ones.
I shared this story.
Possibly.
No, don't know.
Right. I had a session in the pub, right? I'd had about 10 or 12 pints. I was fucking steaming. I got outside and I was in the mood for a smoke. So I bumped into one of my mates and he sold weed. Like, I was like, oh, have you got... At the time it was hash. I was like, oh, mate, have you got a bit of hash? He was like, nah, but I've got these. And he pulled it, like, they were called flatliners. They were ecstasy tablets, flatliners, and they just had a straight line across them. I was like, give me them. So I got 2 of them. I double dropped them. Next minute, well, it felt like next minute. Maybe it took about 5-10 minutes to kick in, but I could feel my face shaking. It felt like zzz, like buzzing my whole face, and I thought, "Fuck, I need to sit down." So I went to the closest bus stop. I sat down, and I was like, I had my hands on my head in my hands like that, and I remember just looking at the ground, like, "Fucking hell, this is mental. This is mental." And as I was looking at the ground, the slab was just slowly getting closer and closer. It was like in slow motion, the ground. I was like, what the fuck? And then it just went black. And next minute, I could hear people shouting, Jed, get up, get up, get up, get up, man, get up, man, get up, Jed, get up, get up, get up. It was all fucking echoey, and it was just like I was in space. It was like fucking blackness. I could feel I was trying to get up. I was like trying to press down on the ground to get up, but there was nothing there. I was like, oh, and fucking, I was actually, what had really happened, I fell over in the bus stop. I was sitting in the bus stop and I just keeled over, hit the ground. But in my mind, it was all like in slow motion and fucking, I was just in space. Next minute, I wake up in the hospital. And I'm in the hospital with all fucking heart monitors and shit all over me. My mate had sat in the ambulance with me all the way up to the fucking hospital. I got picked up at the bus stop. And when I got to the hospital, that's when the ecstasy actually started kicking in. I was like, lovey-dovey with the nurses and the doctors and the fucking... I remember sitting in the wheelchair getting pushed along in the corridor and just the lights and just looking a bit like, what the fuck? And like, I thought it was all part of the fucking... I just thought I was tripping balls. Like, what the fuck? Then I woke up like with fucking sticky things over me. Like, fucking... But that was one of my bad experiences on ecstasy. I had to smash my window and get back into my flat because apparently I'd lost my keys. But then the hospital sent me my keys in the post about a week later. And my wallet, which had still money in it. I was surprised. But that was a bad experience. And in the morning in the hospital, I couldn't even remember anything. But as the week went by, I started getting flashbacks to the actual night. Oh, yeah, fucker. So that was a really bad night on the ecstasy tablet. I didn't take them for about 2 years after that.
Yeah, but what I find like with these and with MDMA is that the first hour is a bit weird because you feel a little bit tense because you're like, oh, when am I going to come up? Am I coming up yet? Oh, I don't know. Oh, do I feel something? Oh, I don't know. You actually feel a bit anxious and a bit weird. Oh, do I feel a bit sick?
That's wings are going to kick in.
And then boom, it kicks in. And you're like, oh, yeah. Oh, no, I'm right now. Sound, but that first hour, because it always used to take long for me. Like my missus would be like half an hour, she's buzzing, and me would be like over an hour.
Yeah, I'm a late bloomer when it comes to taking ecstasy or MDMA. So sometimes even an hour and a half after I've taken it before I'll come up proper on it.
Yeah, same here. I was always like that. I was always like twice as long as everyone else. And I was like, fucking hell, I'd still be in that.
Even though I've got a really fast metabolism, it's weird.
Yeah. Funny times, but I mean, all that for me was 15 years ago now.
Same here, and it's weird because even when me and my mates, we used to talk about it. Just talking about it made us want to get some. You know what I mean? We're like, fuck it, man. We were talking about it, man.
Yeah, I want to get some acid now.
I think even talking about it sends off drugs in your brain. Can just the thought of ecstasy, already you're getting hit. Again, you're giving yourself a hit. And I think this is the thing with these drugs. It's not the drug themselves that gives you the high. It's the open like the doors in your brain, like the endorphins, they flood. Like so you're actually giving yourself the high from your own brain. But that's why you feel shit, because you've got none of that drug the next day. The things that make you happy when you eat, like you smell a bacon roll and you're like, again, that brings a smile to your face. Well, you've not got that anymore because you used it all the night before. Again, it's all gone. And you need to build it back up over like a week. Gonna get that feeling of getting joy out of your life again. You know what I mean? What about you, Vlad? Any experiences?
Oh, I think the craziest one was when I took 8.5 hits of acid. And I was playing my guitar till like 4 o'clock in the morning, and the cops came, and I'm trying to play a guitar for them, and they're like you just need, this. It sounds cool, but it's calling. Tone it down. Your neighbors are 2 blocks away or needing to go to work. It was like on a Wednesday.
There's no way they say that sounds cool.
Yeah. They said they could go 2 blocks away.
You playing guitar straight sounds fucking crazy. Never mind fucking on acid.
Oh gosh, dude.
I've heard you.
I haven't played in years. I actually sound a lot better than I did when you heard me before.
You're a thrasher.
A what?
A thrasher. You thrash the guitar.
Well, actually, getting the acoustic, it's toned it down some, and it's a lot more. Well, the acoustic is cleaner sounding, but yeah, if I have my electric, it's going off.
Yeah. I'm talking about thrashing. Where's Validation Boy? He's fucking hiding. He was in the chat. He's not got the balls to come in and talk about his little affair with Sasha.
I want to know how it felt to have a therapy session with Sasha.
He made a video of people taking the mickey. Did you hear Validation's Boy? Everyone taking the piss at him.
Yeah,
and I was it.
I was actually really annoyed by it. Me and Dee spoke about it afterwards, and the fact that people were being so violent towards him, I thought was bang out of order. Like, there's one thing to hate on somebody, but to actually wish physical violence on somebody who's done nothing other than post YouTube videos is disgusting.
Yeah, I was shocked that they were allowed to get away with that, and their channels weren't blocked for incitement to violence. It was ridiculous. There was threats to his life.
That's why I was surprised that I was in there. I was like, fair enough. What I did say was a bit harsh. I'd say he can ram up his ass or some shit like that, but fucking.
We were just questioning why he was doing it and why he did it, and just kind of making fun of him about it. I think to a little bit, but it was not nothing that shouldn't even put into the category of what those other people were saying about him. That's pretty fucked up.
No, you're right, Vlad. We as Validation Boy followers, we follow the guy. We know that he made videos about Sasha, like ripping into her. He never directly called a video against Sasha, but he was calling her a red-haired girl, blah blah blah. Fucking, he was aiming everything at her. And then next minute he's on her show, like, "Hey Sasha, is it okay if I swear?"
Yeah, he said, "That's
just say fuck. Just say fuck." And that just made me I just lost. There was just a wee bit that he disappeared respect for VB when I watched that. I was like, "Fuck, man."
Or was it just a clever move by VB of some subtle trolling on his end?
No.
I tried commenting on that video.
I actually haven't watched it, so I don't know. But sorry, Vlad.
I'm trying to find out why I did that. Why would it do that? I didn't even cuss or anything. I didn't put no links. Because I know not to put links, because everybody has links blocked now. But
It's because BB's coming out video will be next week.
Big Tao coming out video.
I hope no.
Don't do that to me, VB, man. Don't.
I know, man. I know. Didn't do that shit, man. Please.
The views aren't worth it.
I know.
But no, I don't think that what you said should have been in the league of what the other people were saying.
exactly.
I mean, I said nothing bad about him because I said that, I even said last time that I like him. So he didn't actually put me in his video because I don't think I said anything negative about him in 2 weeks ago. But I was drunk, so maybe I did.
I was concerned.
But I just don't think people should be threatening him.
No, not at all.
Yeah, like I said, there's one thing to call somebody a dick, but there's another thing to wish violence upon his person.
Who are these guys?
They're the shills.
There's another video out there that's even worse than the other stuff that was being said. I think it's the same people. It's called what the fuck is the name called? Oh, it's fuck. Let me look it up real quick.
Is it the Shills?
Is the best one to look for, I think.
No,
that's the one that I couldn't watch it. I watched 45 minutes of it and I was just like, no, I can't watch anymore. It's just a massive, like, there was nothing constructive. They were playing like 2 seconds of a clip and then just all jerking each other off for 15 minutes.
I'll put it into it. It's called Dead Kennedy in Space. Is the name of the channel. It's called Invalidation Boy. The name of the
that's one of the Shills. Is it a guy that's got like a person's outline with the earth in its brain?
Yeah, the brain. Yeah, that's it.
That's one of the Shills. Like the Shills is like, let's say 8 or 9 YouTubers that come together once a week or once every few days to make a video together.
This is
it's
February 2nd, so it was 6 days ago. It wasn't a week ago.
Yeah, I watched it.
And I didn't see him comment, but they may have blocked his comment. But I've seen a lot of videos that's about him, and he'll make comments. But this one here doesn't have his comment.
No, it doesn't.
He hasn't seen it, or they blocked it.
And what's his channel?
A bunch of faggots.
What's his channel? What's his channel based on? This fucking shill, or what the fuck it is? Shill guy.
The Shills video. The Shills is the mocking and again circle jerking, loads of conspiracy theorists, flat earthers, New World Order people, anybody who thinks outside of the norm. So I dare say eventually one of us will be targeted.
They would dare. They would dare fuck with Jet.
We're too pretty, Jed. But they. Oh, sorry, you too, sorry, I see that. I see that little side angle look there. What the fuck do you mean? But yeah, they just attack basically anybody who thinks outside of their parameters, and it's frustrating because like it's a 2 hour long video, but for probably an hour and a half, they're just talking about their own life, but it's in between them bashing somebody. So like you have to listen to like 10 minutes of them being like telling each other how they feel, and then 2 minutes of them bashing the actual person that you're there to watch. It's
Well, this
it's shit.
invalidation boy video, it's just nothing but tearing into fucking VB.
Yeah, I think it was like a Matrix video of his, one of the ones that he posted.
Can you share the channel in the private chat of that, Vlad?
Yeah, I did. It's a link to the actual that video.
Cool.
It's called Invalidation Boy.
Mm-hmm.
No, I couldn't care less, to be honest.
This is the one where they go out and he goes through some of his videos and just totally trashes them and stuff.
Yeah.
I
think
watch TV
Paul
anyway.
Paul's just put, I like VB. Some of his opinions are a bit whack, but he speaks his truth, which is all any of us can do. And that's it. Like, me and VB disagreed on a lot of things, but that doesn't make his opinion invalid. It just makes it a disagreement, which is fucking human.
And that's why I liked me and him being on, because we weren't going to agree with everything, and I knew that. I didn't want someone that was going to agree. And that's why I liked Validation Boy's opinion. I just think sometimes he drives home the same opinion too hard sometimes. Like, I try to be a wee bit more varied and talk about other, while he still goes on about the whole MGTOW stuff, and it just gets tiring after a while.
Well, that's because you just want him to be just like you.
Aye.
Not on.
How dare you? No, but that's true. The thing is that I've looked at quite a lot of VB's videos, and he speaks about an eclectic mix of ideas. I wanted to hear them. I didn't want to just be bashed every time I came on because I've got tits and a vagina. That's not my fault. Leave me alone. I'll make you a sandwich if you be quiet.
Tits,
there you go.
Tits, a vagina, and a cock in your mouth. Just all those behaviours would annoy VB. Like, you shouting at your Dan to get your fucking cup of tea. That would annoy VB. Because they always say, like, where's my fucking cup of tea? Where's my fucking cup of tea? It's like, fucking,
My
get your
tea,
fucking cup of tea.
No, because I make the dinner. That's the thing. We work together here. I do the dinner. He brings the tea.
He's your Irish slave. You're bringing the Irish back to slavery.
He's my tea slave. Yes, I'm talking about you, not to you. Fight me.
Right, there's a fucking free space here. It's annoying me. It's annoying me how there's 3 in the top and 2 in the bottom. So if there's anybody out there that wants to fill the fucking gap here, come in.
Yeah, bring some fucking symmetry.
Jamie Brown, are you went to your bed
Stop throwing
yet?
things at me.
Yeah, it'll be past his bedtime now, yeah.
He wouldn't come on here anyway. He'd be too
Jennifer might
scared.
be watching. You could get Jennifer on.
Jennifer, free spirit, come on, free spirit. I know you're watching. I know you fancy me. You've got that wee. That's what I've given you all this drive and emotion to make new videos and stuff. Come on and tell me about it.
Where's the one woman? God, what's her name? Rain Kisses. Where's Rain Kisses at?
Oh, she's crazy.
No.
That one stream, was that on your stream, Jed?
No.
She's fucking talking crazy.
Oh, she
Yeah.
had a
Please, no.
That was
She
when
does-
Validation Boy was on and she was talking about inserting his head, yeah.
Called him.
Oh,
Hey, hey.
He has entered the
You shut
building.
up.
So that's how we summon you. We mention your name many times and you appear.
Everybody mute.
I'm lurking. I was lurking this whole time.
Yay.
We knew.
So you know that you're appreciated then, VB.
So you guys are finally coming to terms with the fact that women are inherently fucking demons.
Right, get Rain Kisses.
God.
Get him away.
Aye. Where's Rain Kisses?
Where's Barbie?
So
Barbie on
VB.
there.
So VB, what's this new video all about, man? You turning into a snowflake, man.
What video? Where all the people were trashing me?
Yeah.
Well, you guys got your little feelings hurt and you wanted to trash BB. What's new?
Fuck off.
We couldn't go Jed in that. He wasn't doing the same thing everybody else was. There was some hardcore shit they were saying. We were just
I know, they were like,
why
you
you
want
would
you to die and shit. I didn't ever say I wanted you to die, man. No, I said you could ram something up your ass. I didn't mean literally. I think it was like a metaphorical fucking phrase I used.
Well, I think what you mean is you made light of the situation not
seems-
death threat.
It seems like everybody wants to show something up with you guys.
You cucked out for Sasha, mate. That's what bothered us.
Yeah, all women are evil, but you want to have.
Aye, all women are evil, but
There's
Sasha, you
a
lick her bum and not even say the F word on our show. Is it? Oh, can I say the F word, Your Majesty?
I thought she
That
was going to
was
bring me on because of the videos I had been making. I thought she was going to do that, and she just quickly flipped the script and was talking about something completely different. And I was just, hearing her out, and I was just going to use it as an opportunity to complain about how evil women are, and she just wouldn't really let me go there. So it was just a kind of a stalemate, and I don't feel like I lost any credibility or anything. It's just,
Do you not think you're a bit of walking? Do you not think you're a bit of walking contradiction, VB? Because first you're slating her in your videos, right, and then you're on her show showing her the utmost respect, and then you've got that sidey where you call all women incoherently evil, but you love these female wrestlers, these fucking Manfreds, and these these fucking men. You adore these men, women things. You get selfies with them and you're just very, very fucking contradict. Kind of like you didn't. If you were true to your word and you stuck by it, but you don't, man. You fucking flip flop.
He let himself get manipulated. That's what he did. He goes on about how evil
by the GPV.
Evil shrewd women are, and he let himself get turned over by one. That's what happened.
That's exactly what happened, Chris. He showed us what the female nature is about. Actually, VB done us a masterclass and actually showed us the manipulative nature of the female. He showed us what Sasha's all about. She wants to therapy. She wants to give us all therapy. And this kind of attitude where she's a fucking therapist and all this fucking bollocks. And VB got roped to fucking line and sinker for it, man. Hook, line, and sinker. Yeah. He was the patient.
No, it was clever trolling.
Or it was clever trolling, VB. What was it, man? God's sake.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Can't hear you, VB.
Yeah, because
Did you see what Orphan Red did to Barbie McGill after I left?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. It's making me puke.
Well, she helped prove a point.
Uh-huh.
And Barbie, see, I don't know if I'm right in this, but I personally believe that Barbie McGill practices witchcraft. And what Barbie McGill was, quote, feeling guilty about was the fact that she had been putting hexes and curses on me. If you go back and listen to that show with the filter of knowing that Barbie practices witchcraft, you'll understand what was really happening during that show.
Well, what the gist I got was, I remember when I had my hangout, there was an argument between Sasha and Barbie, and Barbie was in my chat and Sasha was on the hangout, and it was something to do with independent women and women being able to. Mm-hmm. Sasha was like, no, you don't have to be a mother, you don't have to cook, you don't have to clean, and you be this independent. And Barbie was saying, no, it's good to be a mum, it's good to nurture, and it's good to. And they were having this back and forth in the chat. And this is when it came to a sort of head. And after your interview with Sasha, because Barbie was in the chat, and then I think Barbie was just all apologetic, saying like she's sorry for the shit she was saying, and that's where I kind of got the context I got was from my hangout with the argument with Sasha. I didn't think it was anything to do with Barbie hexing you or fucking. But I do understand where you're coming from, VB. Barbara does give off this new agey sort of fucking. I don't know. You can imagine her sitting in a fucking circle, fucking singing "Kumbaya" with the Indian headdress on and fucking. Well, you can imagine Barbie doing that shit. I mean, but
let's go back to what I've always been saying about a lot of people. It's that wishy-washy where they're on one both. They're trying to keep balance both sides, and the third truth bull crap. I don't like that third truth crap because that validates whatever anybody says they're right. And not everybody, you can't be like that because somebody's wrong, they're wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll be more than willing to admit when I'm wrong, and which is a lot of times. I try not to do that, but when I'm wrong, I'll say, "Hey, I was wrong about that." But to be able to say, "Well, it's just my truth. That's my truth." Well, no, that's not right. And I think that falls into that new age shit because that's just their path or their truth. Fuck all that. There's right and wrong, and everybody knows it. But a lot of people want to be able to do wrong and say it's right because it's their truth. And that's one thing I have a problem with. And Barbie does it, and a couple other people do it. Or they have that, that's why I say they're wishy-washy, because they'll try to be on this side and that side and then bring both sides together, and you can't do that. I don't think you can.
Do you think VB was being a bit wishy-washy lately?
So that's why I was wondering, VB, why the fuck would you go to, if you're going to have a therapy session, now it would have been better off if you were doing it all by yourself. To Sasha. That's the thing I was asking. I didn't condemn you for it. I was just asking why.
I didn't
You're cutting out.
know what it was going to be. She was going to go on there. She wanted to fight me. And, she was being real nice. And there was a couple times where she was like, you need to man up and grow up and all this shit. And I stood up to that. And I was like, no, that's not how it goes. That's not what's going on here. I man up 6 days a fucking week, So I wasn't going to let her get away with that. But on the otherwise, she made a lot of good points. She made some sense. She rebutted the other side as best as she could. In the end, I'm not going to agree with everything she said, but
well, the opinion I got, I read all the comments after it as well.
I gave her a chance. And, I don't like hate. Before that, there had been some drama with John LeBon. So I was like, what's going on with Sasha? Because John LeBon had just been on.
John LeBon sat there for 8 hours like a fucking cardboard cutout. I didn't even go for a piss. I mean, what the fuck?
VB, I felt like she wasn't giving you the opportunity to get a word in fucking edgewise. Like, she was just talk. And I couldn't read your reaction very well. Like, half of me felt like you were angry that she wouldn't shut the fuck up. And the other half of me felt like you genuinely looked upset. But I don't know you very well enough to gauge your emotions. But she just did not shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know what to say to
that. I think you were being too polite.
Yep.
You don't sound like yourself. What the fuck?
I know, it was weird. Like,
too polite. Well, I thought she was being absolutely fucking rude.
The thing is, VB comes on my hangout, well, our hangouts, and Let's Rip doesn't give a shit about anybody. Doesn't give a shit about manners. Doesn't give a shit about manners or swearing or anything. Just Let's Rip. Just fucking Let's Rip. Because he's that's what fucking Jed's all about, man. Letting rip. And then he goes on Sasha's and he's fucking conservative and just wishy-washy and fucking, I wish you were just a bit more fucking, you know what, Sasha? You're pushing this fucking feminine bullshit.
VB, have you been shilled? Are you being contracted to be nice?
He's been cucked. He's been fucking cucked.
What's happening? Tell us how you feel.
Feel about what?
He wants to sabotage my show, but he wants to make fucking Sasha's show look good. He's making videos against Sasha. Who's your friends here? Who's the enemies and who's the friends?
VB has no fucking friends. You guys have all made me your enemy. You guys all hate me. Everyone fucking hates VB. So let's just get that straight.
How do you be like that,
VB? I mean, if you want to go on there, that's fine. I was just wondering why you would go on there with all this shit that was going on and that had gone on and stuff. And then you not only just go on there, you were like pouring your heart and spirit out to her. And then that threw me off. That's the part that threw me off.
All right, well, Vlad, I thought he's going on there. Cool. I thought, right, Vlad, cool. VB is on there. Now he's going to fucking create a total shitstorm. Yeah. I was waiting for it. And it never came. And in fact, it went the opposite. It went, what the?
Yeah.
I was like, after I was like, the fuck was that?
VB, dance.
I had to go for a fucking shower.
I said, like I told everybody, VB, I've told everybody on here, and I've told them off air that I said I have a lot of respect for you because you're the one that let me vent and let me give me a voice, you know, in the beginning of all this stuff. And a lot of it had to do with Sasha too, and Patricia, and a few other people on the whole flat earth stuff. But you're the one that allowed me to do that. So and I think the only thing that you would probably do that would go against you would be you start going and killing people, just going out and start murdering people. Now it's like, whoa, VB, I can't agree with that. But anything else, I mean, I'm just saying, okay, I can accept that he's doing the same way he wants to say, because that's just, I've always known that anyways. So I don't, and I wouldn't say I don't, I think the only thing I don't agree with is that all women are evil. I think a large proportion are, but not all of them. That's like saying that all men are evil too. I don't think all men are evil. A large proportion are, but not all of them. You know, so that's the only thing I could disagree with you on. You know, everything else I can agree with you to, I say 75, 80%, but I would never. I said I'm not gonna ever say anything bad about you because you're the one that gave me a voice from the very beginning of me going on air, and so I've always appreciated that.
And look at that head.
Right, I'm gonna have to get off, I think. So I'll leave a space for.
Oh, Chris, you've been explosive. You've been dynamic. You've added so much to this hangout. I'm gutted. You're leaving, mate.
I'm fucking said enough.
That's what with British people, they actually get sarcasm. Oh God, Jesus, fuck off now. Go away.
I can't be on these things too long anyway. But thanks for having me.
Cheers, Chris. You're the man.
It's been grand.
Keep
Bye, Chris.
Keep doing weights.
Cheers, Chris.
Keep lifting.
Yeah, I want to address what Paul Coran said. He said, but your truth is your truth, Vlad. Your truth may be wrong, but you don't know it. Well, that's what I just said. It's not about that. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'm more than willing to admit it. You know, I have no problem with that because I don't want to be wrong. And if I can change that, I will. But I don't think everything I do is right. You know, you can't have that mindset because then you're fucked. You know, so which that's, you know, the whole thing with truth and right and wrong and stuff like that. So when you understand that, you can go through life. I mean, you might make, a fuck up here and there, but, as long as you don't keep doing it, you're not a complete fuck up. And so that whole truth thing, I said, it's just so fucking annoying because that just validates anybody doing whatever the fuck they want to do and they'll have no accountability. And you guys know how I feel about the no accountability stuff. You got to have accountability no matter what, good or bad. Just take accountability for what you did and fucking move on. Yeah. That's mostly towards the bad stuff. I say, okay, I fucked up. Just go from here. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I just said that. So I don't know why.
It's true, though. It's true. It's good to hear it again. But like you said, accountability. That's what it's all about. What are you saying, D?
Just going to say yo and as Ace because he said hello to me in the chat, but I can't type, so I'm interrupting you guys.
You're interrupting us for fucking. Yeah. Who is that?
How dare you, Jamie?
Who's Andracci? We've never heard of him.
He likes VB.
Oh, he likes VB's hole, like Philip Schofield.
We have an extra person. Let's get Sasha on. Come on, Sasha.
Aye, there's a space, Sasha. Come on and tell us
we know you're watching.
Bad we are. We're bullies.
Let's do a therapy session. Let's see if you can do a fucking group therapy session.
I can. Fucking actually.
I would take back everything I said about you if you can do a group therapy session with all of us.
I've had more I'm not even the anti-feminist guy, and I've had more fucking back and forth arguments with fucking Sasha than VB has, and he's the fucking one that calls all women incoherently fucking evil, and he's on her show like hi, and I'm not, like, me and Sasha are meant to get along, and we're fucking arguing all the time.
I think it's funny. It seemed like VB was blushing.
He wanted the boobies. You like the boobies, eh? You like the boobies. I'm a boobies man.
7 shots. I've had 7 shots already.
Jesus.
Listen.
With you now.
If you guys notice, I did not give her one single compliment or say, oh, you look pretty or any of this crap that I know every single one of you guys would have done. First fucking thing is that you guys would have done, all of you men in here would have been kissing her ass. Being, you're so lovely, you're so pretty, all this fucking faggot shit that you guys would have done. Yeah, you know you would have.
The fuck?
all
No,
of
Stop
you
the
guys were
hostility.
Don't do that.
Stop the hostility,
After she
BB.
said it to me, because I know she's going to say it to me first. So then I'll go, oh, thank you. You are looking good as well. Thanks.
That's true. She does have a wet one for Jed. That's true.
Nah, she hates me.
She has a
She
hard,
hates me.
hard on. She has a hard on for Jed.
Every fucking fortnight she's in here giving me a hard time. And she's fucking all over VB like he's the best thing since sliced bread.
Well, I thought it was funny. I was going to make a video, but I just fucking been doing some other stuff. But it's about her saying that she didn't know that VB had said all those videos. And he told her, it wasn't even 3.5 minutes in to him being on there. He goes, you know, I've been doing a bunch of videos about you, right? So she knew 3 minutes into that interview. So she could have cut it off right there. But she went on for, what, 45 minutes or so? And then goes into Jed and says, oh, I didn't know he did videos. I wouldn't have done the video. I would have, you know, turned it down. I was like, you fucking lying bitch.
Well, I don't know if she was lying. I think that once I was already in the show and I had mentioned that to her and I was honest and accountable right up in the front, she wasn't interested in that topic. She wasn't interested in that.
I cringed
cringed
that when VB actually admitted to making videos about Sasha, and Sasha was like, I've never seen any of that. I was like, oh my God, man.
But she was aware of them, though. I'm saying she was aware of them, though.
She was pretending she didn't see them just to make VB look like a dick.
Okay,
and,
exactly.
she done well. She made you look like a dick because you were apologizing for something. You know, it's like when you've done something with somebody, you apologize and they didn't realize you'd done it to them. And you're like, fuck, why did I apologize? They didn't even realize I'd done anything. Like maybe pissed on her garden fence or something. Oh shit, sorry, I pissed on your garden fence last night. Oh, I never even noticed. You're like, oh, I feel like a dick now because I've not said anything.
You know,
what I mean? It's like he was admitting to something like, but she did watch that shit and she was just trying to make VB feel fucking like a bit of a dick. You know what I mean? Like,
and she said 2 weeks ago to us. Sorry, she said 2 weeks.
So she proved her.
If I was doing an interview with somebody and they told me they were doing videos about me, no, bad videos at that, and I don't know if I would cut it off right then, but if I did finish the interview, I think I would watch the motherfuckers afterwards. At least I watch them after and be like, wait, what the fuck what are they saying about me? So I thought that was pretty odd that she's just not gonna fucking even look at that. That's weird.
But she said 2 weeks ago that, like, with us, she said 2 weeks ago that she hadn't seen those messages, those videos. She was like, I didn't know he made videos about me, and we were like, what? You have to have known them. Like, anybody who subs to VB gets fucking instant alerts when you post videos. Like, she's.
So I exposed her as a liar. Then I exposed her. Then.
Yeah. Exactly. Where's she at? She's got to be watching. Jump on, Sasha. Fucking give us all group therapy. I'll take back everything I've ever said.
I'm gone if she's like I say. I lost all respect for her last fortnight. Like I say, when she tried to like use that whole fucking point. Like, I mean, it was just fucked up what she did. Like.
I just find she's trying to snowflake me. She's trying to like make me feel guilty for something I've never done. She's like, Jed, why are you letting these people say these things? And Jed, it's like, fucking, what do you want me to do? Fucking hell, give me a fucking yard. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find those, but you have to go through all the messages, and because that's in the messages. I can't remember what video it was, but yeah, I was going to try to get all the clips just like that. Or yeah, she wanted to do what she's doing, and nobody's allowed to say anything about it. You know, and they want everybody to come to her. Like, I guess the white knighting. Everyone wants to come to her rescue. She wants everybody to come to her rescue, and I was like, how the fuck does that work? You know, you just do what you do, and you fucking live with it, or fucking shut the fuck up. You know.
Because this is the power the female like has over men. Like Sasha can talk shit all day long, but as long as she shows enough flesh, gives her enough little winks and he's, the men will be there to white knight her all day fucking long, and they'll be there in their hundreds.
Yeah,
like
that's what's going on with Patricia. And we would like to hear comments. Oh, I got to fucking check this out. Oh my gosh. Everybody's been doing this, so I did it. I'm going to show you something.
Vlad, have you been watching our latest videos?
Yeah, look, that's what I'm saying.
Have you noticed at the beginning of our videos, she's like...
I know, it acts like a dumbass. Watch, can you see that? It says, Was 104 or something like that? And
Fucking hell.
So look,
Dislikes.
that was on February 6th. It's 176 thumbs up, 104 thumbs down. That's February 6th. And then February 8th, 2 days later, it's 118 thumbs up and 46 thumbs down in the same video. So 2 days later, it changed, it swapped out, and it was weird. I was like, oh my gosh. I remember Lori doing that video, so I was watching it. And sure enough, even on this new channel, she's doing it.
You're like me, Vlad. You watch numbers. Can you watch the numbers of views and likes that people get just to try and get a gauge? And you know what I noticed? Can that free spirit? I don't know. We go back to this fucking idiot again, but free spirit. Like our songs, like fucking, I've seen them climb like up to 800, then drop back down to like 4. It's like, what the fuck happened there? And then they go back up to like 700, and then drop back down to like fucking. It's like, what's happening here? Why is there so many fucking views and then they disappear again? And what the fuck's going on? Is this fake view? Is this people that are just going on for like 2 seconds to view the video and going away again? And YouTube are like, nah, that's not a fucking view.
Somebody said it had something to do with the people coming in for a few seconds, and then the thumbs and down, which it gives it a view. But then I guess if it's not over a certain amount of time, initially it counts it, but then after a certain amount of time, or after a couple of days, it kicks it off because it wasn't really a valid thumbs down or view. That's what.
Yeah.
It was you that said that, D? I know, because it had to be.
Yeah. I think it used to be 10 seconds, but it's up to 30 seconds or something now. Like, you've got to watch the video for that before your like will count.
We need to pass that along. We need to pass that along to all these trolls. Because anyway, I hate that word trolls. It's so fucking. It makes me angry now to hear trolls, because you're just saying something different than whatever. No, you don't have to be antagonizing. Because to me, a troll would be somebody antagonizing and just relentless about antagonizing somebody. But just asking a question or having an opinion that's different than the person that's talking.
You're a troll.
That's not a troll. That's somebody that's inquisitive or just wants to know. Hey, wait a minute. What's it like? Wanting to know about what you're saying.
If someone opposed to your opinion, then you should hear every opinion.
Yeah,
including.
That's not being a troll though. If you're just asking a question. I see the ones that are relentless about saying just the whole negativity of this, like relentlessly going after.
It's no troll anymore, Vlad. This is the new one. Bully. I'm a bully now. Because this is now bully. It's no troll. Troll was good enough. Bully is now like if you have something fucking, if you didn't disagree with a video, you didn't have to insult the people.
I know Sasha likes to use that bullying thing. It's like. All you're doing is asking a question like, hey, wait a minute, why this, why that? And it's, and you're a bully. Fuck all that. But yeah, let's go back to Patricia's videos. Oh my gosh.
Right. I just laugh at the beginning of them because she's like that. Right. You know as well as me, Vlad, like how long Patricia Steele's been doing fucking hangouts for. She's had all the fancy equipment. She's done, she hardly says a word wrong. She's fucking immaculate in everything she fucking practically does. But then when she starts these hangouts, she sits there like, okay, people, is it on? Is it working? Is it?
Somebody chat, please. I know, I'm so annoying.
If there's anyone in the chat, could you please tell me that we're on? Are we on? Are we on? Like, what the fuck is this?
You need to do a video, VB, and show how to edit out stuff, because like I used to edit out your bong hits. You do videos. You need to or your streams. You need to show Patricia how to at least cut that fucking first part out. So it's like, she's like, okay, wait for somebody in the chat. Tell me if I'm live. Can you hear me?
That's just all a smoke screen for her to appear that it's just all a big smoke screen that she puts on to appear that she's a nice woman. Because if anything, Patricia's the biggest fucking narcissist that fucking exists on YouTube. And so she's doing this whole thing to deflect.
Hey,
and she's definitely had work done. She's like for a few weeks ago, for like her first narcissist hangout to now, she's had fucking a couple of surgeries. Her fucking eyes been lifted, and this new one, she's like fucking that. She's like, what the fuck? And like there's something going on with the myth, like around fucking here somewhere. There's something going on there as well with surgery I
showed my girlfriend. She's like, that woman's had a lot of work done. She's like, she must have came in some money or something, because that's
fillers. Is it fillers? She's had fillers on her cheeks or something. She's trying to get the Jedi boy cheekbones. I've got these.
I said it 4 weeks ago.
You need the genetics.
4 weeks ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
her
She's had
face.
cheeks done. She's had Botox all in here. She's had an eye lift. She's had the
How about
creases
her
in her
upper lip?
eyes taken up. She's had her lip fillers. Yeah, I think she's had this removed because she's of that age where she'd have jowls now. But it looks like she's had all of her neck pulled back up. Like there must
she's
just
the
be
same age as
stitches
Laurie
all
Gale.
behind her ears.
She's the same age
Yeah,
as
I
Laurie Gale.
know. Yeah, that's why. But no, yeah, Laurie was telling me about her, and then when you showed me the video, I was like, "Holy fuck!" Like, how can she lie about that? And you was talking about Sasha a minute ago. Do you know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of a shit female gamer. Like you get these female gamers who can't play the game that they're streaming on YouTube. So instead, they just sit there with their tits out because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know what the fuck they're playing, and that's what Sasha reminds me of. Like I can't get views without my tits. That's how I feel she is.
What's crazy is that VB is one of the most anti. Like if anyone's going to say anything about that, they fucking tits hanging out, being there to manipulate you. VB was going to be the guy to fucking do that. He was going to be the fucking guy like that goes in and tells them what they are.
She didn't have her tits out.
But not just the tits. Not just was she wearing makeup? Was she wearing lipstick?
Well, yeah, but she wasn't, as slutty looking as she usually is.
But she's also got the voice, and we were talking.
Forget her past. Forget her past.
Me, Vlad, and Dee were sitting in our backstage 3 weeks ago, I believe, and we were talking about Sasha, and her whole voice. To me, it feels like she's appealing to, the predator kind of men. The predator men who like younger women. Yeah. It's like she's trying to attract those people with the princess dresses and the way she is. What, PMAS?
No, Cakes, that's one of the videos I did back in 2016, and that's why BB, that's what I'm saying. Me and him we connected like that, and that's why he said he gave me more of a voice because we were talking about that. That's like one of the first. Go back when his first streams I'm on. That's what we talked about was her voice. It wasn't about her having her chest hanging out, and that's fine and dandy, whatever you want to do. But it was her sexualizing this little girl mentality and her appealing to a certain type of people that I didn't feel it needed to be put out there like that. If she wants to have her boobs hang out, fine and dandy. But it was the way she was presenting it.
Do you know what I didn't like? I didn't like the fact she had her boobs hanging out, but you couldn't see any nipple.
That too.
Come on, give us some stiff nips or something. Get a big long line of cleavage. It gets old after a while.
We've got one of her white knights in the chat. They said, Flat Earth Reset has put, come on, guys, it's all natural. You're just jealous. Mine are natural. I'm not jealous.
You don't get sarcasm, do you, Cakes? You don't get sarcasm.
No, I know.
He's hardcore against Patricia. Hardcore. What's up, Flat Earth Reset? How's it going, man?
Flat Road. What was that? Flat Road Reset?
Yeah, Flat Earth Reset.
You should come on. You should come on and tell us.
Come on, man. We're on the same side here.
We're all flat earthers.
They don't have to be that. We're anti-Patricia. We're anti-Patty.
BB, I think you muted.
Vlad, I think you were secretly in love with Pat for a wee while.
Me?
For a wee while. You were secretly in love with her for a wee while.
Not even close.
You were, man. You were, because she broke your heart with the abortion stuff, and you were angry. And you were like, I
wanted to admit, because I knew that she would never go public with it because half of her audience was vegan, and I know 90% of vegans are pro-abortion, so she would have alienated a huge part of her audience. So that's why I kept pushing that. It had nothing to do with anything about being attracted to her, wanting to be with her. I didn't care about that, and she's not attractive to me at all. I was trying to push the point that she would never go public with it because
I still think
alienated half of her audience.
I still think she is a not bad looking woman.
The what?
I still think she's a not bad looking woman. Even if she didn't do all the work, she's not an ugly woman. You know what I mean? She's not ugly.
I guess I'm looking past that, and I'm seeing her character, and that's it. And it just, like I said, the whole thing with her not going. If you feel adamant about something,
she's rich.
Who cares? if you're okay with babies being murdered or don't stand up for that, then
she's
fuck
rich.
off. Fuck off. I don't care. I could give a flying fuck.
Like, come on, Pat must be appealing to a lot of guys, man. So like, she's
No.
like single, older, like she's rich. She's rich.
How old are you? You're 30, 36, right? 37?
37. Just turned 37.
Hey, get you 45. Get 45. You hit 45, then we'll talk, and you'll see that. What I'm
Fuck
talking
off! I'm nearly like I've got 45-year-olds at my work, and that's wiser than they motherfuckers, man. They tell me when I'm 45, I'll understand.
You're stupid then, because the point is that you see certain things and you look past other certain things, and you can, and that's well, at least that's just me, and I've kind of always been like that, anyways. But I've really been more adamant about it at a certain point in my life. Not. I said and that was one of my big things my whole life, about the abortion thing. And this is back, when I was in my 20s. So that was 30 fucking years ago, 25, 30 years ago. If a woman was okay with abortion, I didn't even want to talk to her, and certain things I stuck to because, just in case she got pregnant, I wasn't going to have some woman fucking murder my baby. So that hindered a lot of relationships because I wasn't even going to have sex with them.
It's a very divisive subject. It is. And I can't agree with the way, to be honest, because in my head, in an ideal world, there wouldn't be an abortion because couples would want to have babies normally, like naturally. There wouldn't be so much promiscuity within society, shit like that, like in an ideal world. But it's not an ideal world. So sometimes
I made it as ideal as I possibly could. I mean, that was not interacting with women that were willing to murder our child, if that were to happen, which I mean both of ours. So I didn't interact with women like that, And so I only have one child, and so I don't have a bunch of kids by a bunch of women, which I didn't want to do either, because to me that's a selfish prick that does that. But no, so I just had a certain mindset. Where, just in case it did happen, I wasn't gonna, if a woman felt that way, I shouldn't even go any further.
But haven't you run through different scenarios in your mind? Like just here's one. Like your wife goes to the shop for a pint of milk, and she gets gang raped by 10 Mexicans, and she's pregnant.
She would have the baby.
You're cool about her having the baby.
Yeah.
But what if she wants to get rid of it because it will remind her of that traumatizing experience?
I would have to help her understand that it has nothing to do with the baby.
Oh, it's
fucked up that she had to happen. I mean, if anything, I would say let's adopt it out. Have it adopted out.
It's her body, like it's inside her body. Like
it doesn't matter.
Have it adopted into a system that does not work, and a system that's already overcrowded and allowing children.
I don't believe that. I would say, I have a big thing about that too, because there's so much red tape with what you're saying, Cakes. I don't believe in a legal adoption. I would find somebody that was. You can find people that, and they do that a lot too. If you just so you know, that outside of the legalities of adoption, you just find a couple that wants to have a baby, and you just got to trust that they'll take care of it because you vet them. The vet, vetting is what it's called, and you'll find out. Okay, well, they seem legit, and you fucking go from there. And you have to just trust that they'll take care of a baby because that's what they want. But yeah, going through the legal stuff, there's so much red tape, and it's all the crazy shit goes on with adoption stuff. Yeah, I would not approve of that at all. No, I wouldn't go that route.
I don't think you can be pro-life until the adoptive system is working, because there's so many instances where mothers aren't.
I never will.
That's the thing. There's so many systems where mothers aren't fit to raise their kids. Me and you have had a brief conversation on this before, and I agree that abortion shouldn't be used as a preventative measure. Like, abortion shouldn't be a birth control. It shouldn't be. Abortion should be there for extenuating circumstances. I mean, let's say there's a junkie that's 16 and on heroin, and she's made some pretty bad choices. Obviously, she's not fit to be a mother. She doesn't know what's going on. She's fucking injecting heroin into her armpits, That probably really hurts, to be fair. I wouldn't advise that. Like, that kid's not going to get adopted. It's just not. There's just too many kids in the system at the moment that there needs to still be abortion.
It's set up that way to hinder that from happening, so that people will take the abortion route because they think, oh, these poor kids. Well, it's better at least they have a half a chance being alive, even though they're in a fucked up situation. So at least maybe later on down the road be in a better situation than them being murdered before they're even fucking born. That's you got to look at that comparison too, because there's a lot of people that's gone through the foster care, adoption system that their life was hell, but they've came out okay. And I'd say all of them, but there's a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? So you got to compare it to, at least they're still alive. You got to look at it like that. They might be fucked up initially, but a lot of them have gotten through it. There's a lot of stories. I mean, you can see that stuff all over the place. There's a lot of videos now showing, especially with the abortion stuff. There's a lot of people and babies that were aborted, and the nurses, they were still alive. And nurses would take them and took care of them. And they got scars because they the first part of the abortion stuff, they would put acid in it. It would basically, acid would eat them up. Well, these babies didn't die, and so now they got scars and shit. And doing all they're going to doing what's those I can't even think now. Where they go out and public speaking, they do public speaking, and they're all fucked up looking, but they're still alive and they're fine. Their skin's all ate up and stuff because of the acid because that's what they do to babies. At certain terms, and when they do abortion, and there's, it was nurses that saved them, that because they realized they were still alive, so they fucking kind of stole them, I guess, out of the abortion.
Nurses are evil,
huh?
The nurses are evil to let a burnt, even a disfigured baby, now to live the rest of its life, go telling people. I mean, is that a life? Is that actually living?
But it's not deformed.
Existing.
They just have scars and acid on their skin. They're not deformed. They just got scars and stuff because of the acid that ate some of their skin. It's not completely deformed, and they're fully functional people. They're not all disabled or anything like that. They're just got scars on their skin because of the initial acid that didn't take, I guess, because they should have died.
So what about aborting people with known disabilities whilst they're in the womb? What about that? You can do tests to find out if your kid's got Down syndrome. What do you think of that one?
Well, that's why I did a video. My daughter had twins, and it's called twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome, where the placenta is still attached because the twins come apart. The placenta was still attached, and at 5 months, there was 2 doctors that told her just to go and terminate them, and she didn't want to do it. She said, "I can't do this." I remember I was in Arizona, and she was in Oklahoma, and she called me crying, and so I was like, whatever, because one of them could have been, the whole disabilities and stuff, and one would have died, or it could have been all these different scenarios. So she looked and looked and looked, and then she found a doctor in Texas that went into her uterus with a camera and a laser, and they went and lasered the placenta apart where it's just barely touching, and they're both healthy. They're 7 years. They're gonna be 7 years old in July. So and they're perfectly healthy. But the potentially it could have went that route, but it didn't. So there's
that sounds like a miracle sort of thing. That sounds like
it does, yeah.
That sounds like the best things happened all the time. Like the best scenario happened out of all the things that could have happened, but in high chance, maybe the worst scenario comes out. It was maybe just lucky that fucking everything went according to plan with the placenta being cut and.
Well, it's because she kept on looking. She kept on looking into it because she said she felt she knew them already at 5 months. She said anyway. She knew where they were at in her body, and she named them. She already named them and everything, and she knew exactly which ones were which. So that's how much she got to know them. So she's like, I can't do this. I mean, she was willing to risk one for the other, in case one of them died, or she could have died too. My daughter could have died, but the whole point is she kept on looking for other alternatives except for terminating them, because 2 doctors told her that just terminate them. And so she looked and looked and looked, and finally found a doctor that was okay. Yeah, we can fix that. It's real easy. Did it, and it was
no. Well, Vlad, this is a whole different story. For like the decision to abort for there's the different reasons for abortion, but when you when you give the doctors the decision that there's something wrong with your kid, and there might not be, or again, and what if the whole society accepts that, and what if there's perfectly fine kids and doctors don't want more kids into society and just say there's something wrong with them, so you just get rid of them anyway because you think there's something wrong with them because they're telling you that.
I mean, look at all the people that are born already that have disabilities. You know, that to me, that personally, it hurts my heart that these kids have got to go through that. But at least their parents allowed them to live, you know, and their parents are willing to take care of them. And that's on them. You know, I that was one of the reasons why I never had no kids, because back in the 90s, the mid 90s, I had a lot of friends of mine, you know, male and female friends that had kids that had Down syndrome. What's the other one? Autism wasn't until like the 2000s, but there was a lot of had cerebral palsy and Down syndrome. A lot of friends of mine had kids like that, and they still had them and took care of them. And they did whatever they had to do. But I was like, to me personally, I wasn't willing to do that at the time. But I say when it came to my daughter and that being potentially happening that way, I was okay with it because she was already had them. She's already at the point where it could have been all this stuff going on. So because she asked me, what do I do? What do I do? And then she's like, I don't want to do this. I'm like, well, then don't do it. You know, I'll be if I need to help you, I'll do it. Because some of her mom's family, because I said that's all back in Oklahoma, they were telling her to just go ahead and terminate them, and that kind of bothered me. It kind of pissed me, not her mom, but her mom's side of the family. And they're like, yeah, just get rid of them, and you know, whatever. You know,
I think there's another dynamic to the argument as well, like that we kind of touched on earlier with the whole women's rights, the women's privilege card. That the man doesn't get a lot to say if there is an abortion or not. It doesn't matter. Like forget if it's right or wrong. Like the fact that just the woman is allowed to decide.
Yeah.
It's like it could be just a loving couple. The woman's pill doesn't work, and suddenly she wants to get rid of the baby, and the husband's like, "Nah, well, can we love each other? You're pregnant, so let's have a baby." And the woman's like, "Nah," and she gets the final decision on that. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, that's wrong.
Well, there's a lot of instances too that these women are having affairs and getting an abortion behind the husband's back because it's not the husband's kid, and then doing that way too. There's a lot of cases like that because there's women coming forward saying that they're doing it. That's the part. This is
birth control is actually promoted promiscuity. And birth control and abortion. Birth control and abortion is promoted promiscuousness amongst men and women. Never mind just women, men as well. Because they know
because you know, Jen, birth control pill was responsible for the 60s and the whole fucking free love hippie movement and stuff. Yeah.
That's why in 1973 they legalized abortion, because it was so fucking out of control. But Jen and VB know my video. I remember my videos I did about, I was making men more accountable about this too, because men are getting these women pregnant. It's happening behind their back. It can't help it. But men's got to take accountability because it's half their issue too. Yep. Because if you're gonna be impregnating some woman, make sure you're there to take care of the baby.
But maybe that's why. Maybe that's
don't get the fucking woman pregnant.
Vlad, maybe that's why they didn't want to be accountable, because women get the final say. So men think, well, fuck it, she's going to get this final say whether we keep it or no. So why should I be accountable for it?
That's why gives a man more. Men that do that, punk motherfuckers, because that's what they are.
I know, but men have a more of a say. Maybe they would be more accountable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And that's why it's got to be. Women. I think with the abortion thing, I think if the woman, I think it needs to be that the man have both man and woman, because they already know that it's not rape, that the high chance rape, because like 1.3 or something like that of rape. But so it means that all the 96% that it's not rape, so they know who the man is, they know who the father is, so the father needs to be involved and him take accountability for it, and have the woman have the baby, and him take the baby if he wants. If you don't, then they put it up for adoption. They both agree to that. They can't just go and let's just fucking murder it. That's my only thing. Don't murder the baby.
Anyway, you've got to remember. Sorry, go on, VB. You've been quiet for a while.
Yeah,
it's all about predatory pregnancy. A lot of women get the baby so that they can get the resources from the man. It's just a game. Women don't.
No.
That does happen a lot. Where I come from, that does happen a lot. Like the women wants to trap the man, so they get pregnant, and then the man doesn't want anything to do with them. So eventually they get an abortion because it's like, well, the fucking man doesn't want anything to do with it. I've no trapped them. You know what I mean? And then they just go and get an abortion.
Well, yeah, there might be those two. But like I said, and there's a lot of women that say this, which I'm sure Casey had one child, but to me, I mean, that's like the ultimate, I wouldn't say sacrifice, but it's like the ultimate fucking honor. It's like the honor to be able to bring a life into this world, I feel, and a woman carries most of the burden, because they got to carry this baby. I think that's like the ultimate thing that you can do for everything. And to be able to just devalue that, I don't understand why people do that.
Well,
so is that going on too?
There is. I mean, but for me, the main issue that keeps me on the pro-life side is the fact that aborted fetuses have been turned into a business.
The what?
Bought and sold.
Like cells, stem cells, and fucking all this weird shit, man. Because when you start hearing this shit, you start thinking rich, old American fucking, well, no American, like I think I want to say the American, sorry Americans, but rich motherfucking elite motherfuckers, like the Rockefellers and the fucking whoever, injecting themselves with these stem cells and being like living till 150. And that's
Wouldn't you be more anti-abortion just because of that?
No, not just because it's one of the big reasons that keeps me pro-life. Like
I used to be quite lefty. I used to be quite a lefty person. I used to be quite anti-abortion, but I've sat and I've looked at not every scenario, but every one I could fucking get or think about, and I've came to a conclusion that it's one of these ones. It's very divisive. Like people say, don't mention politics, religion, or what's the other one? I can't remember. Like in your workplace, because you'll fall out with someone about it. And abortion is like one of those ones. Like it's so fucking.
Why?
Because you can create a scenario where humans can be so bad to a female that she would not want to keep that baby in any fucking shape or form or any scenario. Like she's went through the most maybe harassing fucking like time of your life, and she's got a right to show her maybe a face that looks exactly like the attacker.
It's a small percent. It's like 1.6.
Like imagine a mini rape. Like imagine getting raped, and then you've got the child of the rapist, and it's identical to the rapist grown up in your house. Like how are you going to treat that baby? How are you going to treat it?
You look this up. You got to remember, that's like 1.6%, and it's less than 3% with rape, incest, and the mother's health. So those three that they always cry, that's what abortion's about. What's less than 3%? It's like 2.8% with those three. So that means the 96.7% at the time, it's because it's inconvenient for the woman. Okay, so you got to look at the statistics. So that means that 97.3% of the women that have been raped have the kids, and for whatever reason they have them. You got to look at it like that, because that's what's happening. And they say, hey, it's not the child's fault. I mean, yeah, it's terrible, especially the molesting thing or the incest. They say, yeah, but even the woman says, hey, my father raped me, or my uncle raped me, or my brother raped me.
Because I think that's when the female nature does strongly kick in. Like even if they've been raped, they'll still want to keep their kids, and nourish it, and like
that issue is null and void because of that. Because it's such a huge percentage. It's not like 50-50. It's 96%.
Well, Vlad, like I've kept bringing up the scenario of a woman getting raped and want to get rid of that baby for a fact, and you just like you said, you're right, Vlad. You're right. You're totally right. Like there must be a massive percentage that even after rape, even after the most disgusting human beings have done stuff to them, they want to keep the baby because you know what? That's not the baby's fault. Even that girl will think that. But there is a percentage that wouldn't want to keep the baby, and you can't stop them from wanting to. Do you know what I mean? Because it's such a. I don't know. Like I said,
you can't sacrifice a little bit, a couple months.
Again, man. Like I'm so split in the middle with the argument. I am. I can't.
That's why I think it should be on a merit basis. I think it should be individually decided by. I don't think it should be readily available the way it is. I think that people need to be assessed, and the reasons need to be assessed. and again, people who have had more than one abortion should not be allowed to have another one. Like
Yeah.
you need to take responsibility for
was
yourself.
Yeah.
Because there are countless women who will go and get abortion after abortion after abortion. And I've stayed quiet for a bit of this just to let you guys speak. But I do agree that if the man wants to keep the baby, that woman should have to carry that baby to full term. And then, I mean, one, maybe it could save a relationship, because you do look at your baby and instantly fall in love. Like, you know, like you do. And I think that the father needs to have more say in what happens to the child. 100%.
I appreciate you saying that, Kate.
Yeah, well, you know me, I say it how it is.
You like hearing it? Fuck you. It's like, well, hey, I was part of this. Not me, you, but I was part of this too. You know, the guy saying, hey, I was part of this.
Kate, don't tell your man to fucking fuck off away from your mic, or just fuck off. Again, just tell me shut up, man. Like, fucking, it sounds like he's actually on this panel. That's how loud the
I have
is.
done. I know. But yeah, it should be. I do keep trying to mute it. It should be up to the man as well. Exactly like you've just said. It's not fair at all. VB, you keep unmuting and muting. Gone.
You guys can skirt around the real issue here, but the bottom line is that the female body and the female mind is set up for hypergamy. Now, women biologically are always going to look for the next best provider. Patriarchy kept that in check. When we allowed feminism to creep into society, everything was inverted, everything was fucked. There's no such thing as a good woman. Good women only exist because they're faking their way to appease the patriarchy, which is keeping them in check for their own benefit, for their own good.
But see, but BB, the only problem I have with that is it's not giving women accountability, that they decide, hey,
women are children. Women are children. They don't need accountability. They need to be treated like the children that they are. They're never going to be accountable, and this is a biological fact. It's not an opinion. This is science. Women are inherently hypergamous and evil.
They need to be accountable for the children that they're going to bear to the men. They're just going to be accountable for that.
Only way to do that is completely dissolve feminism.
What's that?
Only way to get back to where things will be functioning, a society would function properly, is to abolish all tenets of feminism. Women do not need to vote. Women do not need to vote. They do not need to drive cars. They do not need to leave the house.
Well, they can at least go shopping, because the man's going to be gone all fucking day working.
Cakes is a female in this, so she's obviously got probably the biggest opinion against this.
I want to know if
it just said you can't vote. You can't just
want to pick up on another.
You need to say
I want to pick up on another point though. If women are children, right, then why do gender norms dictate that the woman has to raise a child? And especially if women are children, then how are women capable and fit to raise a male child in gender norm society? VB.
They're really not. I mean, it's supposed to be a two-way street. Now, look at all these single mothers out here. That's what we were talking about before. What's worse, a heroin junkie mother getting an abortion, or a woman who can't keep a man around, having the child and then letting the child be raised without a father? Which one's really worse? I don't think that the single mother should be allowed to have children. Like, you have to be married and be a living couple that lives in the same house if you're going to have children. I think that's what the law should be.
If that was the case, I wouldn't exist, because I was brought up in a single parent family most of my life.
And look how fucked up you are.
I'm a good specimen, mate. I'm a well-rounded character, unlike yourself, and I've still got hair. Anyway. VB, I agree with you. There's
no such thing as a good woman. Yeah, there's no such thing as a good woman.
But there are certain aspects. But you've got to highlight the aspects of the man as well that are inherently evil. Like there is aspects of us, VB, like every one of us men, and we fight against it every day. To be proper men, we have to fight our tendencies, our fucking primal nature, that our sexual nature. We're men, and if we resort back to our primitive man, we're just beasts. You know what I mean?
We've been programmed to think that way, though. If we take responsibility for what we're supposed to do, which is take care of the woman we decided to be with, then we wouldn't be doing all that stupid shit that you just said, because you would be focused on the woman, and then you'd be obviously having kids with that woman, and then they would be taking care of your kids while you're taking care of them. So it's just back and forth between you and that woman, and not the fucking world. And that's where I think a lot of things, get fucked up too. Which I think with VB, I want to go back to real quick with this segregation thing. I think we need to go back to segregation, not just segregation with races, but segregation with families. Because we can communicate with other people, but we need to separate ourselves so we can focus in on our family. Because that's what's happened is our family has been divided, and which everybody in mankind's all connected. But you got your close family and then your extended family. If you get to know your close family, your extended family can be brought in a point to where it's not bombarded with everybody, and there's all this chaos going on. Which extended families. Everybody outside, even your cousins, your second cousins, this is a stranger walking down the street. You will have more of an appreciation of them if they're not forced in front of their face all the time, and you get to make the decision if they're in your life or not.
The dissolution of the family unit is all because of feminism.
I know. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
It's like all of society's problems, every single one of them, even including war itself, all goes back to women and their irresponsible nature, their hypergamous, demonic nature. All of our problems, it's all women's fault, 100%.
Well, I'm going to say it's their fault. They've been tricked into thinking they don't need a man, just like the man has been tricked into thinking they don't need a woman, which, that's why, in my video I did with the roles of mother and father, because I don't know if anybody's seen that or not, but I know Dee probably has. He's the only one that's been talking about me, talking about my videos. But the thing is a role of a mother and a father. Role of a father is to show a man or the son how to be a man, and to show the daughter what kind of man to look for. And the role of the mother is to show the daughter what kind of woman to be, and then show the son what kind of woman to look for. In an ideal world, like Jed says, in an ideal world, that's how it's supposed to work. But it's still working that way. Unfortunately, the parents are all fucked up anyway, are fucked up as well. So they're showing their kids, no matter what, they're showing their kids how it is. And even though it's wrong, that's how it needs to be. And if you get on the right track, everything will be fine. And before World War II, it was fine, I feel. I think World War II is where it really fucked up. Because I was watching this documentary about the single family home, which they made a big deal about it because remember these mansions. See, I'm seeing it back here in Alabama. They don't have this shit in Arizona. They have these huge mansions, and then there are these farms. Well, families lived in these. You got your cousins, your uncles, your aunts, your nieces, your nephews, your grandparents. They all lived in this house that had 40 bedrooms or 25 bedrooms.
Fucking Waltons
together, huh?
So Waltons.
Yeah. But see, they all lived together and they worked their problems out. If they had a problem, they worked it out, and everything was fine. And they worked on the farm, and they all did everything for each other. Well, after World War II, they broke all that up. It was a single family home, so they broke up, husband and wife and some kids. They broke everybody up. That's where everything. I've narrowed it down to World War II, at least in the United States. I'm sure worldwide, but it's really shown in the United States because the whole family unit was destroyed. And the family unit is actually your cousins, your uncles, your aunts, your nieces, your grandparents. That's the family unit. It's not the mother, father, son, and daughter. The
thing is, what annoys me is that you keep hearing that they're destroying this and they're stopping us from multiplying and they're eradicating our race. But really, we are doing it.
Yeah,
we're not fucking we're not realizing what the fuck's going on. You know what I mean?
Our women are doing it to us.
In a way, for the lifestyle, for certain lifestyles, they want to have certain shaped vaginas that haven't had too many babies go through it and stuff like that.
Or everything is rigged so that the woman can basically get the man's seed and then have his resources and deny him access to their child. It all goes back to women and their evil nature, man.
They're evil. They're evil cakes.
Listen, BB. That whole thing you're saying there, see, that's still up to the man, because the man should not be fooled by some woman that's going to be trapping him like that. He needs to be able to find a woman that he knows and can be confident in saying, "Hey, I'm going to reproduce with this woman." I mean, issues that happened with me and my mom, my daughter's mom, that I wasn't in my daughter's life for a period of time, and I said I fell for it too. But I'm now she's in my life. It's a whole different story. But the thing is that I should have looked for a woman I was confident in knowing that this is gonna be a woman I'm going to spend the rest of my life with and have a child.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that, because they don't exist, bro. They don't exist. You know it. They don't exist. There's none of them that exist.
Well,
there's no such thing as a unicorn.
I have follow-up questions for VB. Okay, so a minute ago you just said that the woman is not equipped to raise a son, but again, gender norms dictate that. Oh God, no, I don't like that. I'm too drunk for full screen. Gender norms dictate that the man is at work all day. So when would the man possibly get time to raise a boy? If the woman is supposed to be at home working or cooking and cleaning and raising kids, when does the man have time to raise a boy?
The weekend and the evenings.
And showing them that him going to work is what a man does.
And that's when they turn into mummy's boys, because they've only been with their dads the weekends. You know what I mean?
But that's not enough. That's not enough.
Dads should be taking their sons to work with them. Like that's how
that's in an ideal world. An ideal world.
But their 2-year-old sons, before they're at school, should be going to work with their dad.
No, not 2-year-old. That's fucking.
But that's the thing. The mum will be at home with the kids until the kids go to school all day, every day. And if the mum's not fit to raise the kid, then why is the mum not at work and the dad's at home then? Like, you can't have both worlds, VB. That doesn't work. You want both worlds. It's not how it works.
You see, the schooling should be done by the mother and the father. And the whole public schooling system should be abolished altogether.
It should, but that means that the mom and the father need to both work, both do housework, and both take on equal responsibility. The mom can't do all of it, and the dad can't do all of it. It just doesn't work that way. In VB's land,
families work so much better.
Having a father around.
I agree with that, D.
Having a father around in the evenings and on the weekends is a whole lot better than a single mother raising a child.
And going back to what I was saying, the whole family unit, as I said, it's everybody, your cousins, aunts, uncles, and your grandparents. That's the true family unit. And if everybody's around, they can take care of the kids, the people that are working, which is, unfortunately, it's going to be somewhere besides a farm, because basically it was farming back in the day. It was farming. That's how you took care of yourself. You raised your animals, you raised your food, and you grew your food, you raised your animals. That's how they functioned until all this stuff industrialized after World War II. And I mean, so unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever get back to it. But if you can get back to that, that's what needs to happen. Everybody participate. And that's that way everybody participates. And that's all you need is food to live on. What else do you need?
Industrialization and all this advance in technology all took place so that men could make women's lives easier for them. And that was our first mistake.
Yeah. Well, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Because it put them into where they felt like they were useless because they were just sitting.
I think the industrialization of the world was putting for the best of mankind, again, for the best for the human race.
But really though,
I didn't think it was put in place for women. I know that's special, VB.
Well, I mean,
but that was the aftermath of it happening as women. And then putting the kids into schools was a terrible mistake because that's really made women feel like they were useless. I feel. And then so they're sitting there, well, what do I do? And well, they want to go to work too because they're not taking care of the kids because they're at school. So you got to look at there's all this dynamics that's going on, which I would hope hope that they could turn around, but you have to do that on an individual basis. And they've made that so hard too. There's some things you can't do in the United States. It's at least in California, I know, and New York. In New Jersey and Oregon. No, I think Oregon's still okay with certain things, but I think it's, and I know Washington's really bad on it too, with the farming, self-farming and stuff, growing. I mean, you came in California, you can't even have window herbs and you can get fined for that and jailed. If, multiple fines, you get jailed. So they're made it so hard that you can't even do anything. You can't they're just homeschooling. They're really going after because a lot of people are trying to homeschool their kids because they know it's fucking stupid. They grew up in the public school system. They know how fucked up it is. So they're trying to ban that now. It's like, like, why can't you teach your own kids what you want to, however you want to teach them?
Do you guys ever step back and realize the big picture here, which is that there's secret entities that control the world, and the white race is their number one fucking enemy, and everything about our culture, all of our independence, all of our innovation, everything that the white people have done, which we're the leaders of in the history of the world, quite obviously, and they hate it. They hate us, and they want us all dead. And that's why they've broken up our families. That's why they've sent our children to indoctrination schools. That's why they're importing fuckloads of brown people. And then that's why they're pushing interracial hookup culture so that white women fuck brown men and have brown babies.
Have you been on BitChute, VB? Good at
VB, I wish VB spoke like that on Sasha's show. See the way he is now. This is what I was expecting on Sasha's show. And it just never happened. It was like pre-jack. Have you heard the pre-jack? Well, this is the ejaculation. What we just heard, that was ejaculation. What we heard VB on Sasha's show was pre-jack.
No, that's castration.
Do you know what pre-jack is?
Castration.
That's just the lubricant bit, Ken.
It was a flaccid hand job before the penetration.
It was flaccid. Oh, that's all I could. Flaccid. Flaccid.
Castration.
Flaccid. That must have haunted you, VB. The flaccid.
Well, you got that from me. You got that from me.
What the fuck?
And I'll tell you where.
My vocabulary is far and wide, further than yours, mate. No the flaccidness.
You got flaccid from when you and me were reviewing that one faggot's video song about me, and I said he was flaccid, and then you came out and said he was flaccid too. That was months ago. I remember, Jed. Come on now.
I don't think I've ever said that word. So do
you know what? I'm that much an honest guy. I'm not going to argue with you about it because I'm not sure. I can't remember. But maybe you're right. So I'm right. Fair enough. Maybe I heard it for you and I've just carried it on. See, I'm all right that way. I'm negotiable.
Credits to you. As I said, it's okay. It's okay to be incorrect about things. And own it and go on. It's okay that
you got one up, VB. Now you look like the arsehole that wants to get one up on everyone. Well done.
It's not a one up.
I'm telling you guys, there's only like 3 channels on YouTube that actually bring brand new original content. There's only 3.
All right, Sasha, Men's a Girl, and Orphan Red.
Connect. It's 8. Number 8. This is number 8 right here.
This is Sasha. This is Sasha's symbol for VB.
No, it's this way.
So there's only 3 channels on the entirety of the entire YouTube truth scene that have ever brought brand new, well, not ever, but that are currently alive that bring brand new content and actual original conspiracy theory thought. And it's Dave Johnson, Daniel Pratt Reshaping Our World, and Validation Boy. These are the only 3 channels that exist that actually provide brand new original conspiracy content in the entirety of YouTube.
You talking about this stuff with the what you're just talking about, and a lot has to do with that Jews being the biggest problem. You need to go to BitChute and go to some channels on BitChute because they have all that stuff on there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this before, which I've been aware of some of it, but to be able to see more of it and more in depth about stuff and all the dynamics of how it's shocking to see it all. It's like, wow. I didn't, YouTube would never have this stuff. No, and they call it JewTube. I call it SpewTube. It's just spew. But yeah, you would likewise. They have a lot of MGTOW stuff on there too.
I've got to admit, right? I've pushed this channel to the limits sometimes. Like I've walked on very slippery ground.
No.
Vlad, no, really.
No,
and these hangouts, some of the things we fucking said, and some of the things that have been fucking discussed on this channel has been very, very fucking against.
You've touched on some stuff. I'm telling you, this stuff on these.
Bill, I know, but see if you're not a big channel, you can get away with some of this shit, man. As long as there's not too many eyes watching you.
I'm not talking about
if you're big.
BitChute.
You didn't want to be big on YouTube, man, because then you've got loads of cunts that'll flag you.
Oh yeah, over there they can't do that. They can't do that over there. So there's all kinds of stuff about the whole.
BitChute's there. He herd up all the fucking right wing radicalists, man, and they're going there in their droves. Goodbye, Vlad.
Huh?
The right wing is like it's a pen. They've created a pen for radicalized people to go to, and then that's what they got to turn it into. this place where these, because I've already heard rumors that BitChute's meant to be a place where right wingers and radicalized nutcases go because they can say what they want.
Well, I don't see me
Gotta
right.
have somewhere to say.
BitChute logo. It has the BitChute logo has the chevron in it, and there's definitely some weird symbology going on with that BitChute logo.
So to think that the BitChute is some kind of fucking savior, it's not happening. It's not fucking happening, man.
It's better than YouTube.
Savior. I just said something different than here.
Yeah. No, it's a good platform.
There's stuff on BitChute that's not here. And it's not just, it's not about conservative stuff because they're not like the conservative stuff at all because they think they're fucking the enemy too. Because they're the whole, especially with the Jewish stuff, because most conservative stuff is, especially the Christian conservatives, they're still sympathizers with the Jewish sympathizers. And there's stuff over here that and it's some crazy stuff that I was like, wow. I was like shocked. I mean, it was surprising, and seeing it from a different perspective, which, I never really was after Jews. I was more after the people that was in power, which ironically, it's the Jews.
And women. And women.
You give them the power by saying that. Just that statement there, you're giving them power. When really, they're one of the smallest fucking races in the, well, so-called pseudo races. I don't even think they're a proper, race. You've got whites, you've got blacks, you've got Mongoloid, Chinese.
And you're right.
You've got mixes in between. You've got fucking Brazilians. You've got Mexicans. And you've got fucking things like that. And Jewishness is just another fucking hybrid fucking race between Europeans and the Middle East. Right. That's what happens when East and West clash. You get kids.
You're right, because they're saying it's not even 2% of the population of the United States is Jewish. And I was like, oh, that's weird. No, but they're saying about the Hollywood thing. I was like, yeah, 100% of Hollywood is Jewish, but only 2% of the population of the United States. So I was like, that's interesting. Because, so I was saying all of them are over there, but it's only 2%. It's like less than 2% of the population of Jewish people. So you're right. It's a small percentage, at least in the United States. I don't know what it is in the rest of the world. Apparently in Israel and Palestine, it's fucking 200%.
Let me make a comment back about Sasha that I never got to make. She's doing this whole therapy thing, and that's just a way for her to feel better about herself and put other people down.
Yep,
that's what that really is. Yeah,
you're right.
Finally, VB speaks his mind. Sorry to interrupt you, but finally, VB, carry on, please.
Because I mean, she lives with her mother. You know what I'm saying? She ain't got nothing going on in her life, and she feels bad about it. So she's gonna try to come on here and put people down, and act like this, that, and the other. She don't have no job. She lives with her fucking mom and shit. Like, get out of here.
Did you have a private chat and talk about that? I mean, is that verified, or are you just?
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, right? Look at her bedroom. She had like little fucking unicorns and shit all over the wall, and she just recently changed.
That's when she was like, how old is she now? Like, she's like 30 something.
Yeah, so she still lives with her mom. Yeah,
she's like 14 years old. That's her room since she was 14. Huh? I'm just asking. I mean, I'm just asking questions. So that way we can find out information. Because I would hate for you to assume that and not be true. But if it's true, it's true.
I mean, you could just look at her and tell that she's that kind of a person. And then she fakes this whole fibromyalgia thing, which is fake. She fakes having Asperger's, which is fucking fake. You know what I'm saying? All of it. Everything about her is fake. And she's a spoiled rich kid that lives with her mommy. That's all it is.
And a lot of the evidence does prove that. But I was just wondering if you had her word of saying that. That's all I was wondering. Because, why was it always in one room? It's always
I can't confirm it, but it's pretty obvious to me that that's what the situation is. There's a lot of women that still live with their moms.
I'm doing stuff out. I'm doing different. My background is always different. It's been this for a few times, but I've had it in different places. I have at my mom's. My girlfriend's here. So I've had different places. So yeah, but to have it in one room only, that does say a lot, though.
And
because even Jazz is different. I always thought he was just. Nah, I can't even think.
Well,
I was going to talk shit, but I had nothing. I couldn't come up with nothing.
Hey, you called me an eccentric. That's good enough. Like, you called me an eccentric. That's good enough.
I couldn't think nothing good.
I'm a bit of a weirdo.
Earn you, but as I say, because you've had different backgrounds, so I know you've been in different places. So you're not, it can't say that you've been in the same spot this whole time, because hers has been in the same little room. All her videos are the same. She's added some stuff to her background, but it's been the same little room that she's always been in.
Vlad, if you've watched me from the beginning, you've watched like a progression of my life. I've had kids and everything, like fucking on YouTube. Like, hey guys, I've got new kids. like fucking, like if people have stuck with me long enough, they've seen me like go through.
Inside your house, like you've had the kitchen stuff, you've cooked, you've been out the window, you've been different parts of the room because your background's been different. That's what I'm trying to say. The background's always been different, so you can't say you've been in the same place. So like you're in this little dungeon. Like her, like I said. So I was asking, did she verify?
Studio. It's like a studio. It's like a fucking.
Assuming, and then now analyzing where she's at, because I've looked at her videos. I've looked at her stuff. They'll just because I want to be able to make a process the information and make a decision on it. So, but her background's always been that bed. It's a day bed at that, because of the sides. That. The swirly side things, that's a day bed, or at least I used to. I know it was a day bed. She doesn't have a real bed, so that's a day bed, kind of like these. These has got a day bed.
Oh, with a frame.
Like a shit about these, but I'm saying it's got that style. So she's had that bed in the same back wall, and she has the lights and stuff like that. Maybe add some couple lights, but it's always just been the same view. It's never changed.
Charlie, come back. We had Charlie in the house here. If you seen him earlier, it was
if she verified that, if she verified what we've always known.
Recently, that group of assholes called the Shills or whatever, they've been mass flagging my videos, and YouTube is sitting here and like putting all my videos on age restriction and shit like that. And the funny thing, and then they've done all these other hit piece videos like Logical Chocolate. He like tried to break down my Asperger video, and then the Shills tried to break down my video about brain in a jar type stuff, and Asperger and fibromyalgia and this, that, and the other. Mm-hmm. And then Godless Engineer tried to break down this old video I made about pro wrestling from like 2 years ago. And it's funny because the real reason all these people are triggered is because of my video about female obesity. And none of them want to talk about that video. And that is the video that really triggered them. And recently that video got put on age restriction too. And so that's what the real deal is, that because every one of these guys has some big fucking disgusting fat cow of a wife or a girlfriend and shit. And that's what they're really upset about. And that's why they're attacking me right now. And they all just cover it up and say, well, let's attack his old video from 2 years ago and this, that, and the other. No, it's because you got a big fat fucking disgusting pig as a wife. And that's what you're fucking pissed off about. The same thing with fucking Amy Hogan too.
So VB, have you seen that video about what was the one I just said? That it's that video. It's in the chat there, or this private chat. It's fuck. What was it? I forgot already. Damn it.
It was one of the shills. They posted it on, I think you said the 3rd of February, and they were talking about. Yeah, they were talking about your Matrix videos and stuff.
What's it called? History.
My Matrix videos. I made videos about the Matrix.
About us being in a Matrix, I think it was. Honestly, he was just spouting a load of shit and being a dick. So I wasn't 100% paying attention to what he said, and I think I only watched it half of the video, and I was like, "This is just ridiculous." Like, there was nothing constructive in what he was saying.
Oh, the Dead Kennedy.
Do you know what I mean?
Dead Kennedy in Space made a video. It's called "In," which is in parentheses, "In Validation Boy," and they're just basically going off. They went through a bunch of your top videos and just talking mad shit. But you haven't made it, because usually when people say stuff, you have comments inside their, that are on their videos. But this one doesn't. I can't find you anywhere. I mean, there's a couple hundred. I mean, let me see how many comments there are. Oh, 201 comments. I looked through every one of them. I didn't see you anywhere. So I was, if you've seen it, I'm sort of blocking you out like a bunch of faggots.
I haven't seen the video yet, but I saw it linked here in Jed's, and I clicked on it by accident. And I was like, "Oh, what's this? A video about me? Another one?" So I'm gonna watch it after this.
Yeah, they're going hardcore against you. I'm like, these stupid fucking dumbasses.
They're talking about sorry, Vlad, they're talking about very, very old videos of yours, like very old. Yeah. You sound a lot younger than you do now.
Well, no, they went for your top videos. They went started with your top video, and then went, it's like maybe the top 6, and this like this mad talking shit and saying how this you have to watch it. But I was like, I was just laughing. I was like, these dumb fucks.
I hurt people's feelings with the truth, you know? I talk about the ugliest, most nastiest truths that exist out there, and these people can't handle it, so they get triggered.
Yeah.
It's true, man. It is true to a certain degree, but you lay it on thick sometimes.
What else am I supposed to do?
Like,
so who's Raincat? Is that Rain Kisses?
No, it's Raincat. Charlie. He was on one of the first grey areas. I'm not sure if VB remembers. He looked like Amish guy. He looked like a Jewish guy. He had these like big fucking hair and he had a big beard. Big fucking beard, man. Quite a cool guy. Spoke all slow.
Yeah, I'll be right back. My girlfriend just got home. I'm gonna see what's going on with her.
Tell her to get on and get the boobs on the screen.
What's that?
Tell her to get our boobs on the screen.
Okay.
D loves that shit. You see D grinning there like, that's what I like. I want to see boobs.
See, I'm more of a butt man as well. Like, yeah, so I like.
Is that? You're more of a what?
I cannot lie.
I hear that shit at my work all the time, like butts, and I'm like, what? You like shit? You like somewhere where shit comes out? All right.
Oh no, not.
You like the back passage?
No.
You like the exit? Imagine a big jobby hanging through that back end. Go on there, big jobby swinging in that back end.
Let me add something else in here. I found another brand new MGTOW video channel. And the guy made a brilliant video talking about the fact that the reason MGTOW is getting, basically banned from YouTube, not banned, but, demonetized and pushed down and throttled and everything, is because the MGTOW videos are actually literally saving men's lives. And that's the last thing the system wants. The system wants men to kill themselves because a lot of time men are killing themselves after they lose their wife and their access to their kids. They kill themselves because they have no purpose. And they know the court's against them and they're fucked. So a lot of men are killing themselves, especially white men. And MGTOW is actually saving men's lives. In every single MGTOW video, there's someone commenting, "You saved my life, bro. I would have killed myself had I not found your channel." Like, it's all the time. People are constantly saying that. And so it's saving lives. And that's what they don't want.
Yeah, but are these same guys then 6 months later killing themselves because they figured out, shit, I'm not going to get a woman this way, so I'm going to be lonely and pathetic my entire life?
Well, then they find, the guys who are suicidal then find MGTOW content and find a reason to live and realize the evil of female nature and how the system is rigged for women. And so then they realize, oh gosh, it's not as bad as I thought. I don't have to die. I don't have to kill myself. There is hope. Thank God for MGTOW. Because without MGTOW, these men would have killed themselves.
Ivan Veen says, "I'm back. Cake seems very reflective and dreamy tonight. Reflective, calm, thoughtful, yet in touch."
I'll just say it again instead of having to type it. Yeah, my friend passed away last night, so I'm a little bit reserved, and also I don't really want to get triggered at the fact that I'm being called evil every 5 minutes for not being evil, for just sitting here and smiling. It's a little bit. It's a little bit like, come on, man. You fell out with us all ages ago, and
you never fell out with
change
us,
the
man.
Just change the fucking record, VB. Come on,
Why?
man. There's so much more in there.
Cakes loves you, and she expects so much more from our dreamy love man.
Yes, there's so much more in there, though. No, but there's so much more in your head.
Yeah.
Why can't we talk about other things other than that?
Like small talk. Let's get to the heart of the issues. The real issue in this world right now is women.
Every time.
Because that's the most important thing in the world.
I've heard everything you have to say, but I can't change it. We can't change it. Let's talk about other things. No, I can't. I'm perfect, motherfucker. Look at me.
You're perfect. You're a single mother that lives with her fucking mom.
Yeah.
You're a single mother who gets drunk and lives with her mom. Okay, that's not perfect.
She's got a boyfriend.
And you're a delivery driver. You're not perfect.
Yeah,
come on, man.
I'm self-sustaining and I'm sober.
I do have to say one thing about Case. She is pro-father because she was raised by her father. And that's really the reason I even started listening to her, because she's been very commendable about that. Not would say she was anti-mom, but she said that she has a lot of issues with her mom because her mom wasn't there versus her father was there. So I have to give her that.
Cakes' opinion is very valued within this community.
It is.
She's not like
I drink.
She's anti-feminist. I mean, she's
By
not.
not ha-
I don't like feminists. Yeah.
She's made that very clear.
By not having a mother around.
I drink every other Saturday, occasionally on our stream, but it is usually tea, which isn't alcohol. I live with my mum because she had a number of strokes, and I don't trust my mum to not call herself an ambulance while she's having another stroke.
Okay,
so excuse me for wanting to look after. No, there's always a reason. There's always a reason.
Bullshit excuse.
I mean, because you don't care about the older people. Yeah. The older people have no value. The older people have no value to society. Blah blah blah. We've heard it all before. VB.
I bet you Sasha has some. I bet you Sasha has some bullshit excuse why she has to live with her mommy too.
And same with Mark
Sargent. Yeah, fibromyalgia. Yeah, we agree with you on that, man. Just there's no point arguing. Like a friend of mine always says, you can't argue with stupid, and sometimes you just come across that way.
That's why you never listen to
That's fighting talk. You're getting Sasha'd. You're getting Sasha'd.
But see, the thing between, I have to say right now, between Cakes and Sasha, is that
it's like a clothesline. It's like Cakes and Sasha running with a clothesline. Boom.
I'm just saying,
BB in the middle.
You saying Sasha, she wants to say she's not a feminist, but everything she says is a feminist mindset. That's the difference, man. I mean, Cakes has made it very clear that she is not feminist. She's like pro-father. Because she had her father, so she knows the value in that. Even though, unfortunately, her mom wasn't there, but that's a whole different spectrum of things where she's not like all anti-man because she knows her father was there for her. I don't know what's going on with Sasha, but I say everything she says is like totally feminist, even though she says she's not, she is. So that's the difference. That's why I say not all women are evil. A lot are, but not all of them. And that's why I'm reiterating and that's like saying all men are evil, and they're not. A lot of them are, but not all of them. You can't have that mindset because then you're fucking devaluing everybody when you do that. You look at everybody on their own, like Kate was saying earlier, their own merits, and go by that.
It's beyond merit. Women are incapable of functioning in a meritocracy because of their biology. This is nature, bro. This is bigger than what a woman says or a woman's past behaviors, this, that, positive, negative. It's beyond that. Women biologically are hypergamous. That's what God cursed them with on creation. So that's why the patriarchy exists, is to keep women in their fucking pen where they fucking belong. Otherwise, they're going to destroy everything, which they're doing right now.
Well, yeah. And I understand that, and I can accept that, and I can see that. But I'm saying there's things that they can do that benefits everything to where they're not trying to destroy everything.
Well, I mean, we need to take several steps back as a society and take all these rights away from women that they just don't need.
Okay.
That's what I think, is that until we can actually strip women of these unnecessary rights, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
Vlad's missus is saying, you're going to have to turn that motherfucker off. I'm going to drop kick you through the fucking wall.
Yeah, she, unfortunately, I'll say it right
now. You're going to attack the laptop.
She's still taking it personal what you're saying, BB. And that's funny, BB. And she agrees with 99.9% of the stuff you say. You do. There's a lot of things you say that he says. It's that you start taking shit personal when he says it. Yeah, exactly.
Because women are children.
You're fine.
Because women are children. They're emotionally immature.
Well, she starts taking it personal. I said, there's a lot of things I'm like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what BB said. And she's like, no, fuck that motherfucker. But I'm like, you agree with everything he says, but you take it personal when he says certain things.
There are so many things that are inherently wrong and dysfunctional about the female human brain. And it's unfortunate, but that's nature. And women want to run around and pretend like they deserve equal this, equal that. They don't deserve that shit because they're not capable of handling reality. They're meant to latch onto a man and be a man's sidekick. That is all a woman is expected to do and should ever do, is be a subservient to a man and be the property of a man.
We can have man boobs. You can't do that if you're a woman.
property of a man.
Hey, Charlie, nice to meet you. Unless you're another BB.
I'm not Jewish. Like,
okay.
Gigi said I look Jewish, right?
No, I said you look Amish or something.
I got a little
Amish.
iron crotch.
No, man, I listened to Charlie. What was it you were talking about the other night there, man? You were talking about something quite controversial. Oh, was it mixed races and fucking whether it should be legal or not? Marriage, like mixed race marriage should be legal, illegal. You were saying mixed race marriage should be illegal. VB's loving this shit. I can see his face. Like, his eyes are like, really? That. Charlie was
wouldn't be
talking
very
about
hard. I mean, how many marriages are mixed race in the first place? Like maybe 2% or 5% or something.
It's like 0.86%. I've looked up the statistics, and that's just their statistics, not just some random shit. This is like the ADL and all this crazy stuff. So it's like 0.6% of the population that's integrated like that, like we were talking about. So it's not a huge percentage, not by any means. So it shouldn't. Not only does it not have an impact, it's not significant enough to say, oh, that's what we need to do, because it's not even significant.
Yet on Jewish television, every single fucking couple you see on TV or in a movie is a fucking mixed race couple.
It's like 60% now. It's 60% at that. I mean, that's why I've been really paying attention to these things.
I've never seen Jewish TV.
What?
If you've seen TV, you've seen Jewish TV, is what I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah. That's all TV. That's what I'm just saying. That, in the United States, Jews are like 1.8% of the population, but they run 100% of Hollywood. How does that fucking work? Talking about, that's what I was saying. I made a comment on somebody's video. I was like, yeah, it's so much for diversity, because they're all about diversity. But they run 100% of Hollywood, and they're only like not even 2%. That's 1.8% of the population of the United States. But they want to run 100% of Hollywood, but they cry diversity. They're the ones fucking running this shit. So
when you think about this, when a white person and a black person have a baby, the baby will never be white. Okay. And so what do you get? You get these muddy half, mud people or whatever. And so there's no diversity there if everyone's going to be a fucking half brown fucking mud person. So whatever happened to diversity? There should be white people. There should be black people. There should be Spanish people. There should be fucking Asian people. But the Jews want us all to mix in so that we're all dumbed down genetically. Because
naturally borders cross and shit. Again, it's naturally some
eventually
races mix. But that's on the edges. That's on the edges. They shouldn't be forcing whole populations right into the middle of a alien sort of population. You can't take a whole bunch of Islamic people and put them in the middle of a pro-Christian country and expect things to be rosy and dandy. I mean, fair enough on the edges, on the borders. Cultures can be very similar and they can mix, and sort of you have that sort of dynamic. Just say Afghanistan, very multicultural, different fucking peoples, different backgrounds, different, because it's like a crossroads. But Britain is so far away from everything. It's like a fucking corner. There should be no excuse for loads of Middle Eastern people to be suddenly flung in the middle of Britain. I mean, fair enough on the edges of the Middle East. Turkey, fucking shit. Turkey may be the furthest. I mean, because it's the most compatible with their religion, Islam. But when you start going beyond Turkey into Europe, like France, Italy, that's when you become incompatible. That's when the problems arise.
See, the powers that be have gone into the white nations and made white men specifically become the most emasculated little cuck bitch boys that have ever existed in the world, even though we were the most brave and the most accomplished before this. And then by having all the white men be all fucking bitch boys, then they ship in a whole bunch of brown guys who are real aggressive. And we know women are attracted to aggressive, type guys.
That's what it doesn't scare me, man. But I think to myself, fuck, because I look at society and our Western men are turning into little fucking soy cockboys, and we're shipping over these fucking men that came from war zones. Okay, their mentality is fight or flight. And they'll fucking savage our kids. They will savage our kids. You know what I mean? Like our sons, because our sons are too fucking civilized. That's usually when they fall in civilization, when we get too comfortable. Yeah, we need to be warlike to fucking survive. Yeah. You can't be too civilized.
I'm gonna get back to your DNA stuff real quick, BB. I've been finding out, watching people do these DNAs, these black people doing DNAs. Did you know they're like 60 to 78% white European, and they're thinking they're African? They're like a fraction of African. So I'm not sure how, in their genealogy and so that they're actually European, but this mixture you're talking about where it makes it like 50-50 is not. They're actually more European than they are African. Or
yep. Like Vlad,
you're disappointed.
You know me. I've done videos on Ancestry.com. I love my genetic studies, shit like that. I'm 90% Celtic, which is a freak in today's society when we're trying to mix everybody up. I'm a mongrel. Like I didn't care. I'm a fucking
purebred.
No, a mongrel. I'm a purebred. I'm a Mongol in fucking like ethnicity. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
My point is, like, in this world of fucking genes and shit like that. Oh fuck! I forgot where I was going, man.
Well, it's
you were talking about how white people have a much higher average IQ.
No, I wasn't, man. I wasn't.
How about the percentage of your DNA as goes one way or another? And so that's what I said. And I don't know where you're.
Nah. Oh, you're making it too. Oh, you're fucking my brain up even more. You're taking me further away from the truth.
There's all these black people that are upset and triggered because they're mostly European versus African.
That was it. Sorry. So you know what? I've remembered. Right, shut the fuck up so I didn't lose it. Right. So you know I love my ancestry, blah, blah, blah. Right. So I watch a lot of ancestry videos of other people finding their results. I love watching people like they've been told their grandfathers were German and they're fucking, and then they discover the truth. I love watching those videos because sometimes their whole reality gets burst. They've got like fucking Indian tattoos all over them, and suddenly they find out they're no Indian. They're fucking mostly
Asian.
Asian or something like that. It's like, but what I've noticed, there's a massive pattern of black people who think they're mixed with Native American. They think that my grandmother was in the Sioux family. And really, it's 30% European. It's 30% British or 30% English, Scottish, Irish. Mm-hmm. And they just deny it completely. And they try and make out they've got long noses and lighter skin because they're part of the Sioux tribe. And there's so many fucking videos on YouTube that these black people are dying to get the result that they're part of the Sioux tribe. And they're 30% Scottish.
Yeah.
And they almost cry.
And
it's disgusting. It's disgusing because it's racist. They're like, "Oh my God, I'm 30% European. I thought I was Indian. I've been told lies."
35 or less, or 35 or less African. So it's like they're not even half. They're not even half African. So I wanted to reiterate to VB that this whole race mixing, it's actually to their detriment because there's more. A Caucasian, I'm going to say Caucasian because that's what it really is, not white, but there's more Caucasian genes than there are anything else, so it supersedes everything else. So them thinking they're trying to kill that is detrimental to them because they're less than, I said, 35% or less because there's all these other things that are factors coming into play too. So they're 35% or less. I mean, some of them like 20 or less. I've watched tons and tons of these videos, and they're in tears. Like,
I know.
I was like pure African. That's
put a black American in Africa. Put a black American in Africa. They'll feel so alienated. They'll feel so fucking weird. They wouldn't even feel black. They wouldn't even feel African. Like even Richard Pryor does a brilliant stand-up like this. He tries to go and get his roots and stuff like that, and one of the tribes tells him he's more like an Italian than a black man. I mean, it's like what? Again,
well, there's the Liberians. Have you heard of Liberians?
Yep, they got made.
They were mixed with whites. They were mixed with whites. So Europeans over here in the United States, and they were like we were talking about earlier. They were shipped back over there. And now
they're coming back.
Yeah.
And South Africa is all white. I mean, that's all British. That's all British.
Charlie, we were speaking about earlier that the freed slaves got given a chance to create their own states in Africa, and one of them was Liberia, and the British gave the black people Sierra Leone, and they're failed states. They actually became racist over the original black people there. The Americans that went over, the black Americans that went over, started prejudicing over the Africans. So there was a class difference there between black people. I mean, so there's always going to be differences. It doesn't matter about skin color. Because even in Britain, even if we got rid of all the immigrants, all the Pakistanis, all the Indians, we'd start picking on the Polish, on the fucking Russians. And then once we're done with them, we'd start picking on the fucking again until we're well to the fucking pure Aryan fucking race. I mean, like, that's just the nature of humans. Sometimes we just want to stick to our own. We don't like to admit it. It's a taboo subject. But if you were going down two alleyways, you've got a choice of going down two alleyways. You've got an alleyway fully like people that you didn't recognize, they're darker than you, they're from different countries, or you got an alleyway people that you recognize that look familiar and stuff like that. What alleyway you got to go down? Nature tells you to go down the alley that's more recognizable and familiar. You know what I mean? Because that's keeping you alive. Like, that's a gene somewhere in you, a nature. It's no racism. It's not fucking racism to want to be with your own people. It's no fucking racism. I'm sick of hearing about that shit.
I had a black boss who was from Africa. He spoke French and like Swahili, whatever the fuck, wherever he was from. And because I was by far the hardest worker at my job, and I was pretty much one of the only white guys there, he favored me heavily. He favored me heavily above all the other black people that worked there. He thought they were all trash.
That's racist.
That's awesome, though. He knew what was
That's
up.
racist, though. Like,
but he knew what was up. He knew that I was he knew I was a more valuable person.
That is more racist than fucking anything when you think about it. Like,
he hated them.
That's worse than a racist because he goes against his own people.
Yeah, he hated them. He knew, but he knew.
So the people, so the friends of mine in Arizona that were Chicanos, they called themselves Chicanos, for whatever reason. They were the ones that, that's just like third or fourth generation Mexicans that were in Arizona. And they hated it. They wanted to kill. And actually, they did kill. I wouldn't know any personally, but Chicanos hated immigrants from Mexico, even though it was it's where they came from, 3 or 4 generations back. So would that be the same thing? Would that be racist of them to do that? Or they knew, they were fully aware of what was going on? And based, judged and made a decision on how they were acting versus how their great-grandparents or grandparents.
Well, that just shows you it's deeper than race. It's culture. It's a cultural thing.
There you go. There you go. That's what it is right there, Jed. Because the culture that they had, they 3 or 4 generations, they grew up as Americans. The Chicanos I knew. They had their Mexican heritage, but they knew they were fully American, and they didn't, push Mexico. They knew they were Hispanic or Mexican, but they were still American. Versus the ones that came over and tried to, take over, like, and they hated them. I mean, I up until I left in 2014, I knew they despised and hated the immigrants that came over, illegals, I should say.
Because they knew those immigrants had a different mentality than the ones that they themselves came over here with.
There you go. Yeah, that has to do with culture, which what Jed just said. That's why.
I don't know why, and I don't know why racism has so many bad connotations to it. Racism is healthy and natural. It's a good thing. Ask anyone in China. They hate everyone that's not Chinese, and that's why China stays Chinese. So it's only preservation.
China never had civilization. That China was a land of Chinese when they did Chinese stuff, which was weird. There has to be some sort of a connection with the outside world for people.
So there's Malaysians. What's the other ones? Hong Kong, Taiwanese. All these little sects. Sects, not sex, but sect with a T. SEXT.
We get it.
They didn't. So that's not all. That's not. I mean, they're all connected, aren't they? I mean, at some point, they're all connected. They just kind of branched off. I mean, who do they integrate with that cause them to be different than the mainland China? Because it's all right there. If you look at the maps. Taiwan and fucking Malaysia and what's the other ones? I can't think right now, but
Philippines,
right
Vietnam,
there,
Philippines.
Philippines, and Vietnam. They're all right there by China, even Japan. Japan's right there, and they hate each other. They despise each other.
I'm still mesmerized.
That's all okay, but
I'm still mesmerized by the fact that Japanese people actually look quite different than Chinese people, and their cultures are so different from each other.
Japan were isolationists. They cut themselves off from the world, like because they're on that island. They just fucking cut themselves off from. And in fact, Japan's never been invaded by anybody because there's nothing worth invading for.
China, didn't it?
There's nothing worth invading for. There's no minerals on Japan. Most of it is a natural disaster waiting to happen with volcanoes, tsunamis. There's nothing there. There's no oil. There's no gold, silver, fuck all. So that's why Japan have always been expansionists. Before the Second World War, they were taking over Malaysia. They were taking over large parts of China and fucking shit. You know what I mean? They were taking over the fucking...
They're ready to rock and roll.
Their divine mandate under the emperor was to rule the world.
They had to because they've got nothing to keep. They've got a massive population. That's why they're stacked up so high. Because only 30% of Japan's land is livable or some shit. Kidding, only 30% of it. And it's got a massive population and fucking there's nothing there. So they've had to expand to fucking survive.
All I got to say is that in America, you got white people, right? It's basically a white man's land. It always has been ever since we took it over. And so you got black people that come here. You got Hispanics that come here. You got different types of people that come here and they fucking squander and they end up on welfare and they're trash. And then you got Japanese and Chinese people who come here and fucking excel and almost even outdo white people. Mm-hmm. So, what does that tell you?
They have a different mindset. Mm-hmm. It's about the mindset of how people interact.
I think it's genetic. I just think that certain people are literally genetically inferior. They're like subhuman people, and there's really no way around that.
You're saying Asian Japanese people are superior than Caucasians?
Well, in some areas maybe, but overall, there's like whites and there's Japanese, and then there's like kind of the rest of the world, and then the rest of the world is pretty much like primate level mentality, and that's genetic.
Now, what do you trace that back to?
What do you mean?
Well, there's a lot of people that trace that all that what you just said. They trace that back to a certain thing. I wonder if you're on the same track as that.
Well, I don't believe in evolution.
Well, like I was saying before, Vlad. Like I was saying before, Japan were isolationists, right? So they became very cut off from the rest of the world. Yeah. It wasn't until Britain got involved that Japan became a fucking booming economy. Really, at the end of the day. When Britain started trading with Japan, this is when Japan started seeming like the superior race. But fucking when Britain invaded China and Japan and all these fucking they're running at us with swords. We had guns. Again, we're like fucking they invented gunpowder. We used gunpowder to fucking make weapons. They made fucking fireworks. You know what I mean? Like
I don't think they invented gunpowder.
Maybe they didn't, because see, when I look back in old British witchcraft and shit like that, they were throwing shit in fires that were combustible, like saltpeter and shit like that.
Yeah, you can read about in the most ancient European text about like combustible fires being used.
Roman fire. Is it Roman fire?
Roman fire.
Yep.
I thought they were more about the oils and
and it was a Greek one as well, like Greek fucking grenades.
When they would throw the clusters of they catapult the clusters of balls of fucking oil over the castle walls and fucking.
I'm sure there are different varieties.
Basically, modern day napalm.
So back to my original question: when are white people going to realize that we need to get rid of all female protection and we need to get rid of all the brown people, and then we can have civilization back? That we put all these hundreds of years into making, and then all of a sudden flushed it all down the toilet.
I think can I share my theory? Because I really want to jump on when you all were talking about the Jews. And I think the Jews, I think there's a whole psyop going on with the whole white nationalism and 14 words and talking about white people thing.
1488.
Yeah, I think God is the only thing that got us to where we came as a civilization. It's the bounty of faith, and we've lost faith as a civilization.
I agree with that, but that's not God, because I was looking into that whole, because I always had a problem with the word God. I don't know why. I was happy about the whole creator thing. I'm more of a creationist than Christian. I'm more of a creationist, because there has to be something that created this. And I'm talking to Charlie, and so the whole thing with God, I found out the word God is actually short for God Riel, which is actually this is Hebrew stuff, not Jew, but Hebrew. What's the other word? What's the Hebrew? Aramaic stuff. God Riel is actually the true name of Satan, or the adversary of the Creator, and which I guess go into the whole Yahweh. And stuff like
Where are you
that.
getting all this bullshit, Vlad? This is all some satanic fucking antichrist bullshit. That's tricking you, bro.
Yeah, that's antichrist.
Jesus Christ is the only one who ever claimed to be that creator you're talking about. No other religion claims to do that. So I mean, Jesus is God.
His real name is Yeshua, not Jesus.
Well, whatever you want to call him. There's God, and then there's God.
It's actually a bastardized version of Yeshua is Jesus.
Well, Jesus claimed to be the flesh manifestation of that creator God, who is the be all end all. So I mean,
that's Yahweh, not God, because
Jesus never contradicts himself. Jesus never says anything that's evil. So I mean, you need to turn to Jesus Christ, bro. Like seriously, you're confused with all this creator and all this shit and all these fucking.
Not Jesus. Jesus is a bastardization.
What the fuck did I miss?
It doesn't matter.
I only went for a piss, man, for like 2 minutes. What did I miss?
I was we were talking about the 14 degenerate Jesus mumbo jumbo. Honestly, I just.
Well, we were talking about this a week ago. I said, Jesus thing. I always had a problem with the Jesus thing, and then finding out, through a couple of different few things that it's actually a bastardization of Yeshua, which is connected to Yahweh, which is the real name of the Creator, versus God and Jesus. The God and Jesus is a misdirection that they. We mean you were talking about, Jed, that that whole thing with King James. It started with King James, and after that, because they wanted to be able to be subservient to a king, which was James. And we already know, and there's
royal divinity. Like the divine right of kings.
Because you really don't need to be subservient to nobody, and just know that who your creator is and what he did.
You know about the
you don't have to be
10 tribes.
Yep.
The 10 tribes.
Yep. Well, Charlie, I've got a theory that the tribes are from Celtic tribes. I think one of these tribes were Celtic tribes that spread throughout Europe. Got to Britain, and I think the origins of the Bible are from Britain. There's my theory. I don't think the Middle Eastern. I think the true roots of the Bible lie in Britain.
Well, I think the world didn't look the same. Whatever, 2,000, 3,000 years ago. I think we're talking about 3,000 years ago.
Yep. There's all speculation. Yep.
I would say just look at Greek statues, right? The statues of the Greeks, and look at a Greek person today.
I know. Yep. Or even Romans. Look at Roman fucking busks.
Oh yeah.
They didn't look Italian. They didn't look Italian. The Roman, like when you say Roman emperors, they look like old fucking British fucking politicians. Like fucking, they didn't look Italian, but
the noses are small, like Caucasians. They're not Italian noses.
But not just that, they're big as well, because British people got big fucking noses. Like we have notoriously got big fucking noses, British people.
Italians have big noses. British people are more likely to have a more quaint nose. Look at cakes.
No, well, my theory is Italy was more of a Caucasian country before the rise of Islam. Like, same way Constantinople, it was more of a white fucking place. Turkey, Istanbul. That was a white fucking place. That was the furthest point that white men had conquered. And Islam had managed to get it back, turned it back to Istanbul. they've taken bits back. I mean, even the Greeks, even the Italians, I think they were more Caucasian than they are nowadays.
The question is, why would a white king, King James, make a Bible that's all about British history, but in the Bible say that it was about these people from, in the Mediterranean or this?
Because he has to follow up from the Old Testament and all. He has to stay to the fucking canon. He's not like the Star Wars makers nowadays, where they didn't care about the previous stuff. Like the people who made the fucking King James Bible were trying to think about the old stuff as well and try and like integrate it into a new style. They weren't dismissing the Old Testament altogether. They were still.
I think I had a problem with the whole Jesus thing was why would they claim he was a Jew, but it was the Jews that even though it was the Romans that killed him, but it's the Jews that supported that and pushed that. So that whole thing. Why would you want to have their own person? Their home.
That gets explained in the Bible. See, the Jews that were in control at that time were called the Pharisees, and they wanted to be worshipped themselves. They wanted to put themselves at the top, like a Catholic priest or like the Pope does now. They put themselves between man and God. Jesus came along and said to the Pharisees, "You guys are all wrong. It's about people's connection through me straight to God. We don't need any of your crap." And they're like, "No, we don't like that. We like getting our money and our fucking riches and fame." So they killed him.
So he turned over their tables first. Then they killed them.
I'm thinking more along. He was Hebrew versus Jewish.
Maybe.
Because there was a difference.
But was there back then?
I think the Jews had hijacked Hebrew culture.
Okay, so you're saying like the Khazars, the fake Jews from Eastern Europe, came over and stole Hebrew from the Hebrews?
Yeah. And that's why they try to claim, which I don't understand why they would claim that Jesus is Jew, and then they supported murder.
This is the way I see it, right? See when the Romans came to Britain. See when the Romans
not murder, they crucified him, motherfucker.
Right, I'm going to change the subject, but see when the Romans first entered Britain, they were Hellenistic. They never knew what Christianity was. See, by the time the Romans' influence had left Britain, Roman Catholicism had existed. So this is my theory. The Romans went to Britain, found Celtic Christianity. There was a Celtic thing going on, where they came from the pagan ideas to some kind of one monotheism in Britain. They had a monotheistic belief, and the Romans took that back to Rome, turned it into some fucking what they wanted it. I mean, and I believe even the man Jesus, there's a Celtic god called Isis, and the letter J wasn't invented till like the 15th century or some shit. Isis, you know what I mean? Like they've plagiarized other religions to make their own religion.
We're talking here that the J is actually a Y sound. That's why I'm saying Yeshua. Yeah, Yahweh and Yeshua. Yeshua is that's what I said. Jesus is a bastardization of Yeshua, which because the J is actually a Y.
It's Joshua. It's Joshua.
No,
Yeshua is Joshua.
Yeah, but you're saying
it's not Jesus. It's not Jesus. This is the thing I keep hearing. People keep saying Yeshua is Jesus. Yeshua is Joshua. Joshua.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's been bastardized. So the whole Jesus, Yeshua, or Joshua is wrong. It's Yeshua is the actual name, not Jesus or Joshua.
But Yeshua is Joshua with a Y.
Yeah, but but through all the translations, it's been bastardized so much more. I said I have to show that video about the King James it's showing that King James was a hardcore homosexual back in his day, and he's supposed to be pushing all stuff, but even though he was against it,
is that anti-white propaganda?
No, it wasn't.
Well, I've heard the black Hebrew Israelites saying that the King James was black.
See, they had pictures of this guy. He looks like pretty gay. He's got his little.
You've been watching Dave Murphy,
his ruffled neck thing he's got. No, this is painting. Those are known paintings of the guy.
I know, but see these paintings back in the day. If you actually study art and medieval art and shit like that, you'll notice there's a pattern. there was a style that they painted these people at. They weren't realistic. There was just a certain style. You notice they all look the same. Like between fucking Bonnie Prince Charlie to King Edward to King George, there's all a similarity between them because there was a style they painted them in. If they had big fucking warts and a big fucking nose, they're not going to paint that. They're going to paint it the way the style. There was a stylized look.
So what about the women that were what they when they painted women, because like they thought, well, I guess they can go by that because they painted women like they were like this, pear shape. They weren't that, they weren't this hourglass shape that they push nowadays. But back then they're like that pear shape. They're wide and big. They're big and they were admired for that. That was the fucking.
I don't think they were really. I mean, I don't know.
These big women. So you're saying that's not correct, or you say is what's when? Because that's how they painted them. So is that how they looked at them, or is that mis?
I got
just
a theory.
Moles and stuff like that. They're
Did you see
picking
my
out for actual facial features in their body shapes. Those had to be. They had to be a little bit accurate. Whichever they I said they admired bigger women because they thought that was health. They didn't health.
Look at manga. Look at English cartoons, American cartoons. We don't draw people accurately.
Well, now I know. Yeah, I know. Because look at this stuff with Trump.
So why would we ever have drawn people accurately?
Which resembles them, but it's not even close to what Trump.
So my point is, like those images of James that you seen were maybe stylistic, rather than a proper representation.
It looked like a portrait. It was a portrait painting. It wasn't like this exaggerated thing. And it wasn't even about his facial features. It was like he had his ruffles. Like, are you going to wear ruffles?
That was the culture of that time.
They all wore that shit. They all wore ruffles. He wasn't the only. He wasn't like this first king that wore ruffles.
Wore ruffles. No matter what, I wouldn't wear ruffles. I don't give a fuck what era I was in. I wouldn't be wearing ruffles.
If you were one of the top people in society at that time, and that's what was expected of you, you would do it. And it doesn't mean that he was gay.
You'd be wearing your makeup. You'd have your wig on.
I was about to say, so all judges who have those curly wigs, they're gay now. Sorry, and all naval officers with the wigs and the hats, they're all gay now. You heard it here first. Vlad said so.
It's not gay. It's woman worship. That's all signs of woman worship.
Well, no, they did that because their actual hair it was full of lice and stuff, and it was actually like looked terrible. So they're trying to present themselves appropriately. Because they were so disease infested, I guess.
Yeah,
that's a documentary back in the 90s I seen. That's the whole wig thing.
No, I seen something similar to that.
It never said nothing about homosexuality. It just said, hey, they had their real hair. There was even women. They were so lice and disease ridden. They had like patches of hair, so they would get hair and they would have these wigs to make themselves look like presentable. Because they were terrible. Hygiene was terrible.
Vlad, how much of that bottle have you drank?
I'm
at 10.
I got 2 more. I got 2 more left. So I'm at 10. Wait, 10? I went like
You're actually at 11.
What?
You're actually at 11. You did that and then that.
Oh, really? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
How did we know that? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because my last time it was 14. It was 14. So
my
2 more. That's 2 more.
My theory about why women were painted as big is in that video I made, and they were trying to show that as a white civilization, our women are heavy because of our decadence and our opulence. It was kind of like a status sign.
It was like back in ancient times. Back in ancient times, it was actually adored, like a voluptuous woman, big breasts, big hips. This was something because there's been statues found. We worshipped.
Why would a man?
We never worshipped anorexic women.
Why would any man?
And we found mother statues or mother statues.
Men.
Because my girlfriend, I mean, she's not fat, but she's shapely and she has some some hips and some thighs, and I'm very attracted to that. If she was any thinner than that, I wouldn't be attracted to her. She's not. I said she's not fat.
But you've been conditioned because men instinctively, when you first started getting horny as a little boy, when you were 14, 13, 14, 15, you started getting real horny for girls. You liked girls that were young and tight. End of story. End of story.
I was actually attracted to older women that had shape to them.
Bullshit.
No, I'm being serious.
Can I ask a question?
That's something you disagree with.
Could that be, VB, that when you're 14, 15 and you're attracted to skinnier women, could that be because you are not yet ready to be childbearing? Obviously, man doesn't childbear, but you know what I mean. And subsequently, the older you get, could it be that you get more attracted to, not of my size, because we all know that I'm quite plump, as Jamie Brown put it, but could it be that people are more attracted to those with broader hips, larger boobs, because they're at that childbearing age? Then women have obviously reached more maturity. You know,
women, see, the thing is that women start tight, and then once you put the baby in them, then they blow up. So it means they're used when they're big like that. So men naturally want the tight, skinny girls. That's nature. And through social conditioning, we've all been conditioned. To, I like thick girls. I like thick girls. Yeah, bullshit. Nobody likes no fucking thick girls, dude.
But skinny women. But hang on, because skinny girls.
It's about youth. It's about youth.
The thinner you are, the more complications you have. The thinner you are, the more complications you can have with childbirth. Obviously, that goes vice versa. As obviously, that is both sides. The thinner you are, the fatter you are, there are more complications in childbirth and childbearing. The larger you are, the easier it is.
A woman's apex is at age 18, 20, 17 to 20. That's a woman's apex of her value as a human being, female human, is 17 to 20. That's her apex of value. That's nature. That's good. Blame God, not me. Blame God, not me.
God isn't real, so
okay.
You know.
He's quite real, or else we wouldn't be here. But that's what I'm saying. Okay. And so thinness subconsciously equates to youth, and men prefer neotenous, shy, youthful women that are can be controlled and will submit. And that's the end. That's nature. That's biology.
What's it got to do with their stature?
It's all about youth. It's just I'm talking about basic instincts that just happen naturally with human beings. Men inherently realize that a woman's value is post-teen, very early 20s, her actual physical value. Like if you wanted to put a woman into monetary terms of property and shit, a woman's body is the best when she's at that age.
Beyond that, but you're contradicting yourself, and I say I'm not attacking you. I say, just so you know, but you're contradicting yourself because you have no children, so you've not put yourself in a position to take advantage of that. What you just said, because if you really believe that doesn't disqualify my point at all.
But don't say so, because if you really truly believe that, you would have took advantage of that.
You're trying to shame me. No, just like Cakes is trying to shame me. You can't shame God's will, dude. You can't shame God's will. God created women to be at their most valuable at that point in their life, and men are inherently attracted to that. And that's our first instinct.
But you didn't take advantage of that because you're
so. But what? So So you're attacking me. What do I have to do with the point? You're attacking me, Vlad. The point is bigger than that. So attack the point. You can't attack the point. You can't attack the truth.
Can I add to your point?
When did you recognize? Hold on, Cakes. When did you recognize that, BB? That you recognize that that's God's will. That women only be attracted to women between the age of say 18 to 25.
Not only, but when it comes to terms of.
I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, because
in my late 20s, I realized, damn, as these bitches get older, they just get more and more gross and more problems. And they're so much better when they're younger. Dear God.
Because the whole point you're trying to make is
it's the same with men.
Hold on.
No, it's not. No.
Yes, it is.
Men age like
wine.
Men age like wine. Women age like milk. Women age like milk, and men age like fucking wine. So, anyways,
I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, because you've not taken advantage of this fact that you said you've known since 25. that you could have, because this is mostly about childbearing women. Okay.
Yeah.
So why have you not had any children with any women? Only one woman is all you needed. And you did not take advantage of that fact, but you want to condemn it now that you're at a certain age that it's kind of inappropriate. I wouldn't have a problem with it if some woman that's 18 to 25 is attracted to you and they want to have kids with you. I wouldn't have a problem with that personally. So that's not what it's about. But you want to attack that any man that has any attraction to women that's beyond that. Okay?
Not for childbearing. Not for childbearing. They don't.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't care about that. That's what I'm saying. And even then, I didn't care because I said what Case was saying is that women with wide hips and large breasts, that's an automatically thing. They did this scientific. I've seen a lot of stuff about it, not just mainstream. Not mainstream stuff, but it's known that men are attracted to that because it's about childbearing, because they know naturally they know that women can handle childbirth with wide hips and large breasts because they can not only handle the bearing the child, but they can take care of the child. That's just known. So I'm just questioning what you're saying. I say I'm not attacking you. So don't say, oh, it's just whatever what you were saying earlier. I
just want to kind of make support the fact that Vlad is kind of right. It's kind of proven in like nature, men, and it was the same with women back in the old days. See, women back in the old days preferred larger men, plumper men. It showed wealth. It showed they could be fat.
Yeah, why would a man want a fat woman then? Because the woman wasn't supposed to be about wealth.
Because if you had an anorexic woman back in the day, there's a good chance your child would die.
Why? See, you're saying anyone you're just saying they're either fat or they're anorexic. See, that's what the thing is.
Skinny then, right? Skinny. Just
I'm talking about the in betweens. You're discounting all the in betweens. You're just saying, oh, if a woman shapely has some wide hips, which I said my girlfriend, everybody knows she's 60. She's gonna be 60 in fucking a couple weeks, and she is absolutely beautiful. Everybody's seen her. She's shapely. She's not fat. Okay, but she's shapely and has she has a nice ass and a nice body. Yeah, she Jed's over here shaking his head. It's blurry. Okay.
And Laurie Gale. Let's just plug Laurie Gale here. Laurie Gale is stunning. Laurie Gale has a rack.
Discount anything about her because she's past those years.
Why are you defending your girlfriend specifically against something I said generally about all women? It's like you've got some kind of issue here that you're trying to like break down for yourself.
Because that's his focal point. Because that's his basis of his point.
Because he's being introspective. He's being introspective about his own life when he hears the truth that I say. So now he wants to fight me and say, well, what about me, BB? What about my special situation?
No, I'm pointing out the fact that you're the ones generalizing and saying, all women are evil. Not all women are evil.
Yes, they are.
A large percentage of them are. I agree with that, but not all of them.
Read Genesis.
No.
Adam and Eve, baby.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I agree with that. That she was very
hypergamous.
Okay, but that doesn't make all women evil. That makes a large percentage of them evil or wrong. And
hypergamy spawns actions that we as civilized men consider culturally evil actions because they are self-destructive and they hurt people. Men preserve, women attack and destroy. Men have to have a patriarchy to keep these fucking bitches in their place before they destroy the world. What's the big fucking issue with that, dude?
No, that's toxic women, not bitches, toxic women.
There's no such thing as a woman who's not a toxic woman biologically. That's what I'm telling you. This is nature.
My whole point was bring your woman, your lady, the one you think so highly of, that's different from them all. Put her.
Well, it's debatable sometimes.
And we can put this all to rest to where I say I'm not attacking you, VB. I mean, I think a lot of you, as you want to fucking help me with all this stuff. I'm just putting my point across that we need to be fucking balanced with all this shit. You can't just.
You're upset because you think that by the comments I've made, I've judged you and your girlfriend.
No.
Yeah, that's how you feel when you listen to me. You're like, well, I love VB, but he's talking about me sort of in a way. And now you're mad about it.
you're generalizing everybody because you
Well,
have
no, you specifically, because you're out here defending your girlfriend and how she got this ass and whatever.
I'm just pointing out the fact that not even with cakes or that's only I can go on right now because we already know Patricia's a fucking narcissist, so that doesn't count. Fucking Orphan Red's a fucking narcissist, so that doesn't count. But I'm the same. So we got four women right there. So 50-50. It's
Lori Gale, Barbie, Lori Gale, Cakes.
Yeah, okay.
All of them.
That puts it into fucking, let's see, 3 out of 5. That's a 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5.
Your woman is a narcissist too.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
Hang on.
If she has a vagina, she is.
Excuse me. But I'm egotistical at best. I don't think I'm narcissistic. I have narcissistic traits. But I think everybody has narcissistic traits. But I am egotistical.
The female brain is a narcissist.
Hang on a sec, VB. The last time we spoke, you had a go at me for interrupting you. Why don't you show me the respect that I've been showing you all night and not interrupt me?
Go ahead.
But I made my point, but you were speaking over me, was that I am egotistical at best. I don't have I'm not narcissistic, but I do have narcissistic traits. And then I was going to say, but at least I am honest about that, and I can recognize that and have humility in that, you know?
What's the point you're trying to prove?
But there's a difference between, like I said, BB, I think you are more egotistical than narcissist. You try to claim being narcissistic. I don't think you're narcissistic because narcissistic, you don't try to claim it. You condemn everybody else, which you try to do that, but you put in as other things, and that's why I think the same thing with Cakes has said. It's egotistical is where you have some issues, whatever personal issues you have, you try to present yourself a certain way, and that's fine. Like I said, I think very low of myself. I mean, you guys know, as BB and Jed, you know, I this is the first time in 5 years that I've actually put myself on air, and that was when the whole fucking gray area. That was the first time I ever put myself online. My face was online, was gray area. Which is what, 6 months ago? So 5 years, because I don't think very much of myself. But the point is, anyways, there's a difference between egotistical and narcissism. Egotistical is where you think you have a certain persona about yourself, which Cakes probably, you know, VB and Cakes will probably agree with this, you know, at a point, certain thing. And, you know, Cakes actually proved that earlier because, you know, Jed made herself big like you did myself last couple weeks ago. I said, no, I'm not a narcissist. I don't need all the attention. I'm okay with I'm okay with being small in everybody. I don't need all the attention. So that's the difference, you know. Yeah, there you go. Stop.
Woo-hoo!
But so the difference between being egotistical was thinking highly of yourself versus a narcissist where you're better than everybody else. And that's why I think VB thinks he's a narcissist. He's not. He just I think you're better than most people. Okay, you're better than a lot of people. I agree with that. I can accept that, and a lot of people see that, especially with the people I said, we've
been demonized to like hate ego, like drop your ego and all this new age pish. Your ego is who you are. Your ego is like if there's 100 people on an island, they're still going to be different from each other because they're going to have different. Even though they share the same experiences on that island, there's still going to be differences somehow, and there's going to be egos between those. And
that's okay. But
let me reply.
It's like with Patricia.
Let me reply, Vlad.
Hold on. Let me finish my point before I fucking forget because I only have this much time.
All right, mate.
Okay, look, Patricia Steer, for one thing, she's like blocking everybody that has anything. Look at her fucking comments. It's all, we're there for you, Patricia. You're so beautiful. You're so this, da-da-da. Not one negative comment. That's a fucking narcissist. BB, on your channel, you have motherfuckers talking shit about you. You're okay with that because, okay, you have an ego. That's fine. It might be a little bit more than what people want because that's on them. But you as a person you are, it's okay to be having ego because you want to boost yourself up. Like I said, I don't have that because I think
BB looks like he's puking in a toilet. That post.
I'm not attacking them. The same with
puking in the toilet.
So let me get back now. I see everything you're saying, and it's funny. All right, here's the bottom line. All right, in a roundabout way, I guess I need to make a little bit of a confession in a way. I don't know, but okay. So you're right. Yeah, I have ego, and like what Jed was saying, it's about standing up for yourself, having your own ambition, proving your own identity as separate from other people, and knowing that you're an individual, and that's manly. That's a good thing. That's a trait for anyone to have, men, women, whatever. Yeah. And yeah, okay, so I am obviously blatantly egotistical, like I was saying earlier about like there's only 3 channels I think that are actually putting out actual original new content, and put myself in the list and shit, right? Okay, but the thing is, narcissists, like you said, when I thought I was being a narcissist or narcissistic, that this is what I want to confess is that even though I'm egotistical and I think I've thought about things, I've studied things, I've researched things, I've lived through things, so I feel like my opinion really matters. I have a higher sense. I'm able to paint bigger pictures with what I see going on around me in the world, and I start making bigger theories about things, and that's what life's all about. And but the thing is that even though I'm just being egotistical and saying that I have a better opinion than other people on a lot of things due to my experience or whatever reason I can tell myself that I'm right, that sometimes in my heart I have the heart of someone who, and I don't wish malice upon people, but like there's part of me that's like
savage
and like, yeah, and just like I want like, oh man, I was fucking wish I could just eliminate that person. But see, I don't want to say I have like the heart of a fucking murderer and shit, because I don't, because
that's the venting frustration you have against a certain ideology, which when it's go that way, it's ideology that you're fighting against. That has nothing to do with narcissism or even ego. That's
yeah, but see, that's why I was saying I was narcissist, because I was misunderstanding myself and thinking that because part of me instinctively at first, sometimes I get knee-jerk reactions of like, damn, let's start rounding some motherfuckers up and shit, and I start getting like evil thoughts and shit. But then I'm like, whoa, that's so evil. That's not what life's about. Right. And so maybe I was just mistaking myself at that time, and I called myself a narcissist because of the fact that I misunderstood my own reaction to these things that trigger me and shit.
Okay. Yeah. See, we're on the right same page, BB. That's what I'm saying. I was supporting you the whole time. And that's what I say. When you say I'm a narcissist, it's all about me. I'm like, dude, I've watched all your shit. I was part of all your shit. You're not a narcissist.
Once I see how much I get under some,
I didn't think about the ego part because I don't have an ego. Because I think very low of myself.
Fuck off. But don't have an ego. That's that New Age bullshit again. The reason why you're on this panel right now is because you've got an ego. You're here because you've got an ego.
No, the only reason I'm here.
This chat would never dream you put in their face.
The only reason I'm here is because of you, Jed, and BB. It's the only reason I'm even here.
But we've all got ego here. This is what makes it a good fucking show.
I'd be like this the whole time, okay? See me? Do you see me? Do you see me, Jed? Do you see me, BB? Do you see me, Charlie Chan? Do you see me?
You can't see me.
Do you know what? I've got to admit, Vlad, you're much more annoying when you can't see you. You're just like this voice.
Fuck.
What did I used to call you again? What was it? Fucking Elmer Fudd. When I didn't know what you looked like. I was like, that's like Elmer Fudd fucking.
I thought Elmer Fudd. I was like, this motherfucker. Elmer Fudd. That's not Elmer Fudd.
Then when I seen you, I thought, nah, that's not really Elmer Fudd.
I'm like, what's this fuck that talk? What's this fuck shit talking about? I don't sound like Elmer Fudd, and I definitely don't look like him. But let's get back to the whole thing with BB. I don't want to.
So what's your issue with your girlfriend? What's that all about? Because that's what this all started with, is your damn girlfriend and your personal feelsies and shit. No, or do you not want to go back to the whole like women should be small and tight and young and men like that?
I'm just saying from my perspective, my point of view, I've never, and even going back, like fucking 30 years ago, I'm 50, 30 years ago when I was 20 years old, I didn't like women that were thin because maybe it's because of the experience I had with it. Was sexually, it wasn't a good experience.
Too bony.
It was very it wasn't good. So I had this mindset that women that were a little bit healthier or thicker or whatever you want to fucking call it, they seem to appreciate the
In
compassion.
other words, right, I'm going to translate what Vlad's trying to say here, right? Bigger girls can take a good battering. The fannies can take a good battering. These skinny bitches, they just fold. They fold with 2 pumps off a Vlad. They're like, Vlad! And then like these big thick bitches, like, Vlad, is that all you've got? You little.
Yeah, that's what it is. They couldn't take a good fucking. And she's sitting out here. I mean, literally, she's like,
D loves that shit.
She couldn't take a good fucking. They couldn't. Thin women couldn't take a good fucking. So
that's what you're trying to say.
More cushion for the pushing.
Exactly.
Whatever you want to say, I'm just saying. So I had this mindset that thin women were useless. Thin women are useless. So I didn't.
Back in the day, they were seen as useless, but they were just seen as fucking reeks.
Not that I wanted this obese woman, but just a little bit more, weight on them than just sticks. Like
I'm not talking about bony chicks. I'm talking about chicks that are like, on the volleyball team with like just like a muscly legs.
We
and
know the
ass
chicks
and,
you like. They've got man
That's
shoulders and shit.
That's my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend. This some muscle, not even fat. It's not even fat. It's
We've all seen the women
some
the
fat,
VB
but just in the right
idolize these.
place.
They look like fucking men. They're built like brick shit houses.
Those are not the girls that I like. Those are just female
Fuck off.
wrestlers. Those
You're
are
like
just female
fucking-
wrestlers I met, man. Those are just female wrestlers I met. And I took selfies with them.
Admire them.
Why? Because they're a celebrity. I fucking took a picture with them.
Hey, stop, hey, VB,
That's not what I prefer. That's not what I prefer.
Last video you had, the one about
Corona?
No, yeah, no, yeah, the Corona. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, my fucking comment got kicked off. It said it just kicked it off, and I was wondering, is that you or is that fucking YouTube doing that? Because I didn't have a link. I didn't have a link. I didn't have nothing bad to say about you. I was actually agreeing with you, but I was like, what the fuck? Like, so this wasn't allowed. It wasn't allowed to fucking post or something.
Maybe there was a trigger word in it that I have put in my list.
You fucking snowflake motherfucker.
No. Just
do
like
that? Who gives a fuck what anybody says?
No, YouTube's censoring a lot of shit right now. Like you can't say, like I said, slut. Cake, stop acting like a slut, and it blocked it. Slut. That's not even a fucking. To me, that's not even a proper swear word.
Slut. Yeah, it means a woman.
Slut.
Well,
she's only happy when her boyfriend's dick's in her mouth.
Look, a slut is a woman that has sex without money. Is all that means. What's wrong with that?
Charlie loves that shit. Look at Charlie. Charlie thought he'd come on. Charlie thought he'd come in here and be all edgy, and he's just found out he's sitting with the most edgiest motherfuckers.
Everybody needs this, and everybody needs to mute except for this guy named Charlie Chan. I don't know who this is.
Charlie tried to get himself blocked, like off of YouTube, by talking about like mixed race couples, and we're talking about everything. Like we're talking about everything, and we'll never get blocked. Because we're too small, man. We didn't want advertising. We didn't want monetization. That's the way to stay under the radar, guys. Then they fucking want money for your YouTube channel, and you can say what you fucking want. You've just not got a lot of popularity, I suppose, but fucking you'll get the freedom to be a proper channel. Fuck monetization.
I don't think YouTube's controlled by the Jews, though.
No, I didn't believe that either.
I think it's controlled by Hindus.
It's controlled by us. We're the ones that fucking use it.
It's still.
If we all stopped using it, what would happen? It would fucking crumble. And it's probably 90% white people, the Western world, that use YouTube. So we're the ones that really are the fucking power behind it.
Google's the biggest site in the world, and YouTube's the second biggest site in the world. And Google owns YouTube. So YouTube is basically Google. So whoever runs Google really runs.
Well, if we just stopped using these fucking things, they would just disintegrate. They would just fade away.
I'm pretty sure that Facebook,
they just buy up whatever
Snapchat,
platform we
Instagram
would
is
then
run by
go
the
into
Jews.
instead of these platforms that we're using. That's how these corporations work. Sorry, Charlie, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I know you've been patient all evening.
We haven't heard from you in a while, do you?
What we hear, Charlie?
I was saying that I'm sure the CEO of Google and YouTube is an Indian, and they're a little bit anti-Jewish in their culture. and
so why would they block like anti-Jewish stuff on YouTube then?
They don't that much.
I suppose they don't. I suppose they don't.
They send in disinformation people. There's all these Jews pretending they're anti-Semites and stuff on all these channels. You see them everywhere.
Yep. No, I believe that shit, man.
Yeah.
It's like the opposition, like inside opposition. They're pretending they're opposition, but they're actually on the other side. But they're acting like they're on the opposition.
Yeah. VB's self-proclaimed circumcised as well. So
what? Oh my God, he's an Ashkenazi. We're trying to get rid of these cunts in our country, like cunts like VB. they're like a skid mark in Scottish society. We're trying to get rid of them.
Circumcised fucking Polak.
Aye, like that's like 90% man.
Well, there's a Judaization, of the Americans that's gone on for like the last 50 years. We're all circumcised here. I don't know about Vlad. He didn't sound like it, but
my parents are from up north in the 50s and 60s and 70s.
Why is that? Hey, Americans. Fucking, that's weird.
My dad was from like Chicago, so that was like a really progressive area. So if there's any Judification going on, I could see it in the 70s in Chicago, probably.
It's a fucking strange thing to date a man.
It really, like, I've never been with a guy that's circumcised. To me, as an
most British men, most
alien.
Most Brits have got their shit, and if they've not, it's usually because of a medical thing. I know I've got a few mates that like there was things going wrong. They couldn't get their skin back and shit, so they had to get it cut.
I know a guy who was circumcised by a toilet as well. The toilet lid fell on his dick when he was like 3, and fucked with his and he had to have it.
But British men don't get circumcised. It's just not a thing.
It's really it's so alien to me to hear the guys talking about it.
They almost sound Jewish.
It's funny that.
Cakes, is your son circumcised?
No, I wouldn't do that to him. I think it's genital mutilation.
Like Gary Glitter, shut up, man.
Vlad, I just want to know.
Vlad,
you want to know?
Put your camera, Vlad.
What?
Yeah, come on. Stop fucking toss.
What?
Stop tossing about.
What?
BB's trying to be all fucking alpha, and he's just making a pure cunt.
No, I'm not. No, he's got his fucking camera off and shit. Oh, what's this? Isa Mahalski?
Oh, fuck.
What are we, Isa Mahalski now?
Lad's never been able to play guitar, ever. So bad.
Huh?
Yeah, that's enough of that. That's enough of that.
It's like turn out a rocket launcher like this for Apple, like a rocket suit or some shit. And you build it
That's why I was on mute.
Issa's much better.
That was the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
What?
She said that was the worst thing she's heard in her life.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Cakes is classically trained.
Yeah, she's classically trained.
My ears are bleeding. Like,
she's classically trained.
She's classically trained. Hoity-toity, that means so much. Yes, darling.
14 shots. Whoa.
Holy shit.
That should really affect you playing that much. I can't tell if it's a tiny bottle or if you're just a giant.
Vlad's never ever bothered to learn how to play the guitar, but he's always had the guitar in his whole life.
I know.
He's always had the guitar. He's always had one. He's just never bothered to play it.
Vlad, was that just iced tea in that bottle? Was that just really just iced tea and you're trying to fake us?
No, and that's why I cracked it open on air.
There's no way you drank that much straight liquor.
Vlad has proven his Europeanness. If he wasn't so European, he couldn't handle that shit. If he was like Native American, he'd be on his arse right now. Because we had to drink this shit. Like, water was so bad, we had to drink alcohol.
Now, Jack Daniels is like 86 proof, right?
No, it's like fucking 30 proof. It's like 30 proof.
It's 43, yeah.
40 proof, right? 40 proof?
Yeah, this is 94.
There's no way that you just consumed all of that alcohol.
There is fucking
just
way.
now
Did you
in this
see
one
last week?
sitting.
He drank a whole fucking bottle of tequila from scratch. He opened the
Well,
bottle from scratch.
Then he's going to be paying the price. He's going to be paying the price for this later.
What, in hell?
No, like in the morning.
Actually, I noticed.
Wish you were in hell.
Look, drinking it straight is different than drinking it mixed. Because drinking it mixed, there's a lot of sugar involved because you have.
That's what gives you the hangover, the soda, the juice.
Yeah, your soda or like tequila. You have your margarita mix. I drank last week, 2 weeks ago. I drank that tequila straight versus mixing it with making a margarita mix, and because that's like fucking basically all sugar. The mix that you make. Yeah. And I didn't have no hangover or nothing. Like right now, I actually right now I've been walking around. So this is 94 proof. The before is like 35 proof. That tequila was only 35 proof.
You're a fucking legend.
Still walking
You're
around.
a legend on the drinking.
I'm not trying to say I'm a badass, but the point I'm making is that don't mix your alcohol. I'm pretty fucking buzzed. Okay.
Yeah, I still think you're going to be shitting liquid tomorrow.
You're about 200 pounds and a bit fucking free. So
what?
You're about 200 pounds and you're about 6 foot 3. So you could probably drink a bottle of that quite easy. You're not like a wee fucking midget.
224. So yeah, 224. So but it's the point is that I told my girlfriend that I had those 14 shots last week, 2 weeks ago, 14 shots of tequila, and I was like lightly buzzed. I mean, I was fucking buzzed, but I wasn't drunk. And then last night I had 4 shots of tequila, but they were margaritas. It was 2 shots with a margarita mix and 2 shots with margaritas. And I was way more fucking buzzed.
So why this sudden love of alcohol? Because I only drink fortnightly. Like you're lucky if people call me an alcoholic. I only drink like once every fucking everything. Because I don't drink really publicly. Like when I have a drink, I drink when I have this fucking fortnight hangout. I don't drink any other time.
Well, absolutely.
You're drinking all this shit like before, like in.
That's right. Other than last night, we went to that Mardi Gras parade. I hadn't drank since we went and did a thing with tequila 2 weeks ago.
It's good shit though, eh? It's like when you get to your age, Vlad, you've got to remember that you've only got so much life left. Can you fuck it, man? Fuck it, live it.
Yeah,
get drunk.
Your liver. You're screwing your liver though.
Fuck his liver. His liver's screwed anyway. Every day he's getting older. You know what I mean? It's like.
I never drank my whole life. I love doing acid. I tried to touch on earlier. I love doing acid, but I never drank because I remember drinking a beer and I was like fucking like this isn't right. And so I like to have control of my motor functions. With acid, the whole fucking trip and stuff like that. And that's a whole different thing than being drunk. But drinking this, it's. I don't know. It's weird. I just realized that it's the sugar, other additives that you put into it that really gets you fucked up. I mean, I'm buzzed, but when you say I'm drunk, man, if I were to take a what's that fucking walk they do? The walk of shame, VV. The walk of shame that they make you do. The fucking. I would pass it.
The thing is, Vlad, I've been waiting for you to like keel over.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm pretty buzzed. I'm gonna say I'm drunk. I mean, you heard me talking. Am I slurring my words?
VB just doesn't know what it's like to drink. He shut that shit out for so long. He's like, fuck off, man. You can't drink that. VB, you probably drank that back in the day.
Yeah, I did. That's how I was. But it was a daily thing, and it was like, whoa.
It was good times, man. It was good times.
Yeah, I guess.
I gotta try it. I've never been a drinker.
Don't do it, man. You're gonna break some shit. You're gonna lose valuable shit. You're gonna lose your dignity. You're gonna end up with some kind of paperwork with the fucking police.
I just do it every fortnight, so that's me. Like every fortnight, fucking. Oh, look at Cake's getting the hug for the big ginger sort of leprechaun guy. I don't actually promote drinking every fucking day and shit. I do this.
The last time I drank like this was fucking 2 weeks ago. I had a couple. I had fucking couple shots last night. We went to the fucking Mardi Gras parade. It was fine.
Who have we lost? Who have we lost? What the fuck happened there?
We lost D. He was trying to say goodbye, and he did say goodbye in the private chat. Bye, D.
Bye, D. I hate that when I lose someone and I can't actually think who I've lost.
I think Validation
I mean, he was just
Boy
sitting there not saying anything.
I know. I was like, fucking.
D and Validation Boy have been smoking some reefer, I believe.
Yep.
We can neither confirm nor deny.
But no, maybe it's rolling tobacco. It's Golden Virginia. But that's another thing when you add like the whole smoking aspect to alcohol, then we've got a whole new monster. You know what I mean? This is what keeps me going actually through my hangouts. A wee bit of smoke, a wee bit of drink, a wee bit of smoke, a wee bit of... It's a funny combination, the alcohol and smoke. Vlad, next hangout. Ounce of weed and a bottle of tequila.
I wish I actually I could get some weed. My sister, my sister lives here in Alabama. Her and her daughter-in-law, which would be my niece-in-law, I guess you can say, because she's married to my nephew. She smokes weed a lot. It's never correlated where we can do a hangout and stuff where I can smoke weed and drink.
Order yourself a wee baggie.
Well, yeah, I rather smoke. But you know what's funny is a few times I've smoked weed, I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go live because there's been a few times where I was ready to go live. I was like, I smoked weed. I'm like, oh fuck this shit. I'm not going live because I act like I'm pretty goofy and silly.
It's got the ejaculation effect, mate.
What?
Is I call it the ejaculation effect. Like when you could be up for something and then suddenly it's like it disappears within an instant. And then see when you're having sex and you ejaculate, like that feeling of ambition and drive, and it all disappears in a wonder. It's like
you're like, oh fuck this
shit.
It's
the same way when you have a joint. You have a joint. You're gonna get shit done. You're gonna get shit done. Then you have a joint. And you're like, oh fuck shit.
Because I've done a video afterwards with the information, but I wouldn't go live with it. I would actually put the information out as just a video. So yeah, I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
Did anybody else notice VB then trying to smolder us? Like,
say that again.
He had the smoldery eyes, like.
He's trying to make us feel sorry for him.
Oh, there's a puppy dog, guys.
He's trying to make us feel sorry for him.
I'm bloodshot eyes, and my eyes are dry, and I'm sitting in a smoky room.
I'm glad Charlie showed up because I remember he showed up. It was one of our first grey areas, I think, Validation Boy. I'm sure it was like maybe the second or third grey area. Charlie showed up.
Maybe, but Charlie Chan here happens to look so much like a very good friend from my past.
Who?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to say the guy's name, but I played in a band with him, and he was
okay.
And it was a little cover band. It was after I was done playing whatever real music of my own bands and shit. And we just play for money. And we did it for years. And this guy ended up being the lead singer and basically rhythm, sort of a little bit of lead guitarist, but always on an acoustic usually. And sometimes we had a drummer and we do electric guitars and stuff, but I always played bass. But this guy this guy Charlie Chan here looks like, my friend, let me just say, was one of the most high quality fucking human beings like you will ever meet in your fucking life. And he ended up getting married to this girl he was with for a long time, and they basically just got in his van and just moved to California. And he just continues to play and play and play. And the thing is that he's an amazing fucking singer and guitar player that he could easily be on the radio. Like he has a voice that he makes money all the time. Like he plays 3-4 nights a week and gets hundreds of dollars every night just to play and just sing cover songs. And he just books it, and everyone just loves him. Everyone just like sings along with him, and he's got like this beautiful fucking voice. He could be on the radio. He's like a superstar. This dude, he's like an unknown talent and shit. And he's long gone though. He fucking left us behind because he fucking rocks and shit. But you look exactly like that fucking guy, bro. It's kind of freaking me out and shit.
What cover band were you in, BB? What did you cover?
Well, we covered everything from Beatles songs to fucking modern fucking stupid American pop songs and shit. But we would do them like folky, guitar-y, acoustic in a bar type setting bullshit, fucking soft music.
I bet you play Oasis.
Oh yeah, we played Oasis, all that crap. We played like a Four Non Blondes song. That one.
I seen Collective Soul. It was a New Year's Eve party at downtown Mobile, and it was Collective Soul. It was their 25th anniversary when they released their first album.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Which I know who Collective Soul is, but I was never a huge fan of them. I wish I would have recorded some of it. But it was really interesting because there was a lot of people there. I mean, every fucking genre. I mean, old people, white people, black people, Asian people. There was all kinds of people there, and that was like cheering them on. I mean, there's like thousands of people there at downtown Mobile, and but yeah, they were like the main act. You know, they had a couple people before them, but they were the main act, and a lot of people were there, and it was like, wow. And they're like everybody's just rocking along. I was like, that's weird. Because I remember Collective Soul like fucking 20 years ago.
No one knows who they are, but you all know like those 2 songs of theirs. Everyone knows them. And
I recognize about 10 songs of theirs because I remember seeing them with Metallica back in 98 or I'd say 96, 97. I seen Metallica. That was the last time I seen Metallica live because this is back in Phoenix. And even like Seek and Destroy and fucking Four Horsemen, it sounded like fucking, I don't know, faggots singing it. A faggot singing fucking, and I was like, what the fuck? This isn't fucking Metallica. Who are these faggots? but Collective Soul was one of the opening acts to that.
That's when you realize, man, that's like the whole rock genre is like faggots. Like they're like long-haired guys with skinny jeans and fucking. They were all fucking really. When you look at the whole rock thing, like back then it was cool in the 70s for his long hair and skinny jeans. But when you look back and like look at guys kind of like these Led Zeppelin and fucking, they were like pretty lame, kind of pretty shite. You know what I mean? Like what the deal was with them.
Videos of
you talking about glam metal? You talking about like Def Leppard and then down into like White Snake and shit?
Yeah,
all that shit. Watch Houses of Holy. The Houses of Holy are like live in concert video, and Robert Plant's like thrusting his penis, towards the audience. It's like, what the fuck is that? Like, I don't want that towards me. So who was all that towards?
It was all an effeminization psyop against the white man, right?
Look at David Bowie. David Bowie like fucking went for like some kind of real, like fucking androgynous fucking character.
Morrissey.
I wouldn't say I have, but I remember looking at it's called the Book of Lists. It was like the top of everything. And David Bowie, he was a top female performer, top male performer in UK, like the top 8 or something like that. And he was actually the top female performer in UK in the same year. I was like, how the fuck does that even happen? Was it male or female? How could it be male and female? That's the 70s.
It's that demasculization fucking psyop.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree with that.
And then you end up with
a teenager, and they show reading this like like 14 to 15 years. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? I'm like, how the fuck can you be a top female or top male performer and a top female performer? That
tranny shit, bro. Tranny shit all the way back then.
Yeah.
Tranny shit being hip in the scene, in the list.
That's 35 years ago. That's 35 years ago.
Yeah. And it's funny. Then it evolves to Van Halen. Then it evolves to fucking, then it evolves to fucking Poison. Poison and shit, right? Where there's just straight up like girls with hairspray and shit, and straight up makeup on and shit.
Listen, I did not like music until I seen Eddie Van Halen in Panama. I used to jump off. I remember I used to tell friends of mine. I used to jump off the couch with my cousin's rifle, like the stock rifle stock, because he would paint it like camouflage. I would have
a guitar.
I would have a guitar jumping off. I think it was Eddie Van Halen in 1983. 1983. I was in 1983 because it was 1984, but it actually before they released it in 1983. was 1984. I was like, that's what I want to do. But then watching all the videos, Pretty Woman was banned in a lot of countries, because if you watch Pretty Woman now, everybody on the panel, everybody is watch Pretty Woman by Van Halen. They go through this thing where they're doing whatever they're doing. The members of the band, which is David Roth, Alex Van Halen, Michael Anthony, and Eddie Van Halen. So they're doing those stuff. They go to the rescue of a woman that's being held. She's like tied, like 4-point or tied, and then by these midgets. And at the end, it's a tranny. It's a man that they're rescuing. So this is like 1982. That's 1982, because Pretty Woman came out in 1982. So it's like crazy, like what the fuck? And what's funny is I had a friend of mine, and I had a bunch of Van Halen posters, and I didn't realize that that David Roth, the main, the singer, he had his fucking cock right there, fucking all blah, right there in front of your face. I had these posters for like 20 years. And I sold a lot of them recently. I made a lot of money on them, but I rolled out these posters that I had for fucking 20 years, and here's David Roth's fucking cock all out. I'm like, what the fuck? This is fucking gay ass shit. I'm like, I'm glad I'm selling this shit. But it's so crazy. I'm like, wow. Because I remember a friend of mine saying, no, that's gay, dude. That's gay. Well, it's Van Halen. They're badass.
That goes back to that's going back to the original point. These guys, man, I remember like hearing about AC/DC and seeing these rocker guys going about with the t-shirts on, and hearing the music, and I was like, is that it? Is that what's so badass about these guys? Kind of like
AC/DC was altered current, direct current, which was a bisexual.
Nerdy. That was nerdy.
That was a bisexual mannerism thing with the AC/DC.
The same with Pink Floyd. It's like these sort of rock artists came from like the fucking aristocracy. They were the kids of the aristocracy. Like Pink Floyd were like the children of fucking dukes and duchesses and shit. You know what I mean? They tried to make fun of the establishment, but at the same time they were a part of it.
See, when I was at that age, and Van Halen and all these bands were getting big and stuff, I was very fortunate because at that time I was already listening to fucking death metal and Metallica and Napalm Death and like Slayer and DRI and all these fucking like very, legitimate fucking metal bands and shit that were, happening all through the 80s behind the scenes. So
they were all gay too.
I don't know about that. I don't know how a thrash band DRI is gay.
There's a video. There's a video called. It's called "Who the Fuck Is That Guy?" And it was actually about the guy that promoted Metallica. It was this fucking gay this homosexual guy that was like he's part of the whole homosexual scene during the 70s and the 80s. And he's the one actually supported. He's the one actually promoted Metallica. And I was like, what the fuck? But he's considered the 5th member of Metallica. He was just some I can't remember if he was Jew. He's probably Jewish. Let's say he's Jewish. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like tripping balls because all the stuff that was involved in all these other bands, because they weren't even pushing all this other stuff about other bands, but what he was saying, it was always homosexuality that was on and all these other fucking death metal bands and heavy metal bands and everything. and except I would say that there was a few of them that weren't. There's one that weren't popular. It's Megadeth. Megadeth, for one, wasn't part of that, and that's one of the reasons.
If anything, Megadeth would be the sellout band out of all of them. They're the closest ones to being most accessible to pop music and shit. Megadeth, they're the closest ones to being sellouts. No, you're telling me that DRI and Slayer are like pro-gay agenda, really? Because I'm pretty sure those guys have songs about murdering faggots and shit.
They weren't.
With VB here.
They weren't, but their promoters were. That's what I'm saying. Metallica.
Yeah, but they weren't promoting that gayness the way that Poison and Whitesnake and like I'm not Whitesnake, but like these other like glam bands like Queensryche and shit.
I just have a shirt. I wish I still
Cinderella, where they would straight up look like women and shit.
All music is gay. Music's always gay.
Yeah.
And on that note, guys, on that note, I'm going to go to bed. I will catch you tomorrow night.
It's been a pleasure.
So,
what are you gonna talk about tomorrow? What's any subjects or?
How
one
hungover
versus
I'm
one
be?
me tomorrow Sunday. One versus one me. I'll put the link in the description. Cakes and D have a hangout, and they'll probably be fucked.
She's going to talk about how she
they'll be talking about how
it's
it's my fault, how they've got nothing to talk about for about half an hour.
All right, VB. We'll make it about VB. We'll make it all about VB.
What else is more interesting on YouTube?
Wow.
Here's got all dildo.
Purple dildos.
Everybody wants to have sex with VB in some fashion, I guess. Everybody wants to shove something up my ass or do some this or that with VB.
I've got a cucumber in the fridge.
Everyone's got a boner for BV.
I know.
VB.
They do.
Okay. Well, good night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
It was a pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
See you later.
Bye.
Yeah, VB, you're right. Those
Cakes is the best, VB. Yeah, Cakes is the best.
That video, the video you did was everybody's butt hurt. Crying. I was like, yeah, these are motherfucking weirdo fucks. They're fucking so obsessed with your anus, your asshole. They're so obsessed with your asshole. I said, I don't know why you want to put Jed into that, because we were just questioning why you would want to have anything to do with fucking Sasha. That's a whole different spectrum between what they were saying, because
he was trying to make me look evil. He was trying to make me look evil. He he sandwiched me in the middle of these fuckers. These
well, yeah. We were just questioning why he would do that.
He knew he would piss me off. He knew I'd be listening. He knew he'd piss me off by doing that.
I can explain all this if you let me.
Go ahead.
I can explain all this in great detail and paint a vivid picture.
Right. Well,
I'm gonna paint a vivid picture for you real quickly.
Right.
So everything in that video, that montage of insults, everything in there was organized, I believe, somewhat chronologically, or if not, they were like, I put Jed in there because of the sequence of how I wanted the video to go. And basically it's, did I hurt y'all's feelings? And someone's talking shit about me for making this video. Then the guy switches and talking shit about some other video. And then Jed comes in here and talks shit about my time on Sasha. But then I put that in there as a preclude so that later at the end of the video, when you hear Sasha making the point of the whole thing, that there's a tie-in. Plus, he was just being a dick and hating on me. And it was the most vile thing that he said on that whole edit that I pulled out of it. And then it also had you, Vlad, laughing at me.
Yeah, I know.
So I do it in there to fuck you guys up. And it worked.
Like Greta. That was the most vile thing I've ever heard.
Well, no, not the most vile thing. I said, out of the sample that you gave me to work with, that was the thing that I could find that was the most vicious.
That's the best
you could find. It was nothing. All we were doing is asking why. I was asking why the fuck would you do that with Sasha? Okay, and Jed was like, yeah, okay, what the fuck? You're like, what the fuck, BB? Like, this is.
Well, it ended up paying off, though. It ended up.
No, this isn't for your MO. Okay.
It ended up paying off. Okay, and I'll tell you how.
Because it doesn't matter about that. I'm just saying the categories what Jed was doing and me was me laughing when he was saying.
You were hating on me for my existence and what I do on YouTube. I went on her show. I made a video. Everyone hates on me for different fucking reasons. And you're just.
Put what I said. Why don't you put what I said? Because I said I'm not hating on you. I'm not even.
I know you said all that too, but then when Jed said some dumb shit. But then when Jed said some dumb shit, you had to be sitting there and laughing. And I exposed your candy ass. And so that's that.
The whole point was, BB, I was just questioning what you're saying. It was funny what Jed was saying, but to categorize that with what the other motherfuckers were saying, dude, that was fucking not right, because they were saying some hardcore shit that was not even fucking even in the same ballpark. You want to attack what Jed was saying and me laughing about it?
They were like wishing you die and shit, man. That was like horrible. Like, we wish you would have died somewhere in a fucking horrible place where you rot in hell forever. And
Let's ram this shit, rab Jed's or rab BB's ass. We're gonna stick this rab ass and lube it up and blah, blah, blah. Like let's do some gay shit. Even that woman was like, let's fucking stick dick.
Well, I guess you didn't.
Enjoy it. Like,
did you forget what Jed said? Did you forget what Jed said about lubing up my asshole, my little asshole, with a social justice dildo?
I think he heard them saying that.
Yeah. There are proofs in the fucking video.
Something along the lines of that.
I wasn't laughing about that. I was just.
So everybody wants a piece of validation, boy. That's how I see it.
I just said I wanted to know why you would go and pour your heart and spirit, not even your heart and soul, because the soul is something. Anything living has a soul, but your spirit is us, is people, mankind. So for you to pour your heart and spirit out to Sasha, orphan,
did I really pour out my entire heart and spirit and shit?
It sounded like it, dude. It sounded like, okay. That's what I was questioning, okay. I didn't say anything bad about you. You know that I didn't say anything bad about you. I was like, oh, this motherfucker. I was like, why, dude? Why would you do that? I mean, if you needed to say all the stuff you need to say it to everybody, and everybody else, comment and help you with that. But
I have been saying that crap to you guys this whole time.
I know, and I've tried commenting, and everything is blocked.
Well, maybe your comment was fucking. Maybe it sucked.
Look how comfortable VB is in this. Like Vlad, check VB how happy he is and comfortable. His way was like, fuck you, fuck it. Remember how he was like, am I allowed to swear or curse? Well, he said this to me, and then
I know. I went through that thing. I have clips. I didn't want you to take it the wrong way because I figured you would. But I was gonna when she's like, well, what would you make? You're talking all your stuff, and I was like, Sasha, what would make you want to make music about me? Like, women are people.
I think Sasha actually MK Ultra'd VB. Like she actually MK Ultra. She'd have performed some kind of fucking something on him.
I believe that.
Like some kind of witchcraft, and he fucking got fucked up, man. He just
Men
was
can't beat women with the mind games, and all YouTube is a mind game.
I think Sasha was playing a game with VB, like a chess game with, and I'm not sure how VB was. VB was like VB was tiptoeing around it, and he wasn't sure what the fuck to do. He wasn't sure, and before he could even make his next move, she was fucking piling the whole psychological fucking. And before then, he was overwhelmed. He was just being. Do you know what? VB was just being. He's a gentleman at times. VB can be a gentleman. Like he's proved it.
Oh yeah.
Like he can behave himself, but that was never the place to behave yourself, man.
Yeah,
that was the fucking place that you should have let rip, man. That was.
Could I really just get on her show, on her channel, when she invited me, put my name in the fucking thing, like, oh, Validation Boy's gonna be like my guest tonight, and we're gonna have a nice friendly discussion. Should I really? And she promoted it. It was on there for a day. And should I everybody's anticipating I get on there and be like, you know what, Sasha, you're a fucking dumb bitch.
No.
I mean, did you really think I would do that?
No, just like an opposing view or this stuff.
That's why the conversation kept continuing, because I kept telling her, well, it's really because these women have this position of power at my job and blah blah blah, and
this is the thing.
But you see, why you think that I need to? You think I should rather confide those kinds of issues about my work life and my stresses in life with you rather than Sasha at that moment?
Yeah.
Why?
I thought it was quite unusual. You were using a workplace reference. I thought you would just use what you usually use as just in generalizations in the world.
Well, she made me, because she was like, well, how is this affecting you in your personal life? She kept doing that. No, she kept doing that to me, so I had to.
I know. Well, VB, you never ever opened up on the grey area about your personal experience about how women fucking annoy you.
I mean, you
Yes.
said.
What are you talking about? That's what we talked about that all the time.
No, but you spoke about it in depth with Orphan Red in one session. One session. You were like in depth.
We made it in a general context, and that's what that's why I've always took it as. You didn't make nothing specific where you were coming from. So that's the difference in what happened. Because if you were to say the stuff you were saying and make that in context of what you were working with, through your channel or the gray area, that would be different than you seeing stuff like in general, like all women or all seeing all stuff and everybody taking it personal, which I never did.
I didn't feel like doing that on her show at that time because I knew it wasn't going to be that productive. Because she would have
You made it personal, and that's what made it wait a minute, what the fuck is he doing? It he's going to.
I already told you she wanted to pry in there. She wanted to pry in there, okay, and she was successful at doing that because what her main goal was like I said earlier, was to try to put me down and manipulate me and make me look like I need therapy or that she's a better person that can outthink life. Like, no, like she's smarter at dealing with life than I am. So she's going to tell me how I need to deal with my life. And it was her little strategy.
I seen that.
And I fell for it.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. That's what I'm saying.
But like I said, bitch lives with her fucking mommy and shit, So, okay.
And this is what I'm going to say. Oh, fuck. I forgot.
I'm going to drop out, Jed. Thanks for letting me out.
Charlie, for coming on, mate, and you're welcome anytime. Try and get on earlier, man, when we're all a wee bit more sober and shit. You sort of joined on the tail end.
Oh, yeah.
Stream.
Later.
Cheers, mate. See you later.
Lori, you can tell Lori to jump in. But check out, BB. Oh, fuck. What was I going to say? Fuck.
Women are demons, and we need to make war.
No, you just need to help them understand where their place is at.
Exactly. Yeah, we need to help them understand.
It doesn't have to be a war, because once they understand that their life will be easier if it were to be how the so-called patriarchy was, they'd be all for it. They'd be all for it, and that's what I'm saying.
They need us. They need us way more than we need them. Let's just put it that way.
Girlfriend, 99% of stuff you say, she agrees with because she doesn't realize it, because she says stuff all through her, daily stuff. And then there's certain things I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, that's exactly what Phoebe's saying. I'm like, if she only knew. But it's certain things that you say that she hears that she takes personal. And that's where that 0.1% that she's getting all upset about. Like I said, she's literally right over here. Look. She's over there. So I'm not saying it's behind her back. She's over there on her phone. I don't know if she might have her headphones on. I don't know. But I say, I'm not saying this stuff behind her back. I've told her this stuff. It's just, I'm saying it's so weird that as soon as she hears you talk about it, she's like, fuck that motherfucker. He's a piece of shit. But I'm like, you say the same thing. But because it's you saying it? Like, how's that work? How's that fair?
It's called female-owned group bias.
Privilege. It's female privilege.
Female privilege and female-owned group bias.
She's taking it personal. If women would not take stuff personal, they'd be better off.
Because they all need to stay collective, so they can collectively be the victim.
That's the whole point. They don't have to do that. If they see the reality of things, that men are supposed to take care of women, and women take care of children.
And that's why women don't need to run around and say dumb shit, because then the man has to fight their battles for them, and that's not a classy woman who makes her man fight battles for her stupidity.
I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. 99. She agrees with that too. She went to her she has 2 grandsons and now a new granddaughter, which is not even, is she a year old yet? She's like 12 months or 13 months old. So she has 2 grandsons that are like 14 and
So she's conflicted, and you're gonna tell me. So how? So all these women in this world are conflicted. Listen, come on, man. Listen, hold on. All these women in this fucking world are conflicted with their feminism or their conservatism, right? Okay. So how are you going to tell me that the fact that the collective whole of women is a big, massive walking contradiction, that's not inherently evil about their entire species? Okay. They're fucked. They're fucked. They're fucked.
She's taking her grandsons to movies, and she take them and she's like, fuck this shit, because it demoralizes a man.
Women, all they do is demoralize men and then wonder why men are demoralized.
That's what I'm saying. She's like, I don't want my grandsons to see this shit, so she takes him out of there. You know, this is at least one or two movies she's watched that she's taken him to in a past couple years. That's what I'm saying. She's so much on your side. It's so crazy. But certain things you say, she takes it personal. I'm like, don't take it personal. You're saying the same stuff. So yeah, that's why I'm trying to interview. So she's not against you. She's not understanding you're not. It's not a personal attack when you say that.
I mean, you're giving her therapy right now, aren't you? Basically,
yeah.
You're giving her exposure therapy to validation boy.
She's right there. She's
exposure therapy.
She's 15 feet from me.
Yeah, and you're like, let's bring the scary thing in the room.
No, she already knows.
Let's bring it in the room and show you that if you touch the snake, it's not always going to bite you. You know,
well, it might bite you, but it ain't gonna hurt that bad. What I'm saying, she knows. I'm only telling you because she knows from her own grandson. She's taking her grandsons out of movies because, like, this is demoralizing men, and I want my grandsons to be men. But as I say, there's certain other things you say, she's taking personal. And
well, I mean, so what? What does she want me to do about it? What is she gonna do about it? Why don't she make a video?
That's what I'm saying. She did not take it personal because you're not talking about her.
Yeah, but she is taking it personal because I must be twitching a nerve with her or something.
Okay, she's trying to the whole collective, what you're saying, the whole collective of women. Yeah, it's like these feminists to say stuff about men. I don't take it personal because I know they're not talking about me. I'm not the one going around trying to rape women. I'm not the one trying to fucking condemn women for stuff. I'm not the one fucking doing all this crazy shit that what feminists are saying. So I don't take it personal. I think they're stupid, but I don't take it personal because I'm not doing that stuff that they're saying that's going on. The whole patriarchy bullshit or the misogynist bullshit. I'm not doing that. So I don't take it personal. That's what I'm trying to explain to her. Don't take personal what he's saying because you're 99% of the shit you agree with. And there's so many things, especially some of your recent videos I've watched, and I'm like, I'm listening to them at night, and the next day she's saying the same shit, dude, not even knowing what you're saying. I'm like, how the fuck is that? How do you not understand where he's coming from and knowing that he's not attacking you? He's saying the truth like you're saying the truth. So, yeah. So, that's why I'm supporting her. When I'm saying it has nothing to do with what she looks like. It's how she feels and thinks and understands things. But if you want to go that route and like all these, obese women, which obese. Only thing I have against obese women is that they're not going to live very long for the person that they're with. I mean, they're with some man. How about being healthy for the man you're with so you can be around for them?
Yeah.
There you go. Well, she just walked up and she did a fucking 5K, which is I think it's 6 miles. 5K. She ran 5K fucking 2 weeks ago because that's why she wasn't. Jed asking me about where she was at. I'm like, well, she's in Biloxi doing a 5K with some of her friends.
Their main focus should always be their appearance because that's what their main function is. That's pretty much their own primary function.
But it's only if they're young and
what else does a woman offer?
Well, guess what? Everybody's seen. I've seen her.
You take away the resources out of a relationship, the woman disappears. You take away the looks out of the relationship, a man should pretty much disappear if he has any kind of pride. And that's the transaction, and it's long-term prostitution. That's the reality of life. Men need to keep these women in control, keep them in their place.
But that means
possess them.
We say that means men are long-term.
It's leadership. It's leadership, and that's what they want. All women want is leadership.
Buying sex from women.
Well, that's what you're doing. You're using their womb to house your seed so that you can pass on your legacy and your riches or your whatever, or your genes, and you're using them for that transaction. And then what they want in return is safety, leadership, and resources. And you want mouth, pussy, and cook and clean. Right? I mean, that's the trade and shit. And women now have it rigged where they can go and marry a guy for a couple years and then do what this one guy calls the bait and switch. And then all of a sudden they cheat on the man and then that causes a divorce. But then the man has to pay all the alimony and all the child support.
Yeah, I'm not about that.
But that's like the game now, and like endless droves of women are doing this because of the way the laws are set up at this time. So it's basically like damn near suicide for a lot of men to actually get involved with a woman because nowadays the statistics are very, very high that about 3, 4, 5 years in, it's over and she's going to divorce rape you and shit, you know.
I think it's more younger.
Odds are high, you know.
Younger women. I said she's older, and so she has a different mindset, you know.
Yeah, I'm saying like the current dating pool of what's like the people that are having their first kids now and stuff like that. It's just like really dangerous for a guy because that's what women are doing. And then they're going to just perpetuate the fucking single mother system. And then all the men are going to be raised by their single mother, and which increases the crime rate, obviously, because like 80% of people in jail are from single mothers and shit. It's like 70% of people in jail are all literally from single mother households and shit. So, yeah.
I've been looking, and that's what I was saying earlier. This is their statistics. No, not.
And the women have the government as their backup.
Yeah.
So of course they're going to do this.
That's the whole point is that, you know, they have no accountability, but the men have got it. I said now the men have paid the price because they got to pay for it, but they don't get to be there for their children. That's what I was saying. That's why the whole point of me, the whole accountability of men. I mean, if you're gonna be with some woman, don't get some woman pregnant, and not be there for her. You know, you got to be there for your child. You got to think about a child when you have sex with some woman, because that could be a possibility. You know, not talking about D or Jed, because you guys are there for your children. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these selfish motherfuckers that are just going around and getting women pregnant and not being there for their children. Fuck the woman.
The women are stealing the babies from the men. They're stealing the babies, and they're doing it because when they have the baby, they get the resources from the man, and they can sit on their ass, and the man has to pay for everything.
Think beyond that, BB, and the point is that men are allowing that because that's what I was saying. Men need to be accountable and say, "Hey,
yeah,
woman."
Feminism is thriving because of male feminists. Because without men fighting the battle, feminism would have died a long ass time ago, and we would have put these fucking bitches right back in their place, and the patriarchy would have strided right along, and we would have kept fucking conquering the world and getting fucking richer and richer and richer. Shit.
Well, not even that. It's not even about being richer and richer. It's about being so that everybody's it's not so chaotic. Now this fucking bullshit is going on right now, and everybody, people not knowing who they are.
Civilization would expand. Let's just put it that way. Maybe our cultural civilization would expand, and we would have a much bigger effect on the world at this point.
Well, and I think everybody would be more peaceful, because if you knew who your parents were, which includes your father, mother, and father, you would respect that, and you would respect everybody else. You would not only respect yourself, but everybody else in front of you or behind you. So there would be all this chaos. That's what I'm saying. All this chaos is caused because there's no father, and because obviously there's going to be a mother. It's inevitable. There's a mother. Okay, we already know that. So the mother's always going to be there. That's the whole single mother thing. But the father being taken out of the whole system, that's where it's all been fucked up, and that's all around the world, not just the United States. It's all. Jed, you said you didn't know your father, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel bad for you. I knew my father, even though he's a worthless piece of shit.
I didn't really know my mother either. Like she died when I was quite young as well, so it was like I was never like a mummy's boy either. It was like both of them kind of disappeared quite early on, and it was like fucking. I was my grandparents.
And I see my heart hurts for you because right now I didn't know this until right now. I know you didn't have a father because you mentioned that before. I didn't know about your mother, but that hurts me because you didn't have either part of that. Because I said not only do you have a father to teach you how to be a man, you didn't have a mother to teach you what kind of woman to look for. Because that's the only. I feel that's the only role of a mother and father.
That's where I think can like being naturally there is.
Well, you're going to see
inherently natural male qualities. Like you don't have to be taught from your dad. You just know what's right. When you raise your boy, like when I take him to the coin shop, and I just know when I see him, he'll remember that when he's older and shit like that. Like there's just things like that. You just know. You don't have to be taught by your dad. I mean, this is bullshit. Kind of like, oh, you need. Actually, there's a saying in Ireland: if you didn't know your dad, that's a good thing. I mean, it's like.
Yeah. Well, guess what? I agree with you to the extent that my father was there up until I was 42, but he was a toxic motherfucker where all he taught me was wrong. He told me stuff about my mother that wasn't correct. Okay, I don't want to get into the details right now, maybe later on, but I was taught wrong by him. And I have not spoken to I'm 50, so I haven't talked to my father in 8 years because of the stuff that is the toxicity that he's caused. So who's better off? You that had no father, or me that had a father that was toxic?
Exactly. Like
there's that fucking fine line of who had it better. I feel you had it better because my life I feel was pretty fucked up.
All right, like I'm quite glad I never had like some alcoholic dad sitting there drinking and beating me to a pub every night and me crying in the corner when I got my bed. I'm quite grateful I just had a single mother. Like there could have been a lot worse situations I could have been in. I know that.
My mother claimed to be a Christian, beating my mother, cheating on her, emotionally abusing me and my brother and my sisters, causing my brother to get killed. Basically, I feel kill himself at 16, which was, I said 30 years ago, and my sisters, looking at men in a wrong way, and them getting in bad situations, me looking at women and me being, it's all this crazy shit. I'm saying, so who's, so that's the fine line of who is better off. Yeah. So I agree with you on that extent, but I'm saying the correct way is to teach your children the right way, and that's only parents' role, and that's the only thing that kids need to look at is their parents.
Yeah, and that's bullshit about like fucking. That's bullshit. Like you should like what you've taught for your dad. You should pack in like like my son. When I teach my son shit, and I've never been past that doing for my dad. So it's a natural thing. It's like we're sort of given this thing that we need our dads there. You know what I mean? Like we didn't need our dads. It was built in us to be men.
Anyway, it's not about it's not about needing them. It's about their role that they have, that they're accountable for. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he never took me fishing, or he never took me fucking. Is this what Miss doing?
And that's on him, not you. You recognize that, and you can change that. Which that's the best.
I didn't give a shit. That's what's made me handle it so well. That I don't give a shit about it. Really, like what did I miss out on? What fishing trips with dad?
But you recognize enough that you want to change that with your son. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Because most dads nowadays are working. Like most dads work. Sons never really see them.
That instills something in people, in sons that you work, and you wasn't here for me, but at least you worked and helped your family.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, I'm not trying to discount what you're saying, but I'm trying to reiterate that what you're saying is you look past that and say, hey, I'm not going to be like my father. I'm going to do this for my son. But you're recognizing that, that even though your father wasn't there, you're going to be there for your son.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't need taught that. Like, I hate people who make the excuse. Like, my dad was a junkie, so I'm a junkie. I got mistreated. I got touched up from my uncle, so this is why I'm touching people, kids up. I hate that shit. It's like, no, didn't fall back on fucking excuses. Like, just because I was raised by like a single mom and then she died quite young, like when I was young, that's no excuse for me going some kind of fucking.
Yeah. There you go.
Be a junkie or be anything like that. I've only got like.
We're on the same page. We're just looking at it at a different angle. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, so you understand that we're exactly on the right direction. We're just coming from different directions, Like I said, I still got my mom. I mean, she's 53. She'll be 67 this year. March, she'll be 67. So I still have my mom. I still have my father, but I have not spoken to him because he is such a toxic person. I've told everybody I've had dreams, you guys. I've had dreams about I'd rather slit my throat than speak another word to this guy. Okay, that's how I look at him. He's just another guy.
I thought you were going to say slit his throat.
No, my throat. I would have slit my throat. I would take my own life before I speak another word to him, because how toxic he has been through my life, and is the way he turned me against my mother. The lies he told me about my mother. that weren't true. He admitted this years later, but growing up, there was lies, and so I don't think nothing of him. I tried to have a relationship with him, but he would not allow it. So I had to move on, and that was fucking 8 years ago. And so, and I said, and BB's talked about his mother and father, and I value that what you said, because you said you had a great relationship with your father and your mother, and I'm glad you did, because I looked back, even when you talked about, I haven't read details. It was a couple of years. I mean, it's probably a year ago, 2 years ago. I was listening to it recently, and I got teary eyed because I'm thinking I didn't even have that, And here's BB, this fucking crazy motherfucker saying all this crazy shit, but he had a relationship with his parents that he felt he needed, but he's making decisions on that. And here I said I have a relationship with my mother, and she did stupid shit she did, but at least she's willing to admit it. My father, he's wanting to blame everybody else for everything he done. He wants to blame everybody else. Now, I didn't want to get into details because you guys will be just sick and disgusted with it. But I'm just saying, I will never speak. I would slit my throat from fucking ear to ear before I speak another word to this guy. Okay? I'm not angry at him. I'm not even mad at him. I'm beyond that. I'm just saying it's so toxic that there's no reason to. And it's not good for me, as a person. So I know, and so that's what I'm saying. There's this contrast between you guys because you never had a father, Jed, but VB did. And so I'm like, I guess I'm caught in the middle because I did, but I didn't. I did, but I didn't. But and so it's just, I'm fucked up.
No, you're right though. There's no perfect family out there, Ken. There's no like this image of this perfect family, mum and dad, and fucking brother and sister, and having pancakes in the morning, and dad going to work, and the mum can like I was saying earlier. I wish there was an ideal world. I wish there wasn't abortion. I wish there wasn't vaccines. I wish there wasn't these fucking horrible fucking things that could be fucking humanity up. But we just kind of nail the evidence for it. Ken, it's like. I wish it was an ideal world, but it ain't. So we just need to accept that there is some evil shit going on, Ken, and there's nothing we can really do about it apart from just be aware of it and just try and avoid it.
We got to be able to do it. I mean, even from a distance. I mean, I said me and VB are only like 7 hours away. Me and Jet, we're fucking 14 hours away. We're fucking. I think it's 12 hours, 11 hours, something like that. I can't remember. But we're just distance. It doesn't matter how far away we are. If we stand our ground of what we fucking feel and believe and understand, it's not even about belief. It's about understanding of things. That's where it starts, I feel. And that's the only way it can start. It's the only way it can fucking change. It's not, I don't want to go into this whole bullshit with, cause that's what the fucking liberals bullshit. They're like, oh, there's change. It's not. No, it's about understanding what's going on and fucking actually changing it, not like fucking trying to destroy it, because they're trying to destroy it all. I'm not trying to destroy anything. I'm trying to fucking see what's really going on and fucking actually stopping it. It's not destroying anything else. It's stopping what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference I feel that's between certain people and other people. Because I don't want to destroy anything. I just want to change or stop what's going on.
He's about to destroy your liver with all that fucking alcohol.
Nah. Yeah, I literally have not drank ever in my life until maybe the past 5 years. So I went 45 years of never drinking.
Vlad has proved in the last two hangouts that his genes are obviously fucking genetically fucking used to drinking that shit, because like Indians and fucking like any other race would be keeled over a bottle of that shit, man. Like Europeans had to drink alcohol over like water because the water was so bad.
Am I even slurring my words? I don't think so.
Nah, you've been all right, mate. You've been all right.
I'm not being belligerent. I feel pretty fucking.
I'm being belligerent.
I feel pretty fucking brave, but I'm not like belligerent. I'm like fuck you, baby, you fucking fucker. Because I'm not gonna.
He's reminding me of Jean-Luc Picard right now, baby. Like the maroon fucking jumper on and the bald head, like Jean-Luc.
Fuck you, Jen. Remember that time you used to make fun of my voice, you motherfucker? I'm not gonna do that. because I've been making fun about my voice all the time, so it didn't bother me when you did that. Remember that? We used to talk, like 3 years ago. You're like, oh, like, what's with fucking that Vlad guy? Who's it talking about? I'm like, I just laugh. You're like that's the worst you can do, bud.
You get used to it after a while.
My whole life.
Damn, Jed, look how drunk this motherfucker is right here. Look at this motherfucker.
That's what I was going to say. You get used to you, Vlad, after a while. We're just being polite, and your voice still annoys us, but it's like after a while, it just becomes like tolerable.
Lori Gale says Vlad is fine. Lori Gale says Vlad's fine.
Talk like this.
Vlad's better when he's pissed.
I'm not talk like this. I'm not going to talk like this from now on. Hey, what the fuck? I mean, this is how I talk from here.
My analytics show that people prefer Vlad when he's pissed.
I'm not pissed. I have something to say.
Right. Anyway, I'm gonna shut this shit down because this is like 5 hours and.
Fuck you! You better not shut this shit down. Fucking where's Lori Gale?
It's like 4:20 a.m. for me. It's like probably midnight for you, or probably before that. It's like the starting of night for you guys. I need to go to my bed.
20. You fucking pussy motherfucker.
I've got kids and shit. But actually, my wee man's going to. He's getting up early in the morning with his mum because he's doing a driving test. He's like 11-year-old. He's doing like a half an hour driving experience. It's like private land, and he gets like taught for an instructor, so he gets to like experience driving a car. Like, I think that's pretty cool. And I'm not sure what he's got to learn in half an hour. Like, that's what I said to my missus. Like, it was maybe a waste of fucking money, like half an hour. But
no, it's worth it.
But he might get the bug, like he got the bug with the coins, and when he gets to 17, he just wants to pass his test and get a car, and that's good, man.
That'll be good, yeah. If he has his own car, he could get to his own work and start working as soon as possible.
Anyway,
right?
VP, it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you back. You seem to have woken up a wee bit.
I'm the best.
Yeah, I'm just glad you didn't take anything personal. Personal.
Who's this new Scottish guy in WWE anyway? The guy that won the Royal Rumble.
Oh, Drew McIntyre.
Drew McIntyre. Who the fuck's this guy?
Drew McIntyre is the fucking real deal. No, he's the fucking he's the real deal, bro.
Oh wow, he's cringy, man.
He's been around for 14 years or something in the company.
Really?
Oh yeah, and they just like buried him down. Like when he first came out years ago, they said he was the chosen one, and that Vince McMahon personally chose him and said that he's the one. He's gonna be the guy, you know. And that was 15 years ago. And then they kind of buried him in the lower card for many years. Then he quit the company, and then he went on the independent circuit back in England and actually refined himself and got much bigger, much more knowledgeable, and started taking wrestling very seriously. And then all of a sudden, the WWE came creeping and signed him to a massive contract. Now that he's new and improved, but they just had to basically fire him and tell him, "Look, you're not living up to what we expect." And they were really pushing him. So
in other words, he was maybe going to take British wrestling to another level, and WWE were like, "Fuck that."
Well, no, because now they have NXT UK, which is fucking straight up massive in UK.
Really?
As far as I see on their production when they're filling up arenas, and they got a huge fan base, and
they're still going to make Brock Lesnar smash that Drew McIntyre way. He's still going to come in and smash it.
I think Drew McIntyre will give him the fucking kick. The running kick, the Claymore, and fucking he'll hit him with the fucking Claymore, and
hey,
and then we'll get a new world champion.
You know it's all fake, right?
Well, yeah, but see, the thing is, it's all storytelling, and like so, Drew.
He's trying to guess the fake story. You're trying to guess the fake story.
Yeah, exactly, and the beauty of it is that Drew was fired by the company. Straight up, and then went and improved himself back in his motherland, and fucking comes back with a massive contract, and they bring him on, they give him a big push right when he comes out, but then they tease him back again and they make him work even harder. So they were like, they're just never letting him rest on his laurels. So he's just worked his ass off this entire time just to prove himself, and that's what Vince has expected of him, to get his money's worth out of the guy. It's just all business tactics, and they know that the guy has everything it takes to be the next big face of the company because he looks like a movie star and shit, you know.
Yeah.
And he's massive.
He reminds me of like
Huge
Razor
dude.
Ramon, like back in the day. Can Razor Ramon? He's got that same sort of. He carries
Tough
himself
guy
like
look.
Razor Ramon, like the greasy hair and the tough guy, the big chest, and the waist jacket, the leather waist jacket. I don't know. I just got signs of Razor Ramon there. What the fuck's that?
Straws or something?
It's straws with candy in them.
Sherbet.
And he's earned it. They're going to make him earn it. So they gave him the Royal Rumble, and you know it's rumored that Brock wants to leave and fight in the MMA again.
Right.
So maybe they'll just let him drop the belt to Drew McIntyre. It would be believable, you know. But back in the day, Brock used to destroy him because he was at such a low level in the company that. And Brock's always been at the very top of the company since the first day he ever showed up. He was straight to the very, very top. He's got like the Hulk Hogan level, like John Cena level,
Yeah.
you know, top guy and shit. And that's just because Vince worships Brock Lesnar. But I fucking hate Brock Lesnar. I wish he would have just left wrestling back in 2004 and never ever come back because everything about him fucking sucks. Except for the one thing is that he has these matches that look semi super realistic. And they're always like a random story where something freakish happens and then he just hits them with like 19 fucking suplexes in a row and ragdolls the person and then puts him in a bear hug and shakes him to death and then just hits him with the F5 like 3 times and pins him. And or you know, smashes their head through the fucking wall and there's blood everywhere and then hits them with the F5 on the stairs and then pins them and shit. And it's like always some like extreme, savage, realistic brutality. Of like he caught the guy with a blindside elbow somewhere near the beginning of the match, and the guy was fucked at that point, and he basically murders him. And so people like that sometimes, but that's gotten old because they've been doing that for like 8 years now.
Right.
So people are like, okay, that's cool, that's really old school. It makes a lot of sense. There's like a nostalgic element to it because that's what people always want is nostalgia. But then when they get it, you know, they're getting it, but they're only getting one form of it. And the people want better storytelling than that in that theater.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's all this new talent. So it's a war of the worlds because everyone is fighting for this traditionalism, which actually is better stuff. And then there's all this new acrobatic style pro wrestling that looks like kind of ridiculous gymnastics and stuff. I don't know.
Cool.
Can you see both of us, BB?
Say what?
Yeah. You know, there's a video that you done that you basically gave away where you work, and I'm gonna show up there. You know, right? as soon as I can get to fucking Orlando, I'm gonna fucking show up. I'm gonna live stream like, yeah.
Right, anyway, we're going to end it on that creepy aspect of Vlad stalking VB.
Yeah, I know.
But it was good, man. It was like 5.5 hours, and VB, man, fucking. Join earlier. Like, I suppose you've been there most of the time, but like, didn't be scared, man. Like, fucking, we're still your friends and fucking.
No, I was doing shit. I was running errands and cleaning my car and stuff.
Aye.
He was driving when you first jumped on. But yeah. I was never attacking you, man.
No, everyone's welcome here, man. Even Sasha, like she knows when she comes in, she'll be treated with a certain respect, but. We're never shy to ask the obvious questions, like the elephant in the room. Like, I'm never shy to fucking just say blah 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 blah. So just expect that if you come on. Like if there's something underlying and you think is he going to mention it, I probably will mention it. I mean, so anyway, guys, these have been a pleasure. I'm going to end it here. I need to get to my bed. And Vlad, you're like a legend with the drinking aspect to things. Like fucking hell.
It's got to be staged.
You can drink. I can't. I'm not even going to try and.
That bitch open.
I'm not going to try and compete.
But it is. I'm not moving. There's no sugar. There's no other stuff involved. Later, everybody.
Right. Later, mate.
Later.
Cheers. See you later, guys. Cheers.
Don't jump off. Oh, he jumped off.
I'm shutting down, man. I'm shutting down. Everyone's still here.
It's still live. It's still live. What'd you do, Jed? What the hell? All right. I guess I'm still alive. I don't know what the fuck Jed did. He kicked himself off. So a shout out to Jed, Skeptic Media. Shout out to Validation Boy. Shout out to D. A shout out to Lord Gale. Shout out to Cakes. What's her Cakes? Fuck. What is it? Cakes something. I sang in the fucking channel. I can't believe Jed did this. What the fuck did he do? And I'm the one that drank a fucking. What would that be? 375 milliliters. That's 375. That's 14 shots of fucking liquor. It still says live on my side. It still says live, people. So I'm going to keep going until it kicks me off. Fucking Jed. So we got 13 people in here. Who wants to? I don't know what the fucking link is. I don't even know how to do a link. I wonder if that's it. Let me see if that's it. let me do a link here. I'll put it in the fucking chat. Lori somebody better join me. See if that's it. Yeah, don't jump off yet, people. This motherfucker's still live. Jed don't know what he's doing. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Where am I at? Yeah, still showing live, but why didn't the link go through? Okay, if you can hear me, it's StreamYard.com/RMYY5J9J3N. Because it didn't go through this other side here. Let's see if I can go through here. So it's StreamYard, HTTPS. Jed, why did you do this? HTTPS. Where's that? StreamYard. Let's go this way. RMYY5J9J3N. See that goes through. See, it's not going through. What the fuck? I guess I can't hear the fucking thing through. What the fuck did you do, Jed? All right, everybody. Later. I jump off. Maybe not. Let's see how long this goes. Fucking Jay, what'd you do? All right, who's still here? Who's still here? Who's still here? I want to see Jed edit this out. We're at 5, 35, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 5, 35, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Jed, why did you jump out so quick? So you got 10 people in here. Who's the 10? Roll call, motherfuckers. Roll call. Who's here? I wish I could add everybody, but apparently not. I'll show you on fucking the screen here. Who's there? If you want to be seen, because there's 10 people. 10 people in chat. Who's there? I gave you the fucking link, but I don't think I can't add you. So who's here? I know there's 11. There's 11 of you now. Where is everybody? Don't be scared. Where you at? I'm gonna stand here until it kicks me off. It just dragged out to be 10 hours. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do now? I'll look up stuff on fucking shitter. All right, so we got. Stop the camera. Okay, Twitter. If I knew, here's a hashtag. If I knew I was living this long, I would have stopped caring about what other people thought years ago. Well, that's stupid. I would have probably have returned to that library book. I'd spend more time enjoying the simple things. I would have pulled out. Stupid. I'd have tested more boundaries. My kids would have paid more for their college tuition. This is stupid. All right, let's get something else. Here's one. Investigators release new details about Kobe Bryant helicopter crash. The helicopter crash that last month in Calabasas, killing Kobe Bryant and 8 others, shows no signs of engine failure, the National Transportation Board said. See, I thought it was because the current, the wind, because it's in between two mountains. I think the wind played a role, they're saying the fog may have done it. They had no visibility, so they kind of like was blind. But a lot of people are saying it's fake. I think it was a blood sacrifice. So yeah, he was sacrificed. Sacrificial. Who's still here? We got 8 people still. Who's still here? Come on.